You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 901, Yanaguni. There is a yakiniku restaurant in about 700 meters. They serve ishigaki beef in an Okinawan style. What do you think? Zhang Heng turned to ask Han Lu after thanking the old couple. Sure, Han Lu said. After that, she no longer talked to the bewildered local guide that stood beside her. She then curiously asked Zhang Heng, I have no idea that you can converse in Japanese. What is going on? Oh no. I learned it myself. Zhang Heng knew what Han Lu meant. So he quickly explained. You know too many things. Don't you need to sleep? I need to sleep too, but I have 48 hours to spend every day. Zhang Heng waved his hand, stopped a taxi, put all the clothes and shoes he bought into the trunk, and opened the rear door. Hee. Han Lu thought that Zhang Heng was telling a joke. She merely shook her head and got into the car. Zhang Heng had got in the co-driver's seat and told the driver where they wanted to go when he received a WeChat message. When he opened the message, he thought it was Fan Mainan who replied, but saw a photo from the bartender instead. Judging from the setting of the shot, it should be in the bar's lounge. There was no one in the photo. Only a blade was placed in its holder. Zhang Heng figured out that the blade in the picture was the ordinary blade that he had spent many game points on, so the bartender lady could find someone to recast it for him. After doing some calculations, Zhang Heng realized that 6 days had passed since the end of his last quest. According to the bartender's promise, she was supposed to update Zhang Heng about the blade 2 days ago. Since the swordsmith needed to place the entire blade into the furnace for recasting, Zhang Heng did not insist on retaining its original shape. And now, the look for the blade was similar to the Hung Dao from one of the 4 types of blades made in the Tang dynasty. Zhang Heng had wanted his new blade to look like a Hung Dao since the Chang Dao was mainly used to deal with cavalry. The Zhang Dao was too short, however. As for the last blade, Yi Dao was usually used for decoration. So, Zhang Heng chose the Hung Dao as his new blade's final form since it was most commonly used by the soldiers in the Tang dynasty. The shape of the Hung Dao was very similar to the Tachi, except that the blade was straight and extremely tough. However, its sharpness couldn't be compared to a Tachi, hence Zhang Heng found a balance between the two blades. But strictly speaking, Zhang Heng's new blade neither adopted the crafting technique of the Tang Dao or the Tachi. It did, however, inherit some of the characteristics of the blades in terms of their appearance. The light in the photo was kind of dim. However, Zhang Heng could still see some of the extraordinary features of the new blade. Although it didn't look that flashy, Zhang Heng felt that his blood flow speeding up after staring at it for a while. After completing so many quests, Zhang Heng believed that he controlled his emotions well, and it was rare that he would be affected by external factors. It was rare that he had a physiological reaction to a photo. For some reason, Zhang Heng also felt a strange sense of familiarity from the blade. So, he sent a message to the bartender. Is this a success or a failure? He asked. The latter replied after a while. Well, it's your blade. I'm not particularly eager to instill my opinion on an item that the owner has not claimed. So, let's wait for you to see it for yourself. Also, remember to bring me a souvenir from Japan. Sounds good to me. Zhang Heng was relieved after listening to what the bartender told him. Since I had casually asked for a gift, it meant that the blade's recast had probably had a decent outcome. There was a high chance the blade would turn out to be a grade C game item, meaning that the 4,000 game points he spent on recasting the blade could have been well worth it. If he wanted to examine the blade, Zhang Heng had to wait until he returned to China. After lunch, Zhang Heng and Han Lu returned to the hotel to clean up and check out. After that, they headed to Naha Airport. Yanaguni Island was where the two were heading, and it was located within the Yaeyama Islands of the Ryukyu Islands, at the westernmost point of Japan. However, the island was actually closer to Taiwan, which was only about 60 nautical miles away. And they could even see the mountains on the opposite side. Since the island was sparsely inhabited, Naha had no direct flights to Yanaguni Island, so the two had to fly from Naha to Ishigaki Island. From Ishigaki Island, they would board another flight for 40 minutes before they reached their destination. Getting to such a spot turned out to be quite the hassle. When they arrived at the island, however, they realized that all the hard work that they put in was worth it. Yonaguni Island was quite small, with an area containing less than 30 square kilometers. Having a population of less than 2,000, the island boasted a pristine and well-preserved ecology. Other than being surrounded by hallowed waters for diving, it also ranked the world's second-best marlin fishing waters. This island would attract throng sea fishing enthusiasts each year, including marlin fishing competitions held from time to time. Still, the island was visited by few tourists, where one could walk a long distance without seeing a soul. Zhang Heng and Han Lu were surrounded by large, empty beaches and black volcanic rocks. And they also spotted wild Yonaguni horses that were free to roam around the island. They were not afraid of people. The waters surrounding this island were as clear as a transparent sapphire without any impurities. Zhang Heng felt like they had arrived at the edge of the world. Han Lu was tired of walking, so she found a place to sit and rest while the sea breeze embraced her. And she also saw a lighthouse nearby. She then stretched her body comfortably. I've wanted to come here a long time ago. This is what I call a vacation. I don't need to think about anything else, and I can avoid seeing the people I don't like. Yeah. Zhang Heng nodded, removed his shoes and socks, and walked among the rocks in his beach pants. What are you doing? Preparing for dinner. Dinner? Here? Han Lu was taken aback. She thought Zhang Heng must be joking. But we have nothing here, and it's almost dusk now. We won't be able to get back to our hotel before dark. Don't worry, there are horses everywhere on this island, and they are shortbred. It means they have a good temper. We can look for 2 horses and ride back to the hotel later. Han Lu clearly did not believe Zhang Heng's words. However, she watched on curiously as he prepared their dinner by the beach. Zhang Heng did all these things on a whim. He remembered the first dungeon he entered and survived for more than 500 days alone on the deserted island. Right now, his circumstance was different from the deserted island. Although he prepared no tools for dinner preparation, he saw myriad things he could use here on this beach. Besides, he had even brought a fishing rod. Zhang Heng first collected some oysters from the reef as a starter. After that, he spotted some gazami crabs in the sea. A crustacean that had a large body packed with flesh. It was known as the best-tasting sea crab that could be found on the beach. As for king crabs and snow crabs, they usually hid under the deep sea. Zhang Heng also managed to reel in a few fish as the main dish. He skewered them with wooden sticks and grilled them on the fire. Soon Han Lu smelled the roasted seafood. She took a few whiffs, and her stomach started to grumble. However, she still managed to keep a sane mind. She then asked, "Are you sure these things are not poisonous?" "Don't worry. I picked non-toxic fishes, and they are very meaty as well," Zhang Heng replied. After that, he handed Han Lu 2 oysters. It's okay to have them raw. Chapter 902, Relationship Advice. Han Lu had been to Japan a number of times for vacation, and she tried most of the dishes it had to offer. However, this was her first time tasting such a natural dinner at the seaside. And she did not see Zhang Heng using any condiments while he cooked. To her surprise, the seafood actually tasted good. Although she could still smell the food, the umami flavor of the seafood was well preserved due to Zhang Heng's simple cooking method. A friend told me that nature is like a treasure house. No matter where you are, as long as you pay attention to your surroundings, you can always find shelter and food to fill your stomach, Zhang Heng explained. Well, if the world suddenly ends, I'm sure your friend will be the last to die. Han Lu replied as she filled the lid of the thermos with some seafood soup and blew at it. It was almost dusk and the sun was about to sink into the sea. With its glow coating the sky with gorgeous blush and the fishing boats returning from afar, the scenery was absolutely breathtaking. The seafood soup in Han Lu's hand was starting to get cold. After taking 2 sips of it, she said, "I have decided that from now, I'm going to make time and come here for a few days every year. How about you? Do you want to come with me?" "I'm not sure if I can make time for it," Zhang Heng replied candidly. In fact, he had already realized something huge during New Year's Eve. After the conversation with Han Lu on the plan, he had confirmed the crazy conjecture that he had earlier. There was a high possibility that he was not blood-related to his current father and mother. Zhang Heng did not know how others would react to such news. A lot of kids had heard their parents making jokes about picking them up from the trash can or that they were a free gift from a mobile credit top-up. After that, the kids would feel sad for the whole day, feeling that something very precious had been taken away from them. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before their parents picked the kids up and told them that it was just a joke. At that moment, the relieved kids would see the sunshine pouring into their window again. However, sometimes, the story did not come with a happy ending. For example, Zhang Heng now could clearly feel his emotions gradually leaving his body. And it became harder and harder for him to feel the changes in his feelings. Even so, he could still feel the long-awaited sadness come rushing at him. This sadness was not that strong, comparable to when a student failed a subject in his final exam. At best, it was just a surface wound. However, the wound would stay there permanently without receiving any healing. Zhang Heng was also now forced to face a new problem. Who was he or what was he? There was no doubt that the scientific expedition to Greenland 18 years ago was related to him. If his current parents picked him up from no man's land, it would be impossible for a human baby to survive in such a harsh environment. The old man in a Tang suit, or Kronos, had planned the encounter between his parents and him. In other words, he obviously knew what would happen afterward. Zhang Heng did not know if Kronos had done anything to him while he was growing up. If that was the truth, that would mean someone had put in a great effort to arrange his life, just like Truman in The Truman Show. And what was his guardian angel, Kronos' purpose in doing such a thing to him? Zhang Heng faintly felt that all of these questions would be answered after his next trip to Greenland, but they might not be the answers he expected. This was also the reason why Zhang Heng promised Han Lu to come on a vacation with her. This was probably the last time he could calmly appreciate the natural scenery and relax entirely without any distractions. Your biggest shortcoming is that you're too honest, Han Lu remarked while drinking the seafood soup from the lid of the thermos in one go, and you are my best friend's son. Forget it. I know that we both come from very different worlds. I have to admit that your mysterious aura and sense of danger are the biggest reason why I'm attracted to you. No, I'm not the only one. The girls named Shen Sisi and Fan Meinan are like the moths helplessly flying toward the flame. Han Lu said, I'm just curious, is there anyone in this world who can truly understand you? Zhang Heng went silent for a while. Something has happened to me. I'm trying to figure it out. Before that, I can't deal with the emotional problems. Han Lu snorted with a non-committal tone. Have I told you the story of my first love? I don't think so. If you are willing to lend me your ears, I'm willing to tell you all about it. During high school, I liked a boy in my class. He wasn't tall or handsome, and he didn't seem to have any outstanding abilities. But I don't know why I liked him so much. He, for no reason, was extremely pleasing to my eyes, especially when he talked to me. Han Lu closed her eyes. His voice is like the sea breeze here, blowing at my face gently and warmly. I was on cleaning duty one day after school. After cleaning the classroom, I turned off the lights, checked the doors and windows, and locked the door before leaving the classroom. After that, I saw him standing at the corner of the second floor. He stopped me, and I could see him was blushing. He then gave me a book of a compilation of Borges poems. I thought that he must have liked Borges as well. Although it sounds silly now, that book was not the point. The point was that I found the note that he hid in the book. I was guessing that note was the love letter that he wrote me. Did you accept the love letter? No. Han Lu shook her head. Why? Because I felt I wasn't ready yet. We were too young, and I wanted to explore the world and escape my mother's control. I wanted to be better, come back later, and accept the love letter confidently. Han Lu paused. At that time, I was busy making plans for our future. However, I forgot that sometimes we would not be able to meet the person again once we missed them. And to be honest, even if he is still waiting for me now, I don't think I like him that much anymore. Looking back now, he was indeed quite ordinary. After returning to China, I asked someone to inquire about him. Apparently, he failed his college entrance examination. After graduation, He used his family's influence to enter a state-owned enterprise. He's now probably a small-time leader or something. It's not a bad achievement for an ordinary person, but he doesn't appeal to me anymore. However, I still think of him from time to time, thinking what it would have been like if I had accepted that letter. Of course, I know that a relationship between a young couple would not last long. We would probably break up like other couples. However, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. If we really managed to walk to the end of the tunnel, got married, have children, and live a dull life together, it's actually not that bad. Han Lu stretched her feet into the sea and stretched her waist comfortably. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. Never go and deal with some other things first before you take care of your relationship. A relationship is like ice cream. If you don't eat it, it will melt eventually. Chapter 903. Dive. After finishing up the special dinner, Zhang Heng found a pair of wild horses nearby. Han Lu stared on in shock as Zhang Heng briefly trained and tamed them. He then asked Han Lu to mount the smaller horse. As for him, he rode the bigger one. Han Lu looked a little nervous. She had ridden horses before and practiced equestrianism for a period of time. However, she was riding a well-trained horse with complete equipment such as saddles and reins at that time. This was her very first time riding a wild horse with no proper equipment. While sitting on the steed, she did not even know where to put her hands and feet. Just grab the horse's mane. Once you do that, they won't run on their own, Zhang Heng explained while leading the way. The two horses that he found should have a mother-child relationship. With the mother leading the way, her child would follow obediently. In the end, the two managed to return to their hotel before the sun completely descended below the horizon. And early the following day, Zhang Heng and Han Lu came to the pier after a simple breakfast. They then rented 2 sets of diving equipment and a boat. Han Lu wanted to see humpback whales and hammerhead sharks, one of the signature sights on this island. With luck, one could see hundreds of hammerhead sharks swimming past above your head all at once. These sharks had a strange T-shaped head with an eye and a nostril at each protrusion end. It made the hammerhead shark look unique. Known to be an extremely aggressive species, there have been cases of hammerhead sharks attacking humans. The sharks attacked only because they had been spooked. Under normal circumstances, as long as the diver did not attack first with a harpoon, the sharks mostly left the divers. The humpback whales, on the other hand, had a gentler personality. They looked similar in appearance to the Kuin in the game advertisements everywhere on the internet. Or maybe Kuin was designed based on the appearance of humpback whales. Sometimes, these whales would jump out of the water, a spectacular sight to behold, especially when they did it in a group. The humans had never figured out why the humpback whales behaved as such. As of now, the only explanation for this particularly unique behavior was that the humpback whales did that for social purposes. Besides, the male humpback whales would show off their masculinity by jumping out of the water to attract their potential mates or express certain emotions. Other than that, some said that the whales leaped out of the water to breathe. Whether it was hammerhead sharks or humpback whales, their behaviors were often cyclical. Usually, the people on the island would encounter near Yonaguni Island from January to March each year. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng and Han Lu traveled here on a whim, and it was now June. Even though the uncle who drove the boat tried very hard to look for them, the search yielded no result. Han Lu seemed a little disappointed, and in the end, she could only look for a shallow spot near the coast to dive under. Although the corals and the undersea gave a breathtaking view, they weren't too different from the spots she had dived in earlier. Seeing that Zhang Heng and Han Lu were not too happy with the diving spot, the uncle who drove the boat took the initiative to talk to Zhang Heng, since he received a generous service fee from Han Lu. Why don't I bring you guys to see the undersea ruins? What underwater relic? Zhang Heng asked. About half a century ago, a diving guide found some ancient ruins near the sea on the west side of Yonaguni Island. It looked like a pyramid or a city. Some people said it was evidence of the existence of Mu, but others said it's the magical work of nature. No matter what the legend is, the place is worth seeing. Zhang Heng translated what the uncle told him to Han Lu, who nodded after listening. I believe I have heard of such a thing. Since we can't find hammerhead sharks and humpback whales, it might be worthwhile to go and check out the ruins. However, we have been diving for quite a long time. Let's go there tomorrow and prevent ourselves from getting fatigued. The ecology on Yonaguni Island was well preserved. Obviously, the island's natives love their island a lot. However, the economy here wasn't very developed, with only two industries keeping the island alive, and they were fishing and tourism. It was the tourist off-season right now. As soon as the fishing boats went out for their deep-sea fishing run, literally not a soul would be at the docks. If the two went to explore the undersea ruins, chances were they wouldn't be meeting other divers. Han Lu's diving wasn't that awful, having just got her AOW certificate, and she had used up to 60 bottles of oxygen. However, she was still an amateur. As for Zhang Heng, Han Lu did not know how good he was at diving. Zhang Heng had mentioned that he would not hold her back. However, before they went diving in the morning, Zhang Heng still read the diving manual and at the same time asked her lots of questions about diving equipment. Considering how dangerous undersea ruins could be, Han Lu decided to hire a diving guide for safety reasons. Zhang Heng made no objections. Although he was confident with his diving, he would feel safer if someone more experienced looking after them. So in the afternoon, the two of them came to the diving club on the island. And she learned her lesson this time. Han Lu hired a female diving guide, whose English name was Nellie. She seemed to be younger than Zhang Heng. Due to the long-term exposure to the sun, her skin was tanned. She looked to be in the best of shape, though. It was said that she had started diving with her father before she was even 12. Having 8 years of diving experience under her belt now, she was a responsible diving guide. The two parties quickly agreed on the fee, and the next day, the three met again at the pier. After that, they sat in the same boat and went to where the ruins were located. Nellie possessed a cheerful personality. While talking about diving precautions, she could not help but get Zhang Heng to ask Han Lu what skincare products she used. She seemed to be envious of Han Lu's skin. Although Nellie was younger than Han Lu, the harsh environment caused her to have worse skin than her. Han Lu was elated when she heard Nellie asking her about the skincare products she was using. And she even mentioned that she would give Nellie a set of skincare products when she returned to the island. The three chatted throughout the entire journey, and they finally arrived at their destination after a while. The uncle parked his boat at a safe spot. Today came with great weather, where the wind and waves were calm, and the sun shone brightly on them. Looking down from the boat, they vaguely saw a huge black shadow under the sea. It seemed the ruins were located right beneath them. The three of them rechecked their diving equipment. After confirming everything was fine, they put on fins and masks and plopped into the water one after the other. When everyone was in the water, Nellie made a gesture, signaling them to prepare to dive. After Heng and Han Lu responded with an OK sign, the three began their dive toward the ruins. Chapter 904. Underwater Ruins. It was June, and the sunlight was still reasonably sufficient. The three felt a little stuffy in their wetsuits, but the stuffiness somehow disappeared the moment they entered the sea. As they dived deeper into the ocean, the temperature around them began to drop as well. With a much higher thermal conductivity than air, a human would lose more heat in the water than on land. Fortunately, their diving suits helped them fight off the cold. Usually, casual divers like them would not dive too deep into the sea. Every 10 meters deeper, the pressure would turn up a notch. After diving deeper than 30 meters, they risked suffering from nitrogen intoxication. The ordinary diving cylinder would typically be filled with compressed air consisting of 21% oxygen and 79% nitrogen. Under high pressure, nitrogen would enter the diver's body, and at the same time, breathing pure oxygen under a high-pressure environment for too long would cause oxygen poisoning. The undersea ruins that Zhang Heng and the others were about to explore this time were probably located at a depth of about 25 meters. Diving to such depths was usually not risky, and with Zhang Heng's swimming and diving skills he had honed in the Black Sail Dungeon, he could dive to this depth in a single breath without any diving equipment. However, he would not be able to stay underwater for too long, still needing to emerge to catch a breath after taking a glance at the ruins. Strictly speaking, this was not Zhang Heng's first dive. When he was a child, he followed his parents to see corals in Sanya. It was a purely parent-child leisure activity, though, where the dive depth was less than 8 meters. The time he spent underwater was also very short, which was only 20 minutes. Throughout the entire diving experience, he was accompanied by a coach. Zhang Heng's only long-duration dive with diving equipment was when he entered the Apollo training camp. NASA had made use of an underwater environment to simulate a zero-gravity environment. Not only did Zhang Heng have to stay underwater for a long period, but he was required to complete a series of given tasks. Hence, Zhang Heng did not feel unfamiliar when he went underwater again. Whether it was the zero-gravity environment or the quietness, the seawater almost isolated all the noise. In the midst of a dive, each diver could only hear their own breathing, especially during exhalation, where the sound of the bubbles exiting the tube could be somewhat relaxing. Nellie behaved very professionally. She would stay no more than 2 meters away from her clients throughout the entire dive, paying close attention to their physical and mental conditions. After confirming that they were encountering no troubles during the dive, she pointed to the ruins that weren't too far away and signaled them to follow her. In fact, there was no need for her signaling. The moment they dived into the sea, it was difficult for them to ignore the sight in front of them. The ruins appeared to be a vast underwater palace taking the shape of a pyramid. With a rotting, decrepit exterior, the structure was said to date back to about 10,000 BC. If these ruins were built by the people who lived here, they might have mastered the building techniques the Egyptians possessed when building the pyramids. However, the Egyptians had only started building their first pyramid around the 3rd millennium BC. This was why many experts firmly believed that the stone structure in front of them was simply a masterpiece of nature. After witnessing the well-aligned stone steps and the smooth and square stone wall, however, Han Lu was more inclined to believe that a mysterious lost civilization must have left them behind. She even spotted some structures that looked like gates and roads. Nellie then gestured to Zhang Heng and Han Lu to get closer to the ruins while she picked up the underwater camera to take a photo of them with the ruins in the background. After that, they swam towards the gate. Han Lu followed Nellie with her video recorder, while Zhang Heng looked at the time and direction on the dive computer and followed them. The three soon passed the stone gates. These structures were supposed to serve as the city gates, but they turned out to be made of giant stones stacked together. Schools of tropical fishes of all manner of colors scooted around them. Zhang Heng even saw a tiny sea hare. As its name suggested, this sea creature appeared as cute as a little rabbit with ears, though it did not mean that there were no ugly sea hares. Not even an iron lady like Han Lu or a young girl like Nellie could resist such a cute creature. Hence, they started snapping pictures wildly like a photographer shooting Victoria's Secret models on a runway. In the end, they stayed there for about a minute before moving forward. After that, the three of them swam through a narrow spot. Only 2 people could fit side by side in the narrowest spot in the ruins. Once they swam through that, their vision suddenly widened, as though they had entered to an underwater palace. They saw walls made of rocks and the seawater above them reflecting the sunlight when they looked around. Nellie, who led the way in the front, stopped moving, put her left and right hands together, and quickly moved her thumb up and down. She was trying to tell them that there were turtles in front of them. Han Lu then swam towards Nellie, and that was when she saw 2 turtles between the stones. So, she too signaled Zhang Heng behind to come over quickly. However, it seemed Zhang Heng was lost in his thoughts and did not see Han Lu beckoning at him. For some reason, when he first saw the underwater ruins, the feeling of déjà vu struck him. It wasn't too strong at first, but the feeling resurfaced when he arrived at this huge open space. And this time, Zhang Heng knew where his déjà vu came from. He had a weird dream in the alien quest before. In the dream, he came to a seaside town with a gloomy atmosphere. After he gathered the shadow sets, he returned to that seaside town again. He was feeling right now as when he traveled back to the seaside town for the second time. Considering what happened later in that small town, this was not a good sign. Being a well-known diving spot that welcomed throngs of tourists each year, there were no recorded accidents here so far. Still, Zhang Heng did not want to doubt his instinct. After that, he decisively gave Han Lu and Nellie a thumbs up to tell them that he wanted to surface. Nellie felt a little strange, not knowing why Zhang Heng wanted to go up so suddenly. She then gestured to him, asking what difficulty he might be encountering. Han Lu, on the other hand, was more experienced in dealing with a situation like this. She and Zhang Heng had experienced the death dream together, and after that incident, she trusted him unconditionally. She also knew that there was a crazy and dark world beneath the ordinary one. Therefore, upon seeing this, she did not question why Zhang Heng made such a decision. Instead, she quickly made an upward gesture as well. However, they saw that Nellie's face had suddenly changed, and she was anxiously making a downward gesture. Chapter 905 Red Tide? During diving, there were different probabilities that one would encounter the sea current, depending on the diving location. As the name suggested, the descending current was also known as the down current. Supposedly, the air bubbles exhaled from the diver's mouth would ascend to the surface of the sea. However, if there were currents around the divers, their air bubbles would disperse around them in a ring shape. After that, the air bubble would drag to the bottom of the ocean by the down current. The two turtles not far away could sense that something was not right. So, they quickly swam back to the crack between the rocks. And at the same time, the three's vision began to become blurry. Fortunately, except for Zhang Heng, the other two were experienced in dealing with down current. It was not the first time Han Lu has encountered ocean currents. Therefore, she did not become panic as a newcomer would. She quickly attached her body to the stone wall, grabbing whatever she could find like a gecko. Nellie turned on her portable flashlight, flashed at the big rock closest to Zhang Heng, and signaled Zhang Heng to swim towards it. As for herself, she quickly swam towards the big rock as well. Their descending speed was not that fast, indicating that the ocean current they encountered was not that strong. Upon realizing that, Nellie was relieved. On the other hand, Han Lu and Zhang Heng managed to keep calm as well. The most dangerous thing when one encountered an ocean current was to fall into panic mode. Not only would it not help with anything, but the random struggle would accelerate the consumption of oxygen, and the wrong moves would most likely cause more trouble. Han Lu had experienced diving before, hence, Nellie was not too worried about her. The person she was really anxious about was Zhang Heng. The moment he asked to go back up, they were hit by the undercurrent. But fortunately, Zhang Heng did not panic so far. The moment he received Nellie's instructions, he quickly swam to the big rock with her. About a minute and a half later, Nellie felt that the ocean current had begun to settle down. So she gestured to ask Zhang Heng how much oxygen he had left. Zhang Heng then glanced at the residual pressure gauge, and it showed that he still had about 120 bar of oxygen. The three of them did not stay underwater for too long, and they did not dive below 25 meters. Therefore, the oxygen in their cylinders was still sufficient. It was nowhere near the warning line. But now that Zhang Heng had decided to ascend, Nellie, as a dive guide, certainly had no reason to continue diving. But before they ascended, the two needed to meet up with Han Lu at the stone wall first. Before the ocean current hit them, the seawater was crystal clear. However, after the undercurrent swept their diving spot, there was now a lot of sand and impurities floating in the water. Therefore, it caused their visibility to drop drastically. So, Nellie quickly turned on her flashlight again. However, it seemed like her flashlight was running out of power. It flashed a few times before it became stable. However, when Nellie moved the flashlight to the rock wall where Han Lu was supposed to locate, she found out that Han Lu was gone. Nellie blinked her eyes, and she could not believe what she just saw. When the ocean current hit them, Han Lu was the first person to find a place to stabilize herself. At that time, she was supposed to be out of danger. After that, the three of them were separated for less than 2 minutes. In such a short time, it did not make sense for Han Lu to leave her position. Nellie then shone the flashlight in other directions. They were trying to look for Han Lu, but it yielded no result. And at this moment, Nellie saw Zhang Heng gesturing to her and pointed to the top of her head. Nellie thought that Zhang Heng had discovered where Han Lu was. But when she looked up, she saw a strange sight that she had never seen in her life before as a diver. The seawater above them was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Was that a red tide? Nellie lived by the sea. Although she had never seen red tides in person, she had heard about this natural phenomenon before. The red tide was generally caused by the phytoplankton, bacteria, or protozoa in the sea. The seawater would turn red when it exploded or multiplied within a short period of time. It was very harmful to the environment. However, this sea area was a famous diving spot on Yonaguni Island. The residents of the island had always placed great importance on the ecological environment. For so many years, there had never been a red tide in the nearby sea. Under normal circumstances, the red tide would appear at the upper levels of the sea. However, Nellie saw that the red tide was approaching them fast. Soon the two of them were surrounded by red seawater. The color of the red seawater was actually very close to human blood. The worst part was that their visibility had further deteriorated. Nellie could only see less than 2 meters in front of her. She could barely see Zhang Heng's figure. Even with Nellie's rich diving experience, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious now. It was mainly because this weird. Chapter 906, Flashlight. It was not the peak season for diving in Yonaguni Island. This could be seen from how well the diving shops were doing. Zhang Heng and Han Lu were only the second group of tourists to dive here in the past week. And as far as Nellie knew, the first group of divers would be flying home at noon. If she were right, the three of them would be the only divers in this area. It was precisely why Nellie figured that Han Lu was the person that had just passed. A fourth person wasn't present in these waters, so Han Lu was probably only 2 or 3 meters away from them. Thus, Nellie had high hopes that Han Lu was fine. And she even subconsciously ignored how the shadow moved earlier. A human couldn't swim so fast in the sea. However, at this moment, all Nellie cared about was to locate Han Lu. Even if she noticed the figure's unreasonable speed, she tried to convince herself that it was the ocean currents. And because of that, Han Lu needed their help more than ever. Nellie then gestured for Zhang Heng to follow her. However, she saw him stretching out his hand to stop her there. After that, Zhang Heng clenched and crossed his fists in front of his chest. He then pointed in the direction where the dark shadow had just disappeared with his fist. Zhang Heng was trying to tell her that she was about to do something extremely dangerous. Since Nellie spotted the black shadow, Zhang Heng certainly didn't miss it with his exceptional observation ability. And unlike Nellie, Zhang Heng's eyes actually captured the black shadow's movement. Although it appeared for less than a second, Zhang Heng had already figured out what it was. That shadow was the half-man and half-mermaid monster he encountered in the mysterious and hazy seaside town during the trial of the shadow set. Zhang Heng did not expect to see a monster like that in the real world. The situation now also differed from the time he fought against hundreds of enemies alone. When that particular monster entered the water, they would stop flopping clumsily, and they would start swimming like a fish. After completing the Black Sail quest, Zhang Heng had become quite the swimmer. At least he could now swim faster than the people that did not live by the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how good he was, he would never be able to beat the genetically mutated offspring of humans and monsters. They possessed the biological characteristics of many marine creatures. The webbed fins that looked like diving flippers were actually the creature's feet. And compared to human divers, they did not need oxygen cylinders, relying on their gills to breathe in the water. And their movement speed was at least twice as fast as on land. On the contrary, Zhang Heng wasn't as agile as he was on land. He felt the resistance of the water restricting his every move. At the same time, he needed diving equipment to stay underwater. All these men, it wouldn't be that easy for him to gain the upper hand here. Zhang Heng could still handle one of them, but if they swarmed at him like what happened at the seaside town, he would be in big trouble. Hence, the reason he was so vigilant now. After seeing Zhang Heng's gesture, however, Nellie mistakenly thought that the red tide had caused him to be nervous and that he wanted to go up. Nellie could put herself into his shoes. Initially, Nellie wanted to bring Zhang Heng back to the boat too. However, she made that decision before she saw Han Lu. Now that she knew. Chapter 907. Wall carving. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes again, he regained his vision, and it was clearer than before the red tide appeared. This was the first time he used his filter lens underwater. Initially, he was worried that the red tide did not fall under the natural category, but now, it seemed that the lens worked well in this red tide. The red tide disappeared before him, and the seawater became transparent to him within 300 meters. Zhang Heng soon found Nellie, who had separated from him earlier. The latter now swam toward the ruins. And in front of her, Zhang Heng's old friend, a half-man, half-fish frog monster, was holding a flashlight, flashing at Nellie to draw her closer to him. Zhang Heng did not spot other monsters beside him for the time being. The other good news was that after a short observation, Zhang Heng noticed the red tide did affect the monster. However, its visibility in the red tide was still higher than that of humans, and he could probably see 3 to 4 meters in front of him. This was also why he could see Nellie, but Nellie couldn't see the monster. However, Zhang Heng still could not see Han Lu nearby. After Zhang Heng took a good look at the place, he saw there was no other place for Han Lu to hide. He also knew that Han Lu's disappearance must be related to the monster. If he followed this monster, he might be able to find Han Lu. Zhang Heng did not hesitate anymore, swimming toward Nellie the moment he put on his mask. At the same time, he paid attention to the distance between himself and the monster in front of him, keeping himself out of its field of vision. Zhang Heng saw that Nellie, led by the monster, had come to the stone wall where Han Lu was standing earlier. Just when Zhang Heng thought that they had no way to go, the stone wall began to tremble. The 1-foot-wide crack that could only fit a turtle began to expand, just like a giant beast opening its mouth. The half-man, half-fish frog monster who led the way entered the crack. After that, he took out a flashlight to continue to draw Nellie closer to him. No matter how dumb Nellie was, she felt that something wasn't right once the crack widened in front of her. She hesitated for a moment outside the crack, but her desire of finding Han Lu overpowered her fear. Hence, Nellie gritted her teeth and swam to the crack. However, the light disappeared soon after she entered. Nellie's mind began to sober up after being affected by the red seawater for quite some time. It was then that fear started to kick in. The diving guides were not life-saving talismans for the divers. It was true that they were responsible for helping the divers to deal with some threats, but they couldn't deal with all of them. When these threats were too dangerous for them to handle, or that they knew they might lose their lives over it, the guides needed to know that it was time to let go. This was just a job, after all, and a specific price had to be paid if they wanted to play the hero. The current situation was obviously beyond what Nellie could handle. She was in an unfamiliar tunnel, surrounded by strange rocks, and the visibility was very low. Nellie did not know how long this tunnel was, whether there was a fork in the path, or where it would take her. After she swam for a short distance, her diving computer reminded her that she was going deeper into the ocean. And that was not a good sign. Suddenly, Nellie remembered she left Zhang Heng outside. This was also one of the main reasons why she decided to turn around. But when she returned using the same way she entered the crack, she discovered something that frightened her. The crack on the wall was now closed again, returning to a width of about only 1 foot. Nellie could no longer stay calm this time. She tried to squeeze her hands into the gap to attempt to widen the crack. Since it did expand earlier, it meant that walls were probably movable. The reality, however, was always harsh. No matter how hard she tried, the crack remained unmoved, as if it had never expanded before. Nellie consumed a lot of oxygen as she used all of her strength in an attempt to free herself. The fruitless attempts left her with frustration. But fortunately, she was an experienced diver, and she had dealt with underwater crises before. Even in such a harsh environment, she did not collapse like one of those rookies. After realizing that the crack in front of her would not open again, Nellie calmed herself down, checked her residual pressure gauge, confirming her direction with her dive computer, and continued to swim along the underwater tunnel. Now, she could only hope that there were other exits ahead of her. Nellie turned on the flashlight, illuminating the paths ahead to look for an exit. At the same time, she hoped her flashlight could get in touch with. Chapter 908. Changes and Weapons. The fear of death diluted Nellie's joy of her wall-carving discovery. She did not stay in the same place for too long. After snapping photos she wanted of the wall carving, she continued to swim forward. However, the wall carving story did not end there. Although Nellie was focusing on finding a way out, she glanced at the wall carvings from time to time. Unless she kept her vision completely dead ahead, she'd inadvertently catch a glimpse of those carvings. The dive computer showed that she had arrived at a depth of 35 meters. This place was also nearly 10 meters deeper than the place they were previously at, meaning that the water pressure had also increased considerably. Nellie had also almost depleted all the oxygen in her tank. At the same time, the content of the wall carvings had turned from romantic to gloomy. The multitude of grown-up children had now returned to the sea, where they were gathered at a place. After that, they chose to follow one of the two leaders. One of them looked like the monster that Zhang Heng spotted earlier, but it was larger in size. The second leader was a giant snake with 9 heads. Speaking of Hydra, after the famous villain organization in the Marvel Universe, the second most famous Hydra had to be the monster in Greek mythology. Later, it was reflected in the wall carvings. Under the leadership of the huge monster mermaid and the Hydra, the creatures caused a lot of trouble and held many disgusting rituals. They went as far as to use fishes and some sort of gold to earn the opportunity to reproduce with them. These monsters paid most of their attention to the reproduction of their offspring. They had no idea why they could not reproduce among themselves. Hence, they had to deceive humans to get what they wanted. Sometimes, they would pretend to be pirates, attack coastal towns, and kidnap their residents. Nellie felt a little disgusted after looking at the wall carvings. She no longer felt that their actions were romantic. What really frightened her, however, were the following carvings. The mermaids prayed and summoned something to disorient the pearl divers, then lured them to their lair for copulation. When she saw that, Nellie felt a chill send up her spine. She started to be lost in panic, paralyzing fear hitting her like a massive tide. Although the wall carvings had no color, Nellie knew what the mermaid had summoned. It was the red tide. In other words, she was now experiencing the same phenomenon the pearl divers had experienced, just like what the carvings depicted. Even though Nellie knew she needed to stay calm when encountering danger underwater and that she had been telling other divers the same thing, remaining calm at this moment seemed almost impossible. Her hands couldn't help but tremble as they held the flashlight. Compared to dying here, it was undoubtedly more terrifying to be forced to reproduce with those monsters. Nellie didn't even want to go forward anymore. Still, there was only 60 bar of oxygen remaining in her cylinder. As a professional diver, Nellie knew that every second she delayed would reduce her chances of returning to the shore alive. Despite all that, she could not get herself to start moving. The thing in front of her had been waiting for her for a long time. When the monster flashed the flashlight at Nellie again, fear completely overtook her mind. With her reflexes taking over, she automatically turned around and fled before she even knew it. But the monster could clearly see that Nellie was attempting to make a run for it. A black shadow began to swim towards Nellie from the end of the tunnel, much faster than her speed. As the creature gracefully moved its flippers, the water around it would be automatically dispersed. Although it had come up behind Nellie, it did not immediately attack her. Instead, it kicked the water and passed Nellie. It then turned its head around and gave Nellie a creepy smile, almost causing the poor girl to suffer a cardiac arrest. When Nellie saw what the creature looked like, she almost screamed out loud. She then saw an arm stretching out from the rock next to the monster. It grabbed the monsters by the fin on its back and smashed its head against the rock. The massive impact stunned the ugly monster completely, especially after its head was smashed on the rock. The grim smile on its face was frozen in place. Due to water resistance, it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Instead, the attack only served to provoke its bloodthirst. Attempting to free itself, it kicked the rock with its legs and swung its claws behind it to attack its assailant. Zhang Heng, however, clearly moved faster. Seeing the monster in a confused state, he quickly jumped on its back. After that, he grabbed a sharp stone with his hand and stabbed the monster's eye, blinding one of its eyes immediately. And before the monster could react, Zhang Heng swiftly stabbed another eye. This final stab blinded the monster completely. The intense pain it experienced caused it to roll around. It started flailing wildly on its back, causing the two to hit the rock wall. Nellie was completely astounded by the sight before her eyes. She recognized that the person who saved her was Zhang Heng, but she did not know how he appeared here. Zhang Heng appearing here was even more surprising than seeing the monster. Nellie didn't sense anyone following her, not to mention the fact that Zhang Heng had tried to dissuade her from going after the beam. Nellie also knew that it wasn't the time to dwell on such questions. Now, although Zhang Heng had blinded the monster as soon as he showed up, he got into some trouble after that. If Zhang Heng, who had just obtained LV.3 assassin skill, had fought this monster on land, he would have trounced it. However, he was now fighting with it underwater and weaponless at that. His every move was tremendously slow compared to on land, and spontaneously grabbing weapons around him to damage a monster covered in scales and thick skin would prove more than daunting. Fortunately, Nellie, who was beside him, had also noticed this problem. So, she immediately tossed her diving knife to Zhang Heng. The knife Nellie carried wasn't meant to be used for underwater fighting, but to deal with tangled seaweed, nets, or ropes. Little did she expect that it would come in handy in such a critical situation. Zhang Heng decided he wouldn't dismount the monster's back because it wasn't currently in a frenzied state. If he came down from its back right now, there was a high probability the monster would injure him. So, while distracting the struggling monster beneath him, leading it to the wall, he caught the knife thrown by Nellie. Before the monster could hit the stone wall again, Zhang Heng stabbed its heart with the knife. The razor-sharp stainless steel blade proved more lethal than the stones, piercing the monster's skin with relative ease. The monster then struggled for a while before spurts of its blood dyed the surrounding waters red. Soon, the monster gradually struggled less, and in the end, stopped moving completely. Chapter 909. Thrones. Zhang Heng got rid of human frogfish monster with the knife. After that, he checked his diving equipment, especially the oxygen cylinder, and confirmed that it was not damaged when the monster threw him around earlier. After all these were completed, Zhang Heng gestured to Nellie and asked if she was fine. Nellie was a little confused, but she could not ask all those questions underwater. However, she did feel good to meet her partner again. If it were not for Zhang Heng's interference, Nellie believed she would have died or ended up like one of those pearl divers where they were snatched by those hideous and terrifying monsters. Unfortunately, this was not the time for her to feel relieved or express her gratitude to Zhang Heng. Nellie had consumed a lot of oxygen when she attempted to open up the crack on the rock wall with her hands. She also figured that Zhang Heng too must have used up a considerable amount of oxygen during the fight with the monster earlier. The two were still trapped in the tunnel, and if they failed to return to the surface before they exhausted all the oxygen in the cylinder, they would die here with all those terrifying wall carvings around them. Nellie had initially thought that Zhang Heng would develop a gentlemanly demeanor, that he'd take the initiative to find a way out for them. To her surprise, however, Zhang Heng gestured to her to go first. It seemed he intended to continue hiding behind her. It explained why he followed behind her earlier and refused to show up. Clearly, he was using her as bait. But Nellie wasn't stupid. She quickly realized why Zhang Heng did such a thing to her. She had seen the human fish-frog monster swim faster than the Olympic champion. If it weren't for the sneak attack just now, and even if Zhang Heng could hurt that monster, he couldn't stop it from escaping, let alone kill it. Though Nellie managed to find out the truth, she still couldn't get rid of the fear ravaging her mind apart. She has been an avid diver for so many years, and she had encountered her fair share of strange underwater creatures. However, this was her first time encountering a real monster under the sea, a part fish, part human monster. Whenever she thought of the creepy smile the monster flashed her, Nellie could not help but shudder. What she saw and heard during this dive had completely subverted her common sense and cognition. Part of the reason why Nellie chose to be a diving guide was her father's influence. The other was her passion for diving and the underwater world. There were many hidden beauties under the sea, waiting to be unfurled by divers. To Nellie, every dive was a new sweet encounter. Those were Nellie's thoughts about the ocean before she encountered this human frogfish monster. Now, she had witnessed firsthand the horrors hidden in the calmness of the ocean. As long as she remembered that monsters still lurked at the bottom of the sea, she was unsure if she could muster enough courage to go into the sea again. As of now, she could not afford to think of such a thing. All she had to do right now was to move forward and find a way out. Fortunately, she now knew that Zhang Heng was behind her and that he would rescue her whenever she was in a crisis. Unconsciously, it gave her a touch of comfort. When she saw how calm Zhang Heng was, the courage in her heart was reiterated. Nellie could not figure out how Zhang Heng did not feel afraid when he fought with the monster. Considering that Zhang Heng almost had zero diving experience, most people would have allowed fear to petrify their bodies. It was great that Zhang Heng did not run away. Nellie completely did not expect Zhang Heng to stand up against the monster, and that he showed no hesitation when he attacked it with only a stone that he picked. Nellie could not help but wonder about Zhang Heng's identity. Was he a soldier or policeman? Or was he a frogman who received special underwater training? He certainly didn't look like a military man. In fact, when she took a good look at him, Nellie found she couldn't figure out what temperament Zhang Heng possessed. He was like a drop of water that could blend into the sea anytime, anywhere. Other than that, Nellie also wanted to apologize for her previous misunderstanding of Zhang Heng. At that time, all she wanted to do was to save Han Lu, and she believed he had stopped her out of selfishness. She now realized that Zhang Heng's motive was pure and simple. He was simply trying to remind her of the threats she was about to face. Nellie regretted not listening to Zhang Heng's advice. If she did that, she wouldn't have exposed herself to unnecessary danger. Those thoughts ran through Nellie's mind as she swam ahead. Considering how little oxygen remained in the cylinder, she neither swam fast nor slow. Nellie's anxiousness crept up again when the dive computer reminded her that the depth was increasing. Fortunately, when she reached about 45 meters deep, she felt that she was swimming upward in the tunnel, which also meant that they had finally stopped diving deeper into the ocean. At this point, Nellie knew that she could not turn around anymore. Even if the crack opened up miraculously, she probably wouldn't make it to the surface before she exhausted all the oxygen in the cylinder. Hence, she could only hope that there was another way to go back to the surface at the end of the tunnel. Compared with Nellie's anxiety, Zhang Heng, who followed behind, was much calmer. Looking at the wall carvings, these half-human, half-fish frog creatures would abduct ordinary people to reproduce with them from time to time. Since the people they abducted could not stay underwater as long as they could, they would have definitely found a secret place to store them. Since these creatures were targeting him, it was obvious that they were using Han Lu to threaten him. If they wanted to do that, they had to keep Han Lu alive. That was also the reason why Zhang Heng deduced that the end of the tunnel was not a dead end. And he was right about that. The two swam a little further when Nellie suddenly realized that her vision had widened suddenly. At the same time, the red tide gradually disappeared. When Nellie glanced at her surroundings, she realized that she was in a building. It was a magnificent underwater palace. Unlike the ruins that they had come across before this palace was man-made at first glance. The ancient stone pillars were supporting the dome of the palace. Those stone pillars were so big that they required at least 3 to 4 people to circle them. They were at least 20 meters tall, and there were dozens of them around the palace. Other than that, the top of the palace was occupied by a giant stone carving. It was different from the easy-to-understand wall carvings that she saw earlier. The carvings on this stone were more obscure and incomprehensible. It looked like an interstellar map or just some unintelligible graffiti. The frantic drawings seemed like they were going to break the stone wall. Nellie stared at it for a while, and she felt dizzy. So, she had to withdraw her gaze quickly. After that, she laid her eyes on the 2 thrones behind the hall. They were made of some kind of gold-like metal, still shining bright after thousands of years. Since they were as big as the stone pillars, Nellie knew that they were not meant for humans. Then, Nellie remembered the leader of those human frogfish monsters that she saw on the previous wall carvings. These 2 thrones were meant for them. Chapter 9:10, Memory Fragments. Those human frogfish monsters were scary enough. But compared with the other two monsters on the wall, they were probably as cute as a Mickey Mouse mascot taking photos with tourists in Disneyland. Nellie couldn't acquire an intuitive understanding when she looked at the wall carvings. Now that she saw the two thrones, she finally gained a better understanding of the size of the creatures that were supposed to sit on the thrones. Even on the vast seabed, they could definitely be considered giants. Nellie felt like a mouse breaking into a cattery. Fortunately, the owner of the cattery was not home today. Hoping that they would never come back, she even started to worry about Yonaguni Island. Considering that evil of such magnitude lurked beneath the island, it was a miracle that Yonaguni Island remained unharmed for so many years. But seeing these two thrones was not without good news. Nellie had been worrying about whether there was an exit at the other end of the tunnel, and she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was because no matter how wide the crack expanded, the giant creatures would never be able to fit through the entrance or the exit. So there had to be another exit here. Nellie quickly looked around with her flashlight, and she soon found that exit. Located on the right side of the throne, it happened to be blocked by two stone pillars. Since those pillars were so massive, they could only be found if someone paid close attention to them. It was a big black hole, enough for an adult sperm whale to swim through. When Nellie stood close to it, she could feel the ocean current. In other words, it must be connected to the outside world. Nellie's eyes lit up immediately when she saw it. The compressed air in her cylinder was running low, with only less than 30 bar left. She would never see the sun tomorrow if she failed to find an exit. Before she entered the cave, Nellie looked behind to make sure that no one was in the hall. Zhang Heng, too, had also swum out of his hiding spot. However, she did not feel too good about the current circumstance. Looking at the magnificence of this underwater palace and based on his previous understanding of those monsters, Zhang Heng didn't think that this place could only have one guard. That being said, they never encountered a second monster while they were on their way out. Either they were lucky enough to come when those monsters were out hunting, or those monsters were hiding at the end of the exit, waiting to ambush them. Of course, Zhang Heng hoped the former conjecture was what really happened. He did, however, prepare for the latter situation as well, having already taken out Betty's shell from his pocket. This was the second game item he had brought with him other than the filter lens. Unlike the filter lens, Betty's shell was designed to be used underwater. This game item originated from a certain Celtic ancient god in the Black Sail quest. It would consume the user's anger and summon a storm at sea for 15 minutes. The power of the storm was directly connected to how angry the user was. Actually, this game item had become more and more useless to Zhang Heng. It was because his feelings were gradually disappearing. Whether anger or joy, not much of it was left in him. Even the empathy he possessed before was slowly leaving him as well. In the recent quest he completed, Zhang Heng no longer carried the shell with him. This game item was simply an object representing one of his life's milestones, and he had also had it for more than 10 years. Hence, Zhang Heng did not want to sell it for money, hoping that he could make a final use of it this time. Besides, he had also noticed the two thrones, which gave him a strong sensation of déjà vu. This time, some memory fragments even permeated Zhang Heng's mind. It seemed this wasn't the first time he had been here, standing in this palace. And during that time, the king and queen did not sit on the thrones. Instead, they were crawling at his feet, almost as though they were his most devout believers. The human frogfish monsters, on the other hand, couldn't even get close to this hall. Just looking up at the great figure in the center of the hall would plunge them into eternal madness and frenzy. This was a strange feeling, especially when Zhang Heng found that he was looking down from a higher-up spot. In order not to ruin the palace, he had to lower crouch on his back. From his perspective, the king and the queen looked like a pair of toddlers that had just learned how to walk. Zhang Heng deliberately looked at the queen a few more times because the latter gave him a stronger sense of familiarity, as if he had met her before. This sense of familiarity did not come from the memory fragments, but it came from Zhang Heng himself. Before he could delve deeper into the memory, Nellie's gestures snapped him back to the reality. Zhang Heng nodded, knowing that there was very little oxygen left in his and Nellie's cylinders. They had to give it a go no matter what lay in front of them. So next, Nellie went first, and Zhang Heng followed behind her. They then dived into the big hole in the wall that symbolized their last hope. Unlike the narrow tunnel, this tunnel behind the cave was spacious enough. The numbers counting the depth of their location on the dive computer were also rising steadily. After the previous traumatizing moment, their luck seemed to be improving. The hope of getting out of trouble was right in front of them. Nellie could not help but start to speed up, and the blurry light above their heads became clearer and clearer. After swimming up for a certain distance, the dive computer showed that they were only 12 meters from the surface. Nellie went around a huge coral reef and found the missing Han Lu. Han Lu wasn't looking too good. Appeared to be entangled in a discarded fishing net. She couldn't seem to get rid of it with her own strength. Fortunately for her, her breathing equipment still worked as intended. Just like the other two, she was still alive. Upon seeing this, Nellie hurriedly swam to Han Lu's position. She looked at Han Lu's residual pressure value first, and she found out that there was only less than 5 bar left. In other words, if they had come a few minutes later, Han Lu might have suffocated to death. So Nellie gestured to comfort Han Lu, and at the same time, began to help the latter untangle the fishing net. However, when she swam to Han Lu's side, the latter panicked even more and started to struggle desperately. At the same time, she kept tapping Nellie on the shoulder as if she wanted her to turn around. Nellie turned her head around with some hesitation. Although the oval tunnel exit looked pitted, like a honeycomb, nothing was out of the ordinary. It was quiet and within reach. Nellie knew that as long as she swam for another 12 meters, they would be able to get out of trouble and see the sunlight again. But the next moment, cruel reality shattered all her beautiful fantasies. A large number of black shadows charged out of the beehive-like tunnel, like worker bees leaving the hive. There were so many of them that they blocked the sunlight from reaching her, plunging her world into darkness again. Chapter 9:11. Critical moment. Nellie was completely terrified. She had never seen such a horrible sight in her life. It was like a school of sharks that had detected blood around them. Those black figures emerged from the caves where they lived. There were so many of these monsters that they completely surrounded Nellie, Han Lu, and Zhang Heng. They stretched their hideous scaly bodies and swam freely in the sea. Nellie's heart sank, and she was hit by despair immediately. She could not imagine how the three of them could survive a situation like this. Earlier, Zhang Heng had almost used up all of his strength to deal with one of them. And now there were at least hundreds of them swimming on top of them right now. They could easily tear them into pieces. Unlike sharks, these monsters thought and behaved like humans. No, it should be said that these monsters were more cunning than humans. They knew how to use Han Lu as bait to lure Zhang Heng and Nellie into this desperate situation step by step. Nellie's calf was trembling, but when she looked back subconsciously, she saw that Zhang Heng was swimming towards her instead of fleeing. Zhang Heng did not stop as he passed the two women, throwing the diving knife back to Nellie. It seemed he wanted her to continue cutting off the fishing net that entangled Han Lu. While facing this amount of enemies, the diving knife would not make a difference. After that, Zhang Heng continued to swim towards the terrifying sea of monsters above him. To Nellie, what Zhang Heng just did was no different from killing himself. The moment he moved, hundreds of monsters above him were trigged into a frenzied state. They huddled and gathered into a tornado-like school and charged towards Zhang Heng. The leader of the human frogfish monsters flew like a black arrow toward Zhang Heng's chest. However, Zhang Heng's expression remained unchanged, as cold as the reef in the sea. Although Zhang Heng and the monsters were approaching each other, the difference in speed between the two of them was just too great. These monsters were born to live in the sea. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, swam no faster than a turtle in his diving suit. At first glance, Zhang Heng seemed to be the one preyed on right now. Nellie could not bear to look at Zhang Heng anymore. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Heng and the leader were less than 2 meters apart, and he could see the wrinkles on the enemy's face. Under the tremendous pressure, Zhang Heng's courage was shaken, and he thought of turning around and escape. This was not a wise choice in Nellie's eyes. Due to the difference in speed between the two parties, Zhang Heng might not even be able to swim for half a meter. The very next second, however, Nellie thought that she must be hallucinating. She actually saw a pair of huge wings spread out behind Zhang Heng's back. Nellie initially thought that the pair of wings would tear through Zhang Heng's diving suit, but upon closer inspection, she realized that the wings behind him were just a shadow. At this point, Nellie had gotten a little numb. In the past 20 minutes, she had witnessed too many things that defied common sense. She did not know which party shocked her more now. Was it the human frogfish monsters, or Zhang Heng with a pair of shadowy wings that appeared behind him suddenly? The human frogfish monsters were about to land their claws on Zhang Heng, but none of them expected that he would suddenly accelerate with his shadow wings. This was Zhang Heng's trump card, saving his life during a critical moment like this. It could be used without the help of any game items. It was almost equivalent to a supernatural ability. In the past, Zhang Heng had used these to soar in the sky. Since the shadow wings were not made of feathers, their unique texture made them 100% effective underwater. After Zhang Heng sped up, he managed to draw a short distance from the monsters again. So far, the entire thing turned out just as Zhang Heng expected. Just like the gloomy seaside town, those monsters were all targeting him. Whether they were trying to kidnap Han Lu or confuse Nellie, their ultimate goal was to force Zhang Heng to show up. And once he showed up, they would immediately shift their attention to him. None of them paid attention to Nellie and Han Lu on the side, as if they were two pieces of ordinary rocks. As of now, Zhang Heng was trying to draw as many as those monsters to one side. By doing that, he hoped to clear up the sea area above Nellie and Han Lu's head. After he did that, Zhang Heng turned his body, drew an arc in the water, and returned to Nellie's and Han Lu's side. Nellie had been paying attention to Zhang Heng's situation. However, she did not forget what she was supposed to do. She grabbed the knife that Zhang Heng had thrown at her and cut the fishing net that entangled Han Lu. Not long after she cut the fishing net, she was picked up by Zhang Heng. At the same time, Zhang Heng also picked up Han Lu on the other side. He held the two women with both of his hands. Zhang Heng now looked like he had just bought large bags of items from a supermarket. After that, he rushed to the surface before the monsters reacted. The three of them were now at a depth of about 12 meters. Strictly speaking, they were supposed to make a final stop at a shallower spot before they got out of the sea. Fortunately, Zhang Heng and Nellie did not swim up too fast earlier, and Han Lu, being used as bait, had stayed at the same spot for quite a long time. Although there was still a risk of suffering from diving sickness since they ascended so rapidly, it was not life-threatening. As compared with being caught by the monsters, getting of diving sickness was all well worth the risk. Nellie's dive computer's alarm beeped wildly, but the three of them did not have the time to be bothered by it. Nellie's attention was completely on the monsters behind her. Initially, Zhang Heng, who spread his wings, could swim faster than them. Now that he was holding two people in his hands, however, his speed had naturally slowed down. Hence, the monsters were now getting closer to them once again. In order to lessen Zhang Heng's burden, Nellie and Han Lu inflated their BCD, buoyancy adjustment device. And Zhang Heng, on the other side, was also calculating in his mind how long his shadow wings could last. Fortunately, his shadow wings should last long enough to support the three of them out of the water. Looking at the exit of this tunnel, Zhang Heng saw some reefs around the area. As long as they could get to the reef, the three of them would no longer need to rely on their gas cylinders. Other than that, once those monsters left the sea, their agility would be greatly reduced. That was when Zhang Heng would be able to deal with them easily. Chapter 9:12. Falling. Nellie had been watching her back nervously. The monsters were closing up to them at an ungodly speed. On the other side, however, the three of them were getting closer and closer to the sea above their heads. For the last part of their escape route, both sides were charging at each other at full speed. Nellie saw those human frogfish monsters pouring in from all directions as they were going to drown them. But the next moment, she realized that she was out of the water and was looking at the sun again. Nellie had never thought that the sun she saw every day could look so adorable. When the sunlight fell on her skin, the warmth felt like something she never felt before. The three of them had now left the sea. Just when Nellie thought that they were out of danger, an exceptionally strong black shadow suddenly leaped out of the water. It used its companion's back as a launching pad, allowing it to jump higher in the water, managing to grab Zhang Heng's ankle. Zhang Heng's shadow wings could only afford to carry 2 people. Fortunately, Nellie and Han Lu were ladies and were rather lightweight ones at that. They were, however, lugging around a complete set of diving equipment with them. The moment Zhang Heng left the water, he could feel himself getting gradually harder to fly. His flying speed dropped again, but he was still ascending steadily. However, when the monster grabbed onto his body, Zhang Heng's shadow wings could no longer support the weight. The three of them soon began to fall back to the surface. Even at this moment, Zhang Heng still maintained absolute calmness. Immediately, he gauged the distance between the nearest reef and himself. Zhang Heng then swung Nellie and Han Lu to the nearest reef. After the two landed, the burden on the shadow wings was lifted. But before Zhang Heng could fly higher, more and more shadows sprang out from the water, grabbing onto the first monster holding Zhang Heng's leg. After that, Nellie and Han Lu saw a scene that they would never forget. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 monsters hanging on Zhang Heng's body, and at the same time, more monsters were jumping out of the sea. The worst part was that Zhang Heng's shadow wings had reached 10 seconds of usage, and before he knew it, it suddenly disappeared without any warning. Just like that, Zhang Heng fell into the sea again, like a drop of water falling into a pan of hot oil. Those human frogfish monsters went into frenzy mode the moment Zhang Heng dropped into the ocean. Surrounding him quickly, they dragged him all the way down the huge undersea tunnel. It was as if he was entering the gates of hell. Han Lu, who witnessed the scene, was about to jump back into the sea again to find Zhang Heng. However, she was stopped by Nellie immediately. "Are you crazy? Your cylinder is running out of oxygen. For the sake of saving us, those monsters got to him and dragged him back into the ocean," Han Lu said. If he were alone, he would have easily escaped this place even if he couldn't beat them. As she spoke, Han Lu turned around and looked at Nellie. "Let me use your tank," she asked. "I don't have much oxygen left as well. You need to calm down. We can't help him if we return to the water in our current state." There was one more thing Nellie failed to mention. There wasn't much air left in Zhang Heng's tank either. Even if he managed to survive those monsters' attacks, the probability of him surviving after being dragged to the bottom of the sea was close to 0. All she could do now was to persuade Han Lu not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, all the previous sacrifices Zhang Heng had made would go to waste. Fortunately, Han Lu was not the kind of woman who would kill herself just to be with the person she loved, unlike how most romantic TV series depicted a woman. The reason why she wanted to go back into the ocean was her instinctive reaction after witnessing Zhang Heng getting dragged into the water by those monsters. After Nellie attempted to persuade her, she managed to calm down again. She knew that Nellie was right. In their current state, even if they entered the water again, there was nothing they could do to help Zhang Heng. Instead, she would risk getting killed by those monsters. As of now, Zhang Heng had saved Han Lu twice. Hence, she didn't mind sacrificing her life to save Zhang Heng. However, if she were about to risk her life only to achieve nothing, it would be meaningless. She realized that she had to stay alive to figure a way to rescue Zhang Heng. Unlike Nellie, Han Lu had actually thought about their gas tank problem. Thanks to the death dream incident, she had a chance to pry into the world Zhang Heng lived in. Thus, she still had some hope left. Although Han Lu also knew that the tiny flame of hope she held on to was more of a way to comfort herself, she was still willing to do her best to keep it alive. Han Lu asked Nellie beside her, "I heard that there are troops stationed on Yonaguni Island, right?" Nellie was taken aback. "Yes. There is a self-defense force base, but very few personnel are there right now. Do you want them to help us find Zhang Heng?" Speaking of that, Nellie seemed to think of something else. She then took out her camera. "Although I couldn't take pictures of the monsters below, I did take some pictures of the wall carvings earlier. We may be able to convince the personnel at the base with them." Han Lu looked at the underwater tunnel again. At this moment, it looked extremely calm, and she did not spot any monsters, as if everything she had just gone through was a hallucination. And Han Lu was expecting Zhang Heng to return from the bottom of the sea, but that never happened. After that, Han Lu withdrew her gaze desperately and said, "It's not too late. Let's go now." Han Lu and Nellie used the direction they got from the dive computer to look for the boat they took to come to this diving spot. The captain had used his mobile phone to Google the magical phenomenon where the sea turned red suddenly. He immediately greeted Han Lu and Nellie when he saw them. "I'm glad that you guys are fine. I am worried that the red tide would affect your diving experience." The captain suddenly stopped and asked, "I thought there were 3 of you? Where's the boy with the Tokyo accent?" "We have encountered some terrible things," Nellie said. "We need to head back to the island now and find someone to help him." "Roger that." From how they were reacting, the captain could see that the situation was dire. So he quickly put away his smiling face and said solemnly, "It's good to have one more person help the 2 of you. Do not hesitate to ask for my help. I can mobilize the people from the Fisheries Association. As long as everyone work together, we can overcome all kinds of difficulties." A wry smile appeared on Nellie's face. "I am afraid that ordinary people can't handle this matter. Anyway, let us go back to the island first." Whenever Nellie thought of the monsters she saw earlier, she did not want to stay at sea any longer. After that, she looked at Han Lu again, who was sitting in the stern at the moment, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 9:13. Discussions. Han Lu and Nellie did not stop and rest after returning to the shore, running all the way to the Self-Defense Forces base. They rejected the captain's proposal to ask the Fisheries Association for help, and they did not seek help from the police station. This was because there was no one could deal with those things underwater except the army. When it came to this matter, Nellie felt more nervous than Han Lu. Other than the fact that Zhang Heng had rescued her earlier, she could not imagine the island she lived in would be surrounded by a larger group of monsters. Yonaguni Island was sparsely populated. Most of them were civilians with very little combat experience. Nellie had not forgotten the wall carvings that she saw earlier, where the monsters would ambush the human towns. Yonaguni Island was her hometown, where her friends and relatives lived. She had to protect it at all costs. Nellie and Han Lu finally arrived at the gate of the military base. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate immediately raised their rifles and sounded a stern warning. "This is a restricted military zone. No entry is allowed without permission." When they saw that Han Lu was a tourist, they repeated their warning in English. Nellie raised her hands, showing that she carried no weapons, saying at the same time, "We have urgent matters to discuss with the person in charge here." After listening to her request, however, 2 soldiers appeared indifferent. Instead, they simply repeated, "This is a restricted military zone. You have to obtain permission to enter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will have to ask you to leave. Please, this is probably a major event that has to do with the very survival of Yonaguni Island." Nellie pleaded anxiously. Yet, the 2 soldiers pretended that they did not hear her, and at the same time, raised their rifles a little higher. "Do you know anyone in here? Maybe we can ask him to take us in," Han Lu asked. She could see that it was almost impossible for them to enter the military base. Nellie shook her head. "These soldiers are not from this island. Other than military exercises and training, they hardly leave this base. Normally, we don't socialize with them." But what? "The people from the Fisheries Association are connected with them, regularly delivering seafood to the base." "You are right. The person in charge of the seafood delivery may know someone in the base," Nellie replied. "We should try to talk to them." Nellie then contacted the man who captained the boat earlier. About a quarter of an hour later, a rather accomplished man in his 40s in military uniform walked out of the base. "Are you looking for me? Are you the person in charge?" Nellie asked with expectation. "No, I'm just a naval chief. I am mainly responsible for the external procurement of the base," the man said while walking out of the gate. The soldiers on both sides then saluted him with their guns. "Can you take us to see the person in charge here? Let's talk about what you are doing here first." The naval chief did not agree to help them, but neither did he refuse them as well. "Well, I know it sounds crazy, but we were diving towards the underwater ruins earlier, and the sea suddenly turned red. After that, we encountered the ocean current. When the current was gone, one of our companions disappeared. She is Ms. Han Lu. To look for her, we entered an underwater palace. You both? The naval chief raised his eyebrows. Oh yes. There were initially 3 of us. I was the diving guide of the diving club on the island, and the other 2 were tourists who came to visit this island, Nellie explained. Well, go on. I don't know how to describe the scene I saw afterward. A monster that looked like the combination of a man and a fish attacked me. However, one of our companions managed to kill it. After that, we continued to swim ahead, and we found the missing Ms. Han Lu. However, we also encountered more monsters. I could see there were at least hundreds of them. I don't know their exact numbers. To save us, one of our companions was dragged to the bottom of the sea by those monsters. And now we don't know if he is still alive. Nellie's voice started to tremble at the end. So, you were saying that you people were attacked by a group of mermaids? No. They weren't mermaids. With those hideous looks, they have nothing to do with mermaids. And I'm not talking about fairy tales. They are real. I saw it with my own eyes. I was too scared at the time, and I didn't take a picture of them. But I did take a picture of some wall carvings at the entrance. Nellie passed the camera to the naval chief while talking. The naval chief took it and studied it for a while. However, he did not comment on it. Instead, he asked, "Have you shown these photos to anyone else?" "No. We came here as soon as we arrived at the shore," Nellie admitted. "Sir, please trust us. We know the consequences of lying about such things." Upon hearing that, the naval chief remained speechless for a while. He seemed to be thinking about everything Nellie had just told him. After a while, he nodded. "Well, this is the base of the self-defense forces. It is indeed true that you are not allowed to enter the base without permission. For the sake of Tanaka, the chairman of the Fisheries Association, I will let my superiors know about this. But I can't guarantee that he will believe you. I will show him the pictures that you took as well. The photos should make your story a little bit more convincing. Thank you for doing us a favor. This is about the survival of Yanaguni Island. I hope you can persuade your superiors to take this matter seriously." Nellie bowed with tears. While the naval chief turned around and walked back to the military base with the camera, Han Lu asked Nellie again in English. "What did he say?" The naval chief said that he would tell his superiors about it. "If we can make the self-defense forces take action, we might be able to kill all those monsters." Nellie did not tell them about rescuing Zhang Hong, because 2 hours had passed since they came out of the sea. Zhang Heng's hope of returning was too slim. However, as long as the self-defense forces were willing to take action, they could kill those monsters and avenge Zhang Hong. At the same time, they could also save the residents on Yanaguni Island. When Han Lu heard what she said, there was no joy on her face. Instead, she said, "Something is not right. Did he just take away your camera?" "Yes." The naval chief said that he would show the photos to his superior. "Those photos will prove what we had gone through was real. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing wrong with it." However, Han Lu didn't know why she felt anxious, especially when she saw the naval chief. She even began to wonder if coming to the self-defense forces for help was the right decision. That being said, since she was now in a foreign country, she did not have too many options to choose from. Chapter 9:14. Hallucination. The two waited for about half an hour, after which the gate of the military base opened again. The naval chief walked out, and Nellie immediately greeted him. She came with huge expectations, but the naval chief only disappointed her greatly with his reply. "I told your story to my superiors, but it was so absurd that he found it hard to believe. What about the photo? Did you show him the photos?" "Of course," the naval chief nodded. "Those were shocking photos, but they only prove that the underwater ruins near Yanaguni Island are real. And this is something that the archaeological community should be worrying about. We also don't know if these photos are fake or real." When Nellie heard the naval chief's reply, her heart sank. After that, she heard the chief continue. "Nevertheless, we have just queried the hotel, airport, diving shop, and the boat that took you back, and we learned that you did have a companion who failed to make it back with you. In the spirit of humanity, the self-defense forces has agreed to deploy some personnel to help you to search the nearby waters. Those words rekindled Nellie's hopes. How many of them? She asked. 2 patrol boats. Including me, there will be 25 members of the Naval Self-Defense Force. That's not enough? Nellie shook her head. With such a number, it will be impossible for us to defeat all those underwater monsters. Unfortunately, this is the maximum number of personnel we can deploy to conduct the search for your friend, the naval chief said. After a pause, he continued, we will bring some weapons. This is the most I can do for you within my authority. Nellie realized that this was as much help as they were ever going to get. Perhaps only after seeing the underwater palace, these self-defense forces soldiers would change their minds. Just when Nellie was about to express her gratitude to the naval chief, she suddenly heard Han Lu asking in English, "Where's the camera?" "It's with the man behind me. I will return the camera to you after we get on the boat." Without waiting for Nellie's translation, the naval chief replied in English and looked at Han Lu. Any other questions? Although Han Lu still felt something amiss, she could only shake her head. Perhaps, as Nellie had said, those soldiers would start believing them after seeing the undersea tunnel and the monsters. Saving lives is like fighting a fire. Let's depart now, the naval chief said. They arrived at the Navy's dedicated pier and were greeted by the endless expanse of the sea. Nellie could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After the traumatizing event she had endured, she was never the same anymore. She found it hard to love the sea anymore. She even had to shake her head vigorously to drive the fear out of her mind. The 2 self-defense forces patrol boats, filled with soldiers, were on the ready. Other than the regular Navy sailors, some frogmen with diving equipment were sitting in the patrol boats. Nellie was relieved when she saw their determined faces. The chief led the 2 of them onto one of the patrol boats and arranged for them to sit in the cockpit to lead the way. Han Lu then asked again, "Can you return the camera to us now?" "Of course," the naval chief replied. He then made a gesture, asking a soldier to get Nellie's underwater camera and return it. However, Han Lu's expression changed soon after she took the camera. "Where's the SD card?" "We took the SD card. As I said before, we need to verify the authenticity of the photos," the chief attempted to explain. "We will return the card to you after we complete our verification. If you need it, I can return it to you first, but it will be a blank card. Why not copy the photos to your computer and return the card to us?" Han Lu asked. The naval chief heard what she said and glared at her. However, he did not answer her question. In the end, Nellie stepped up to calm everyone down. "It's okay. Anyway, the self-defense forces have sent someone to take care of the situation. We can take the card back later. We all have the same goal here, which is to solve this crisis as soon as possible." Han Lu glared at the soldiers outside the cockpit who were armed to the teeth and said nothing. The speedboat hurriedly arrived at the diving spot in question. After that, Nellie and Han Lu also found the reef where Zhang Heng dropped them. Before the frogmen dived, they could already see that there was no underwater tunnel. In fact, there is basically a reef beach. Other than the reefs exposed out of the water, the seabed was filled with reefs. Let's not talk about a sperm whale entering and exiting the tunnel. From what they saw, even a dolphin would be stuck in it. Nellie's eyes widened. How is this possible? We obviously escaped from here in the afternoon. Are you sure you remember correctly? The naval chief asked. Yes, I remember that rock. It looks like a saddle, and the rock next to it looks like an onion, Nellie insisted. It's here, Han Lu confirmed in English. I will never forget this place. But where is that underwater palace you were talking about? The naval chief quizzed. We should be able to see it after passing through that huge undersea tunnel. And underneath of it is that mysterious and terrifying undersea palace. When Nellie thought about what happened earlier, she could not help but shiver. The naval chief shook his head. When you first told me that story, I honestly didn't believe it. Let's not even start with the strange things you told me. We should talk about the underwater tunnel and the palace you mentioned. You are a diving guide here. You should know that this area has always been a trendy diving spot. We welcome a lot of divers here during the peak season. If there is really an underwater tunnel and palace, don't you think someone would have found it by now? About that, Nellie was taken aback. She had to admit that what the chief just said made perfect sense. But she did indeed escape from here just a few hours ago. Now, it seemed as though she had been hallucinating all along. Could the red tide have affected her? But she could not explain how she shared the same hallucination with Han Lu. And where did Zhang Heng go after that? Was that part of her hallucination as well? Nellie looked around blankly. She could not tell which part of it was reality or hallucination. The naval chief was very patient. He then said in English, "The reason why I still brought my men here, although I knew you were lying, was that I found out that your companion is missing. But if you keep telling me about monsters or undersea palaces, believe me, it won't help you find your companion." He looked into Nellie's eyes. "I really want to help you, but first, you have to tell me what happened underwater." Nellie opened her mouth, but she could not say a word. Chapter 9:15. Rescue. The cockpit fell into a strange silence. Just when Nellie began to question whether everything that she saw before was fake, Han Lu spoke. "Sorry, my companion disappeared when he went diving. We were worried that we would not convince the self-defense forces to save him if we said that it was just a simple accident. That's why we fabricated such a bizarre story. I hope it can attract your attention. The photos were forged by a friend very skilled at Photoshop. Now it makes sense." The naval chief nodded when he heard the words. "Although you lied to us, as I said, for humanitarian reasons, we are still willing to help you to look for your friend. Now, you can tell me, where did your companion go missing?" "Of course." Han Lu pointed the direction. The patrol boat then turned around and drove in the direction that Han Lu pointed. When they arrived there, several divers grabbed their diving equipment and dived into the sea. However, it was now sunset, and they still could not locate Zhang Heng. The naval chief said to Han Lu and Nellie, "It looks like we've had a fruitless search today. We will pay close attention to the nearby coastline. Maybe the tide will send your companion's body to the beach. By the way, how many days are you planning to stay on the island?" "I will stay until my visa expires," Han Lu said. "Okay. I will send someone to the hotel to notify you as soon as I have something new," the naval chief replied. After that, the patrol boat sent Han Lu and Nellie back to the island. Nellie then looked at Han Lu. There were a lot of things she wanted to ask, but she did not know where to begin. She hoped that Han Lu could take the initiative to explain to her what was going on with whatever she had told the naval chief. The self-defense forces were their best hope in finding Zhang Heng. However, Han Lu had pointed out a random spot to them. As for the photos that she took, Nellie finally came to a realization. If everything she saw was a hallucination, then there was no way she could explain the carvings she saw on the tunnel's wall. And now that those photos were in the hands of the self-defense forces, Nellie realized that the only evidence that could prove she wasn't lying was no longer with her. And now, she understood why Han Lu cared so much about those photos. Han Lu, however, never mentioned those photos again, and it puzzled Nellie. Nellie hoped that Han Lu could explain her actions, but instead of that, Han Lu said, "It's getting late. I'm going back to the hotel. You should go home too. Thank you for your help today." Those words took Nellie by surprise. "Just like that? What do you plan to do after this?" "As I said, I will stay here for a while and wait to see if there is anything new," Han Lu said. "Then, good luck. You can come to see me if you need any help. You know where to find me," Nellie said. In the end, she did not ask the questions that she wanted to ask. So, she went home like a worrywart. And Han Lu also turned around and walked back to the hotel. After returning to her room and closing the door, Han Lu immediately took out her mobile phone and found Shin Cici's contact information from her address book. Zhang Heng had introduced her during the death dream incident. Hence Han Lu could only contact her now because she was the only other person who knew about the dark world besides Zhang Heng. As for Fan Meinan, Han Lu did spend a few days with her, but she did not leave any contact information. Shin Cici was the only person Han Lu could count on right now. Fortunately, not long after she dialed the number, Shin Cici picked up the call. Han Lu could hear Shin Cici's voice on the other end. "Hello?" Han Lu quickly drew the curtains, walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and made sure a third person couldn't hear her voice. Only then did she tell Shin Cici everything that had happened on the island. Shin Sisi listened to Han Lu without the slightest interruption. She could, however, hear Shin Sisi's breathing becoming more rapid. The latter seemed to be adjusting her emotions. After a while, she said, "It seems you have indeed encountered a supernatural event. And your suspicion is not unreasonable. The men from the self-defense forces on the island are probably siding with those monsters. I suggest you take the first flight tomorrow and leave there as soon as possible." "No, I need to look for Zhang Heng first." Han Lu paused in her tracks. "It doesn't matter if he is dead or alive. But from what you've told me, you are not safe. Let us deal with it. If you are still worried about Zhang Heng, you can wait for us to update you at Ishigaki Island," Shin Sisi persuaded. "If you know me, you know I never sit idle and wait for news." Han Lu said, "Embrace risk, control the risk, and benefit from the risk. This is my motto. I will not wait here quietly. You still need me to lead you guys to the underwater palace." Shin Sisi knew that Han Lu was telling the truth, hence she agreed. "In this case, you have to take care of your own safety at least before we arrive and stop contacting the self-defense forces. Be careful of other people on the island as well," Shin Sisi said. "We will be there as soon as possible." After hanging up the call, Han Lu sat in a daze by the bathtub. She had done everything she could, but she still could not accept the reality that Zhang Heng was dead. Looking at the water rushing from the tap, the scene where the three of them flew out from the sea replayed on Han Lu's mind. After which, Zhang Heng tossed her and Nellie onto the reef. In the end, Zhang Heng was dragged back to the sea by those monsters. Han Lu lost track of time. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking on her door. "Who is it?" Han Lu turned off the faucet, got up, walked out of the bathroom, and looked out on the peephole. The other side of the peephole, however, was completely dark, and she couldn't see a single thing. After that, Han Lu opened the door, and the lights were still turned on in the corridor. And there was no one standing outside her room. At the same time, Han Lu noticed that someone had stuck a band-aid on the peephole. This made Han Lu a little nervous. Although she had told Shin Sisi that she wanted to stay on the island until Zhang Heng was found, she would be alone before Shin Sisi and her allies arrived. Not only did she have to face the monsters at the bottom of the sea, but she also had to deal with the strangely behaving self-defense forces. Han Lu did not know who else she could trust on this island. This was why she was not willing to explain the whole thing to Nellie. Han Lu stayed in the hallway for less than half a minute and tore the band-aid off the peephole before returning to her room. This time she made sure the door was closed and bolted. Chapter 9:16. Knocking. After Han Lu locked the door, she stood behind the door for a while and looked out the peephole to observe the situation in the corridor. There was no one knocking on the door, and no one passed by her room. After that, she walked to the windows again, checking if they were tightly closed. She even read the English fire prevention instructions on the wall. Even though Yanaguni Island looked quiet at night, Han Lu could always feel a sense of anxiety in her heart for some reason. Nellie once told her that Yanaguni Island had always been very safe, and almost no crimes took place on this island. The island was so small that everyone knew each other. If someone committed a crime, the assailant would never be able to escape if the authorities set up a roadblock at the airport. Hence, this small island had always been the safest place in Japan. Han Lu comforted herself with such a thought. Although she discovered that the garrison on the island was likely connected to the monsters at sea, she believed they shouldn't be taking any drastic measures against her and Nellie for the time being after observing how they responded. So far, they had tried to eliminate evidence by taking her SD card and figuring out how to make the undersea tunnel disappear. This was also the reason why Han Lu deduced that she would still be safe for the time being. If the other party wanted to do something to her, they could have detained or killed her when she and Nellie walked out of the military base. Dealing with her afterward would be pointless. However, Han Lu was indeed a little restless tonight. In order to eliminate the anxiety, Han Lu turned on the TV and randomly picked a channel broadcasting a reality show. Although unable to understand the language, it did help relax Han Lu a little. The program deliberately set up obstacles for some young lovers to overcome, to which the host and celebrities would observe how the couple solved the obstacles. The young lovers would complain, and others would laugh at them. All this while, such reality shows received good ratings in Japan. However, Han Lu did not really like this kind of show. She had only watched it because there were a lot of people talking and laughing. Since she was all alone now, this was exactly what she needed. After a while, she wasn't paying attention to the show anymore. Staring blankly at the television, her mind drifted with other thoughts. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the front desk called her and told her that there might be heavy rain later in the evening and reminded her to close the doors and windows. Han Lu then thanked her. At about 10:30, she took a quick bath, mostly to wash away the salt on her skin and hair. From the time she finished diving until now, she hadn't had time to clean up. And she could not drag on any longer since she needed to sleep soon. Han Lu kept the door open when she took her shower. By doing that, movements outside her room would be audible to her. At 11:15, Han Lu finally finished her shower and dried her hair. After that, she got into bed. She hesitated for a while before finally deciding not to turn off the television. The reality show had ended, and the channel was now running a soap opera. Han Lu laid on her back on the bed, and she could hear the thunder rumbling outside. After a while, raindrops started to fall from the sky, knocking the window pane with a repetitive pitter-patter. Han Lu gradually felt a little sleepy after listening to the sound of rain and TV dramas. Overall, she had a terrible day. Whether underwater or onshore, she was exhausted. After falling asleep, Han Lu had a nightmare, dreaming that Zhang Heng was being eaten by those monsters. And she could not even find his corpse. Just when she was thinking about what she should tell Zhang Heng's parents about this tragedy, she was awakened by a soft knock on the door. Han Lu immediately sat up from the bed, not knowing whether the voice had come from reality or a dream. It took only less than half a minute for her question to be answered. She heard a knock on the door again. Han Lu came down from the bed, without slippers, and walked barefoot to the door. She tried her best to make as little noise as possible. After that, she leaned over the peephole and looked into it. Immediately, she felt a bitter chill run up her spine from the bottom of her feet. Just like the last time, she saw nothing through the peephole. It was pitch black outside. She knew the person that knocked on her door had to be the one that stuck something on the peephole. And this time, Han Lu felt that the person had ill intentions towards her. If it weren't for the storm, she would have considered jumping out of the window now. Han Lu then looked around to search for something that she could use as a weapon while retreating backward. However, she did not expect that the person outside her room would go ahead to unlock her door. After that, the person used a knife to open the latch on the side of the door. Han Lu was so scared that she started to scream. Upon hearing her scream, the uninvited guest outside her room barged in and covered her mouth. He then pulled off his poncho hat. It was Zhang Heng, the person that Han Lu thought was long gone. She could not believe her eyes. Although she always had a glimmer of hope that Zhang Heng might still be alive, she realized deep down inside that his chances of being alive would be comparable to a miracle. And now, the miracle that she hoped for had come true. Zhang Heng gestured Han Lu to stay quiet. He then walked around the room and found several coin-sized bugging devices. He then threw them into his room next door, closed the door, and dragged an unconscious man into Han Lu's room. "Who is this?" Han Lu asked. "Someone from the self-defense forces. He was the one who knocked on your door and covered your peephole," Zhang Heng explained. "Huh." Han Lu was taken aback when she heard Zhang Heng's explanation. She did not expect her deduction to be wrong. Aren't the people from the self-defense forces trying to conceal the existence of those monsters? Why are they attacking me? That was their plan previously, but now the circumstance had changed. After I got out from the underwater palace, they wanted to continue to use you to threaten me. Zhang Heng said. "How did you escape from the bottom of the sea?" Han Lu was puzzled. "We didn't manage to find you after we got back on the boat. Nellie said that your gas cylinder was probably emptied. We all thought that you were dead. It's a long story." Zhang Heng blinked. "We'd better leave this island first." Chapter 917. Deep Sea Terror. 10 hours ago, Zhang Heng's shadow wings disappeared, and there were still several monsters hanging on to his body. After that, he fell into the sea again under the influence of gravity. His presence had caused those monsters beneath him to go into a frenzied mode, as if they were waiting for the carnival to begin. The moment Zhang Heng dropped into the ocean, they started to rush at him like they had lost their minds. In less than half a second, Zhang Heng's vision was blocked. His arms, chest, back, and legs were covered by those monsters. Since the other monsters at the back arrived too late, they had no place to hang on. Hence, they could only grab onto their companions. In the end, Zhang Heng was completely wrapped in layers of monsters. Betty Shell wouldn't be much help in such a critical situation because the monsters were too close to him. The thing that surprised Zhang Heng the most was that the monsters did not immediately attack him after they pounced on him. On the contrary, they carefully put away their teeth and claws. It was as if they were afraid that they might hurt him accidentally. At the same time, they took him all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. He could not check on his dive computer because his vision was blocked, but he could feel that he was going deeper and deeper into the ocean. At the same time, Zhang Heng was doing a rough estimation of the remaining amount of compressed air in his diving cylinder. There were probably only a few bars of air left now. And this amount of air was enough for him to breathe for 2 more minutes at most. Even after he counted the time he could hold his breath, his circumstances weren't looking too good. Although Zhang Heng remained very calm, he had to admit that his chances of survival this time weren't great. After another minute and a half, his breathing had become a little laborious. At this time, even if the monsters let him go, there was not enough air left for him to swim back to the surface. But at this time, Zhang Heng had given up on struggling completely, and he was calm. He relaxed his body and allowed the monsters to take him to an unknown location. After about half a minute, he had finally stopped moving. At the same time, the monsters that surrounded him seemed to be reducing as well. When the monsters wandered away, Zhang Heng saw the familiar scene again. He is now back in the underwater palace again. But unlike when he came here just now, he was now leaning back against the dome in the center of the palace. Not far away were the 2 empty thrones, and behind him were the huge astrolabe-like stone carvings. The group of monsters that brought him here had now retreated to one side. All of them were looking at him from a spot that was lower than where he was. It seemed like they were afraid that Zhang Heng would escape. Hence, they were still surrounding him. Zhang Heng felt that they were overthinking because his dive computer was beeping frantically. The compressed air in his diving cylinder had been completely exhausted. In other words, Zhang Heng could not go anywhere. All he could do right now was to stay in this huge underwater palace and wait for his demise to befall him. The good news was that he was not going to die alone. There were a lot of monsters nearby him. The bad news was that he did not get to meet the real masters of the thrones at the final moment of his life. Zhang Heng suspected that at least one of them had something to do with his previous encounters in that hazy seaside town, but now, it did not matter anymore. Due to the lack of oxygen, Zhang Heng's consciousness began to fade out. He looked at the huge astrological map behind him and wondered if it was part of his hallucination before his death. Zhang Heng felt that the astrological map was slowly turning. He wanted to take a good look at it again, but his body did not allow him to do so. So, Zhang Heng used the last straw of his strength to remove the respirator from his mouth and closed his eyes. The next moment, Zhang Heng felt like he was back in his mother's womb. It was a feeling of unparalleled tranquility and security. He no longer needed to breathe through his nose and mouth. It seemed like there was an invisible expectation that connected him to the sea. The entire sea had turned into his placenta. Zhang Heng even started to think that the sea was where he came from, but not the land. The azure water wrapped around him gently. All of his pores were stretched out in the water. He had even forgotten how long the time had passed. Initially, Zhang Heng thought that this was his final hallucination before his brain went through hypoxia. It was said that all life on Earth was originated from the ocean, and human beings were no exception. When death arrived, the person's soul would return to the place where it all started. However, when Zhang Heng opened his eyes again, he realized that he had neither entered heaven nor hell. Instead, he was still staying in this underwater palace. The only change that he noticed was that the strong suffocation feeling caused by a lack of oxygen had disappeared, and it was replaced by the wonderful feeling of being able to breathe again. Zhang Heng hesitated and then took off the mask on his head, and his eyes did not feel any irritation or discomfort. Zhang Heng saw that the half-man and half-fish frog monsters nearby him were smiling when they saw him reopen his eyes. However, they had no intention to open a way for Zhang Heng. They still stood in a circle, enclosing Zhang Heng in the center. At the same time, the astrological map was still moving slowly, and Zhang Heng felt very different as compared to when he came to this water palace earlier. Zhang Heng, vaguely aware that the changes in his body were most likely connected to the astrological map that was rotating behind him. It stood to reason that this astrological map granted him the ability to breathe and move underwater. Zhang Heng thought that he should wait here until the astrological map completed its rotation. However, Zhang Heng sensed that there was an imminent threat getting closer to him. If he waited until the astrological map stopped rotating, the bad things that he anticipated would probably happen right after that. Hence, he made a decisive decision and decided to leave this underwater palace. He took out Betty's shell from his pocket. Earlier, he did not have a chance to use it, but now it finally came in handy for him. Soon the calm sea became violent, and Han Lu, that was staying in the hotel currently, was notified by the front desk, telling her that a storm might hit the island tonight. The staff asked her to close all the doors and windows tightly. Betty's shell would consume the user's anger and create a storm at sea. However, no matter how powerful a storm was, the destructive power would reduce gradually at the deeper part of the sea until it disappeared completely. However, Zhang Heng realized that he did not need to provide too much anger to his Betty shell when he triggered its effect, and its area of effect had expanded from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Zhang Heng could even direct the ocean currents to sweep away a couple of the monsters nearby him, and there was an opening that appeared around the encirclement. Zhang Heng seized the opportunity and quickly left the siege through the gap with the help of the underwater current. Chapter 9:18. Breaking out. When the monsters saw that Zhang Heng was about to leave the dome, they became very anxious all of a sudden, quickly going after him to bring him back. However, Zhang Heng was now different from when they dragged him into the sea. Although he still couldn't swim as fast as those monsters, it was undeniable that he swam a lot faster than before. He also knew how to control the ocean currents. Not only could he accelerate or stop the enemies from coming after him, but he could also stir up the sand at the bottom of the sea to make the seawater muddier. Speaking of which, such a strategy was inspired by the red tide created by those monsters. With the help of the filter lens, Zhang Heng could always prevail in this chaotic situation. However, when he swam past the layers of the monsters and returned to the surface of the sea, he realized that it was already dark outside. Zhang Heng was a little surprised. He didn't manage to look at his watch at the bottom of the sea, but as far as he was concerned, the time between him falling to the bottom of the ocean to when he started suffocating and being able to breathe again after taking off his respirator, Zhang Heng did not expect it to last so long. He seemed to have completely lost the concept of time at the underwater palace. When Zhang Heng looked at his watch, he found out that the time was 10 at night. The boat that brought him here was long gone. There was still some distance away from the island. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Heng would be completely exhausted even if he could swim back to the island. In order to get rid of the monsters that came after him, the wind and waves on the sea were so strong they prevented him from swimming forward. But now, Zhang Heng could dive to the bottom of the ocean again and send himself back to the island with the help of the underwater current. There were a lot of monsters coming after him, but they were now in their nest. Once they left the undersea tunnel, it would be difficult for them to surround Zhang Heng in the vast sea. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not take too long to return to Yanaguni. This was not the first time Zhang Heng fought with those monsters. Their first fight happened in the hazy seaside town, hence he understood those monsters quite well. And when he went diving this time, he saw their history carved on the wall. Zhang Heng knew that those monsters liked to deceive the nearby humans and tourists who visited Yanaguni Island. For so many years, none had found out about them. To say that they did not have people that sided with them on the Yanaguni Island, Zhang Heng would never believe in such a thing. Zhang Heng initially suspected it was the island's fishermen who sided with the monsters because fishing was the backbone of Yanaguni's economy. The vast majority of men on the island were fishermen, and in order to support their families, Zhang Heng would not be surprised if they made some kind of trade with those monsters in exchange for the abundant fishes. And Yanaguni Island had the world's second-largest marlin fishing ground, which might just prove his conjecture. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not stop the storm after he returned to the island. On the contrary, he concealed his whereabouts under the cover of the heavy rain to avoid being spotted by the fishermen on the island. Coupled with Zhang Heng's stealth technique and bad weather, no one would notice him. But when he arrived at the hotel where he had stayed before, he soon discovered that someone downstairs was watching Han Lu. Moreover, from the way the man behaved and the equipment he used, he seemed to be from a military background. Zhang Heng knew that the self-defense forces had a base on the Yanaguni Island, but it was said that the soldiers there had been very low-key, and they interacted little with the island's population. That was why Zhang Heng did not suspect them earlier. But now, it seemed like they were the ones that sided with those monsters on the island. Since the military base was a restricted area, it was not easy for others to notice the changes in their appearance. This was why they rarely interacted with the residents on this island. Just like the hazy seaside town, they were the party with overwhelming force, and they could protect the undersea palace. Zhang Heng put himself into Han Lu's shoes, guessing that she would have looked to the self-defense forces for help after he was dragged underwater by those monsters. They were the people with the closest proximity to Han Lu where she could seek help. Unfortunately, she had asked the wrong people this time. To further prevent a dramatization of the situation, the enemies did not act on her for now, and they chose to only observe her. However, once they discovered that Zhang Heng was out of the sea, Han Lu's life might be at risk again. Zhang Heng figured that those monsters had already contacted the self-defense forces when he returned to the island and asked them to capture Zhang Heng. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not stay downstairs any longer. He borrowed a poncho from the nearby resident and knocked out the man watching Han Lu at the hotel side entrance. From there, he slipped into the hotel, bypassed the front desk, and came to the floor where Han Lu was. Then Zhang Heng met the man who stuck the tape on her room's peek hole in the hallway. With Zhang Heng's LV.3 assassin skills, it was easy for him to deal with the man. Until he walked to the man's back, the man didn't realize someone approaching. He held a knife in one hand and inserted the key that he got from the front desk into Han Lu's door with the other, waiting to surprise the woman. Zhang Heng did not forget that he was now in the real world. Just like those self-defense forces men, he did not want to raise the alarm. So he knocked out the man outside Han Lu's room with a stone. After that, he knocked on Han Lu's door, but she did not open the door. So, he twisted the key he inserted in the door, picked up the knife, and pried the lock to break in. That was what Han Lu saw earlier. Zhang Heng led Han Lu downstairs, but at that moment, they also heard a series of footsteps under the stairs. Zhang Heng figured that the men who were tasked to keep an eye on Han Lu had discovered that they had lost contact with two of their companions. However, Zhang Heng had no intention of retreating when he saw the enemies. There were a lot of people in the self-defense forces, and dragging it on would be more unfavorable for them. Once they called more men to surround the hotel, it would be more difficult for them to break out. Zhang Heng asked Han Lu to stand against the wall on the left side for a while. He then paid attention to the sound of footsteps beneath them and silently counted the number of people coming from downstairs and the distance between them. When the enemies were about to climb upstairs, Zhang Heng jumped down and kicked away the weapon from the hands of one of the men. By the time he reacted, Zhang Heng had already knocked out the other enemy. After that, it was easy for Zhang Heng to end the battle. The enemies thought that they were well-trained, and they decided to underestimate Zhang Heng. They thought that the reason their allies lost to Zhang Heng was that he had ambushed them. When they fought against him for real, they quickly realized that he was a lot faster than their allies. The assailant did not manage to see what Zhang Heng did to him. By the time he came to a realization, a knife was placed under his neck. Chapter 919. Flying into the storm. Zhang Heng did not do anything harsh. All he did was knocking his target out. After that, he said to Han Lu, who was standing in a daze, Let's go. And Han Lu quickly came back to reality, like she just woke up from a dream. She found out that she would get to know him better every time she came into contact with Zhang Heng. But in the end, Han Lu would realize that her understanding of Zhang Heng was only the tip of the iceberg. There were too many secrets hidden in this man. Every time Han Lu caught one of Zhang Heng's secrets, there would always be more secrets waiting for her. Han Lu even started to doubt whether anyone in this world could fully understand Zhang Heng. The floor that they were on was not too far away from the ground floor. Hence, the two managed to come downstairs pretty fast. They still left the hotel through the side door, and Zhang Heng had to eliminate the 3 guards first. The previous battle with the monster happened so fast that Han Lu did not manage to see what Zhang Heng did to defeat the monster. This time, she finally saw how Zhang Heng knocked out the guard. Zhang Heng first approached a target silently. The target stood relatively inside. Half of his body remained in the corridor, and he was a little far away from his 2 companions. Zhang Heng took advantage of the enemy looking out and circled behind the target's back. Zhang Heng did not make a single sound throughout the whole process. It was as quiet as a Persian cat stepping on the carpet. After he got close to the target, he stretched out his hand to cover the opponent's mouth, dragged the target into the corridor, and knocked him out. After that, Zhang Heng deliberately made a little noise to attract the other 2 enemies. When they turned to the corner, they saw their companion lying on the ground. They became very nervous suddenly, and they quickly raised their weapons. They were facing the stairwell. What they did not know was that the threat came from a place beyond their sight. After that, what happened to their companion reenacted on the 2 enemies. Zhang Heng knocked out one of them, and the remaining enemy wanted to use his close-quarter combat skill to beat Zhang Heng up. Unfortunately, there was a considerable gap between the 2. Clearly, Zhang Heng was the better one here. After the 3 guards were knocked out, Zhang Heng took Han Lu and left the hotel smoothly. How do we leave this island? Han Lu asked when they arrived at a slightly safer place. Airport. Airport? But there are not a lot of flights on Yonaguni Island, and the planes that come here usually fly during the day. Han Lu was puzzled. Besides, it's raining heavily now. The planes are not allowed to depart even if there are flights available right now. Don't worry about the heavy rain. It will stop when we find the plane, Zhang Heng said. Han Lu did not know how Zhang Heng found the plane. Earlier, she used her mobile phone to search for the available flights, but it yielded no result. The results showed that there were no flights for today and tomorrow. In fact, there was only one flight to Ishigaki Island 3 days later. However, Han Lu did not think that they could wait until that time. Yonaguni Island was not that big. Even if they escaped from the hotel, Zhang Heng could make use of the natural ingredient on the island to keep them alive. However, if the self-defense forces decided to search the entire island, they would have nowhere to hide. So the more realistic way to leave the island now was by boat. The nearest place for them to dock would be Taiwan province. However, the dock was now heavily guarded by the self-defense forces. Other than the visa issues, they might encounter the monster again at sea. Han Lu was right. There were very few people at the airport, and the waiting hall was dark. Hence, the self-defense forces did not arrange too much manpower over there. Zhang Heng climbed over the barbed wire fence and caught Han Lu, who jumped off from the fence. The latter was now wearing Zhang Heng's raincoat. Due to the heavy rain, her hair was still wet. The rainwater dripped onto the ground from the sleeves and hem of the raincoat. Han Lu wiped the rainwater off her face, looked around for a while, and asked, "What shall we do next?" Zhang Heng pointed to a private airplane in the distance. "Let's get on that plane and leave." Han Lu was at a loss when she heard what he said. "But where are we going to find a pilot?" After that, she heard Zhang Heng said, "It's okay. I'll fly it. Do you have a pilot license?" "I used to have one, but it was from the last century. I guess the validity period has already passed." "Don't worry. I have flown many planes, and their control systems are not too different usually. I will send us to someplace safe," Zhang Heng said. After finishing speaking, he glanced at his watch again. It was very close to midnight. Zhang Heng wasted no time. He opened the plane's door with a paperclip. After that, he got into the pilot's seat, while Han Lu took the shotgun seat. She then watched Zhang Heng fasten his seatbelt. And Zhang Heng was quite lucky. There is a spare key hanging on the lower left side of the cockpit. And Zhang Heng was not lying. Compared with fighter jets, the control system of private airplanes was much more straightforward. Even though decades had passed, the design of the dashboards and key switches had not changed much. The control systems that seemed highly complicated to ordinary people were not that complicated to Zhang Heng. He skillfully carried out various inspections. After that, he turned on the main switch and navigation lights, let the fuel pump started filling, waited 3 seconds, and then turned on the accelerator, turned the key, and Han Lu heard the roar of the engine. Han Lu could not believe what she saw. She looked at Zhang Heng, who was turning on the electronic device switch and controlling the plane to taxi on the runway. After thinking for a long time, she asked, "Does your mother know that you can fly a plane? You know her. If you let her know that I can fly a plane, she will definitely pester me and ask me to fly her everywhere. Maybe she will ask me to fly her to the North Pole to see the aurora or something," Zhang Heng said while accelerating the plane on the runway. "So, please keep this matter a secret for me." At this time, the men from the self-defense forces at the airport also discovered that a private airplane was running wild on the runway. They obviously had a hard time believing that Zhang Heng and Han Lu could leave the island with a plane under such extreme weather. At this moment, the squally wind and lightning in the sky seemed like they were never going to stop. The heavy rain was smashing on the windshield of the private jet. Zhang Heng then slowly flew the plane up and left the ground. Due to the initial chaotic airflow, Zhang Heng had to maintain the plane's balance in the air carefully. The plane looked like it was going to crash. For a while, Han Lu was getting really panicked. Soon, just like what Zhang Heng predicted, the seemingly menacing rainstorm suddenly stopped, as if someone pressed the pause button. All the whistling winds disappeared, and the dark clouds above them were dismissed as well. The night sky was calmed once again. And Zhang Heng had already flown the plane over Yonaguni Island. Chapter 920, Night Flight. After setting up the autopilot, Zhang Heng took out 2 bottles of red wine from the passenger cabin at the back and a box of sleeping pills that could help one sleep better during long-haul flights. He then poured a glass of red wine before popping a pill into the glass. Once the pill had dissolved, Zhang Heng handed the red wine to Han Lu in the cockpit. Although the two were temporarily out of danger, Han Lu still seemed a little worried. She took the wine glass and asked, "Will the self-defense forces send their men after us? And if they call the authorities, we will be arrested the moment we touch down at the airport. However, we can take advantage of diplomatic channels. I can find a few friends to contact the people at the embassy to see if they can help us. Earlier, I thought something bad happened to you. So, I notified Shinsisi about this, and she should be on her way to Yonaguni Island now. Since we've left the island, we have to notify her to prevent her from getting into the dangerous situation." However, she was interrupted by Zhang Heng before she could finish. "Those monsters have no intention to make things worse. They won't call the police. As for our pursuers, they might come after us. But you don't have to worry about them. They won't be able to catch up with us. As for Shinsisi, I will contact her to explain in person later. Hey, you've been through a lot today. It's almost midnight. Why not take a nap after that glass of wine? We will talk about the rest when you wake up." All right. Han Lu did not say no to Zhang Heng's suggestion. Although she wanted to know why the enemies couldn't able to catch up with them, Zhang Heng seemed completely unworried. Hence, she picked up the glass of wine and drank it. She then frowned. Ugh, it appears the owner of this plane has no taste. The wine tastes weird. I think the liquor seller must have cheated him, and he bought a bottle of fake wine. Let me open you another bottle, Zhang Heng said as he took out another bottle of wine. However, Han Lu shook her head. It's fine. I'm not in the mood to drink, and honestly, I'm not in the mood to sleep either. You can lie down at least. Close your eyes and take a nap, Zhang Heng said. Han Lu nodded. Let me take a 10-minute nap. I still have lots of questions for you. When I wake up later, you must first tell me how you get rid of those monsters underwater and how you return to the island. Han Lu walked to a small bed in the passenger cabin. Not too long after she laid down, she felt powerful drowsiness hit her. With a long yawn, Her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Zhang Hing got up and put a small blanket on her. He then looked at his watch again. It was only less than half a minute before midnight. He would soon enter the world that stood still. This was why Zhang Heng wasn't worried that the enemies would come after them. If Han Lu was not with him, Zhang Heng could have held until midnight and left the island. Han Lu vaguely heard an inexplicable but reassuring voice when she was half asleep. It said, "Good night. Everything that happened before is just a nightmare. Everything will be fine when you wake up." She wanted to listen more, but her consciousness became more and more blurry. Seconds later, she finally fell asleep. Han Lu did not know how long she slept, but she could feel she was lying on the bed. And it wasn't the small bed in the private airplane. She was now lying on a big bed, and the light was pouring into the room. Was she at a hotel? Had they arrived in Naha? How did Zhang Heng convince the authorities to let them land at the airport? How did he get rid of the pursuit? While thinking about those questions, her eyes suddenly popped wide open. That was because she realized that she was not in Naha. Instead, she had returned home, lying on her bed. Han Lu quickly grabbed the phone beside her bed, and the thing that surprised her the most was the time. It was June 13th, and less than 6 hours had passed since they left Yonaguni Island. Considering the distance between China and Japan, 6 hours were enough for them to fly home. Then here came the question again. Zhang Heng did not have a flying license, and she could not explain where he got the airplane. In other words, flying back to China would only cause him more trouble. When Han Lu turned on the computer, she was relieved when she saw no news about a private airplane illegally entering the airport. The internet was no different from the past. The hot search was filled with news about different celebrities, new TV dramas, variety shows, and some sensational articles that were good enough to capture the reader's attention. The world still looked the same. While Han Lu walked into the living room, she saw a note on the coffee table. "Thank you for the vacation. There is breakfast in the kitchen. I hope to explain what exactly happened on that island, but I'm still investigating the matter. Perhaps I shall wait until I find out about everything in the future before telling you the truth, even if the truth may not be what you want." Zhang Heng left his signature on the note. Putting down the note, she walked into the kitchen and turned on the rice cooker. She saw a bowl of douhua that had been kept warm and 2 freshly fried dough sticks. At that time, Zhang Heng had gone to the lounge on the second floor of the bar. Since it was almost dawn, there were no other players in the lounge. The bartender lady was so bored that she was playing with her mobile phone behind the bar. Zhang Heng and the bartender lady had known each other for a long time. There was still something he did not understand about her. According to the latter, she worked several jobs to make money. In other words, she was also working during the day. When Zhang Heng met the old man in the Tang suit for the first time, he saw her there too. At night, she would manage the game checkpoint. Zhang Heng had never seen her getting sleepy. Although she did not seem particularly passionate about her job, she had never nodded off during work. While Zhang Heng walked in from the front door, the bartender lady playing with her mobile phone seemed to have noticed something. Her nose moved twice as if she smelled something weird. "Where have you been recently?" "I went to Yonaguni Island. I spent some there with my friends," Zhang Heng replied. "Yonaguni Island, no wonder." The bartender lady seemed a little surprised by Zhang Heng's reply. However, she had no intention to explain her reaction. She just nodded and said, "You came for the blade and the game item, right?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Yes." Other than the ordinary blade sent for recasting, Zhang Heng had also asked the bartender lady to identify Heart of Christ. It was time for him to claim them. The bartender turned around and took out 1 large and 1 small wooden box made of tule wood and placed them in front of Zhang Heng. "Here are your game items. Which one do you want to see first?" Chapter 921. New Blade. Zhang Heng first picked up the smaller tule box, which contained the game item that he received from his last quest. It was also a gift Dadatis had given him before he left Rome. Name: Heart of Christ. Quality: D. Effect: it can significantly reduce the sound of the user's footsteps, heartbeat, and breathing. At the same time, it will lower the enemy's vigilance within 3 meters. The Christ of Hearts effect was no secret to Zhang Heng. However, The last effect mentioned by the system was something that he did not know about before. Since he carried it with him all the time, his stealth skills were getting better and better. On Yonaguni Island, even without Heart of Christ, Zhang Heng still managed to approach the self-defense forces soldiers easily. Since he did not interview the targets he knocked out, he would never know his enemy's feelings about his sneak attack. And this was why he asked the bartender lady to identify it, even though he knew its effects pretty well. Other than that, Zhang Heng also noticed how the Heart's two effects were described differently. The system mentioned that sounds made by the user would be greatly reduced, as for the second effect mentioned that it would be only slightly lower the vigilance of nearby enemies. Clearly, both of the items were not on the same level. However, these two attributes complemented each other very well. It was indeed worthy of being crowned the title of the assassin's Holy Grail. And this was probably the reason why it was considered a grade D item. After checking out Heart of Christ, Zhang Heng moved his gaze to another wooden box. This was the game item he cared about most. Zhang Heng had always wanted to find a bladed weapon that suited him best. A while ago, he made a deal with Scarlet Sword, and it earned him the opportunity to enter a dungeon that allowed him to take a sword out. It was a special dungeon, similar to the Lego dungeon that he entered a long time ago. There was no penalty for failure, and the player could obtain a game item upon clearing the dungeon. Zhang Heng challenged a handful of dojos in Kyoto. In the end, not only did he acquire the two famous swords, Jizumaru and Kikuakamanji, but he also received a nameless sword from Akane Koyama. These three swords were also his copy. These three-bladed weapons were the best melee weapons that he could find in that dungeon. If he was right, then the first two swords were grade C game items. As for the sword Akane Koyama gave him was the hardest sword that one could acquire in the dungeon. Zhang Heng speculated that it might be a hidden reward. Hence, it should be of respectable quality. According to the dungeon's rule, Zhang Heng could only pick a sword to be brought out of the dungeon. Just when he was about to choose one, he met someone he suspected of being the dungeon owner. The latter proposed to trade one sword with three of his. After a short consideration, Zhang Heng accepted his proposal. In the end, Zhang Heng only received an ordinary sword within. Chapter 922. Exam Week. As far as Zhang Heng knew, there were many types of game items. However, items that allowed its user to deal extra damage to mythical creatures had always been rare. Even the old man in the Tang suit did not possess such a game item. He wouldn't have borrowed the spear to deal with Moresby if H did. If Zhang Heng was right, then the old man's spear was probably the famous Holy Lance, also known as the Spear of Destiny, the spear the soldier had stabbed Jesus with. And now, the blade in Zhang Heng's hand was on the same level as the Holy Lance. Zhang Heng then asked the bartender lady beside him, "Why are there question marks on his name?" "Because it's fresh out of the furnace. The craftsman is supposed to name it, but he refused since he said he wasn't the one who made the blade. Strictly speaking, all he did was give the blade a new body that suited it better." The bartender continued after a pause. "I guess what he tried to say is that he forged this blade with one more man. In other words, none of them are qualified to name it. Besides, this is your blade. So, I'll let you name it. You can call it whatever you want." Zhang Heng thought for a while before saying, "Let's call it Shrouded Sheath." This blade was immensely powerful. If the wounds it inflicted were deep enough, there would be no cure for whoever it hurt. Another reason why Zhang Heng named it Shrouded Sheath was to remind himself never to use this blade unless it was his last resort. With his current skill sets, using a grade B weapon to deal with his enemies would be overkill, and thus, he swore only to unleash his Shrouded Sheath to deal with overwhelmingly powerful enemies. After that, Zhang Heng spent another 10 game points to order a scabbard made of Thule wood from the bartender. As for the upgrade, Zhang Heng also consulted the bartender about it. According to the bartender lady, there were not many upgradable game items in existence. Most of them were either grade E or grade F items. It was the first time she laid her hands on an upgradable grade B game item. Different game items, however, required different upgrading methods. So, it would be difficult for her to provide Zhang Heng any useful tips. Even if he expressed his willingness to pay a certain amount of game points, The only advice the bartender could give was for him to slash a few people with it. After leaving the bar, Zhang Heng temporarily stored his shrouded sheath and Heart of Christ in the trunk of his polo. Once that was done, he went back to the school to take a shower. In the next few days, he stopped wandering around, and instead, stayed in the library revising, preparing for the exam next week. Zhang Heng also met Shen Sisi several times in the library, the latter busy with her revisions as well. After the dismissal of the union, Shen Sisi did not need to deal with so many things, and she had a little more time for herself. As for Fan Meinan, Zhang Heng wondered why she never mentioned anything about her school, even though she looked to be his age. At this age, she should be studying in college. However, she never talked about it, nor did she talk about her majors or classmates. Zhang Heng was a relatively quiet person in the university. Even though he disliked taking part in group activities, he still fancied hanging out with Chen Huadong, Wei Jianyang, and others that lived in the same dormitory. In contrast, Fan Meinan would always be alone. During the Lego quest, Zhang Heng knew that Fan Meinan's family lived in Yangqing. She had a father, a mother, and a younger brother. Other than that, the lady with sunglasses who stole the dreamland of death from the auction under the nose of the three major guilds seemed to be Fan Meinan's long-lost sister too. Beyond that, Zhang Heng's understanding of Fan Meinan was very limited. Fan Meinan might look cold-blooded and did not care about a single thing in this world, but Zhang Heng could feel that this was simply a facade she used to cover up her true nature, especially when the two met for the last time. Fan Meinan still smiled when she talked to Zhang Heng, but she seemed worried about something. And the two had been out of touch since then. Zhang Heng was a little distracted when he was taking his exam. However, after he gulped, he quickly focused on his test paper and put a full stop to his last sentence. And that marked the end of his semester. After that, he put down the pen in his hand and rechecked the answers. He seemed to have accidentally dropped his pencil on the ground, so he bent over and it up. After that, he tidied up his things, got up, and handed the test papers to the podium. At the same time, Chen Huadong, who was 6 seats away from Zhang Heng, took advantage of the invigilator paying attention to Zhang Heng. He immediately leaned over and picked up the eraser that rolled to his feet. He then took off the eraser's cover and saw 2 rows of answers written on it, almost causing him to cry out loud. Chen Huadong had always claimed that he only needed to do last-minute studies to pass exams. However, his relationship with Nanako Makaji had been getting better recently. He had spent most of his time with his girl, and he was in no mood to do any revision. Thus, a little extra midnight oil had to be burned to take care of his previous papers. As for the last paper, he could barely squeeze out the time to study for it. Thus, he could only seek Zhang Heng's help. Zhang Heng promised Chen Huadong that he would write down the correct answers for the multiple-choice questions on an eraser and throw them to him. However, something unexpected happened before the test started. The invigilator suddenly asked Chen Huadong to swap his seat with a girl. So, he was forced to move to a seat that was further away from Zhang Heng. Chen Huadong instantly turned pale. He felt like he had been just handed a death sentence. Fortunately for him, Zhang Heng was much more skillful than he thought. He still managed to accurately throw the eraser to his feet from such a long distance, and he even created an opportunity for him to pick up the eraser. Chen Huadong suddenly felt that the 2 Pizza Hut meals he promised to buy were absolutely worth it. He did not waste this rare opportunity, instantly copying the answers to his answer sheet. Then, he started to make up something to answer the essay questions. The final score of this paper was divided equally among the multiple-choice questions and the essay questions. Combined with Chen Huadong's other results, he would not fail this paper as long as he did not get 0 marks on his essay questions. Of course, he did not dare to copy all answers to the multiple-choice questions that Zhang Heng had given him. He was smart enough to fill in some wrong answers. He still had to find a way to get some points for his essay questions. In the end, Chen Huadong managed to fill up all the blank on the test paper. Other than the fact that he wanted to test his luck, he also wanted to impress his teacher by showing that he put a lot of effort into finishing the exam paper. However, he did not know if this strategy would work well for him. When the invigilator asked the students to stop writing and collect the papers, Chun Huadong felt that he had performed exceptionally well in this test paper. So, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 923, Changes. When are you going home? Wei Jianyang asked the three people in the dormitory after the exam. Oh, you know my situation at home. As usual, I have to work during the holidays, so I won't be going back to my hometown, Ma Wei said. As soon as the exam was over, he immediately took out the high school textbook and at the same time boiled a pot of water, sat down, and started to study what he needed to teach during the summer holiday. The boy tutored by Ma Wei was said to have made a lot of progress during this semester. So, his parents decided to hire Ma Wei as a permanent tutor and doubled his hourly salary. Of course, Ma Wei wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slide. What surprised Wei Jianyang was that Chun Huadong, who was the most eager to go home every time, would say, "I'll be staying in school for a while because Nanako wants to know more about the city. As her Chinese teacher, I have to stay by her side and explain everything to her." Wei Jianyang raised his eyebrows. It seems someone has completely fallen under Nanako's spell. All you ever talk about is Nanako. You have no right to say that about me. Chun Huadong rolled his eyes. When you and your girlfriend show off your lovey-dovey moves in front of me, I didn't even ask for any compensation to cure my fragile heart. However, a huge barrier still separates you both. What do you plan to do when Nanako stops being an exchange student and returns to Japan? Wei Jianyang didn't sound too optimistic about their future. We will find a way to deal with it when the time comes. Didn't you see me pouring my heart out to learn Japanese? I can always move to Japan with her to teach Chinese there after graduation, or she can stay here and teach Japanese. Chun Huadong glanced at Zhang Heng. Young Master Zhang secretly managed to master his English. I can do it too. Young Master Zhang has scored nearly 700 points in his level 6 English test. I have never seen you score such a high score in a foreign language. This is different. This time, I have the power of love with me. Chun Huadong gritted his teeth. It was true that he reduced his gaming time recently, and he had somehow become less enthusiastic about watching dramas. Recently, he devoted most of his time to learning Japanese. And his Japanese had improved a lot. I think you read too much manga. After Wei Jianyang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Heng. What about you, young Master Zhang? When I finish dealing with the things at hand, I will probably go for a trip during the holiday, Zhang Heng said. Are you going to go on a trip with that rich woman again? Chun Huadong probed. No, just me this time. What's the point? Even if you don't like that rich woman, you can ask Hayes Asuka to go with you. I heard Nanako saying that Hayes Asuka has been talking about you. If you ask her to go on a trip with you, she will definitely say yes. With Nanako being his informant, Chun Huadong had become quite well informed recently. He scratched his head and said, Seriously, Hayes Asuka is a pretty good girl. You should just go be with her. If that happens, we can work as Chinese together in Japan, and we can become neighbors too. I have always wanted to visit Akihabara. There's an 80% chance that you will be disappointed, Zhang Heng said. What are you talking about? Becoming your neighbor or going to Akihabara together? Both. While chatting with the three people in the dormitory, Zhang Heng turned on the computer. The school exam was over, but there was still one more exam waiting for him to take. Zhang Heng logged in to the official website of the organizing committee and looked at the rankings. The first round of the proxy war was halfway done, and the rankings had changed a lot. Zhang Heng was no longer in the first place. The person that now topped the leaderboard was Pegasus, the president of the Silver Wing. He took the lead with 2,203 points, followed by the Arc of Light's vice president, Mu Run, ranked second with 2,176 points. And most of the players that ranked below him came from the three major guilds, once again proving that the three major guilds were extremely powerful. As for Zhang Heng, since he had completed only one round of the game, his rank had dropped to 49th. Zhang Heng was not bothered by the fact that he was no longer in first place. It was because he did not feel the need to fight hard to maintain his honor or build a reputation like the players from the three major guilds. According to the bartender lady, the top 500 players were qualified to enter the next stage of the game, and the top 50 players would receive a small gift. Hence, there was no difference between getting first place or the 50th. Right now, Zhang Heng only needed to make sure that he would be placed in the top 50 category. Since it was not the deadline yet, and his current rankings would still undergo changes. However, Zhang Heng figured that he did not need to complete all 3 rounds of games. As long as he completed one more round of the game, he would not fall out of the top 50 category. When Zhang Heng entered Fan Mainan's player number into the search bar, however, it yielded no result. When Fan Mainan told Zhang Heng that her sister used some kind of method to scam the Dreamland of Death from the auction, she had also mentioned that her sister hacked the character panel, resulting in both of them being banned from playing the game. But later, the organizing committee seemed to have forgiven them, or they had found some new loopholes. When Fan Mainan invited Zhang Heng to enter the Lego dungeon on New Year's Eve, the ban on them had obviously been lifted. However, Zhang Heng did not see Fan Mainan join the proxy war. Fortunately, when Zhang Heng logged into the player forum, he did not see any news related to her. Recently, most of the players were focusing on the proxy war, especially the players who were relatively high in the rankings. They became the topic to discuss on the player forum, analyzing who among them was the strongest. Most of the posts were just hypothetical discussions. Their theories could only be proven when the players that were being compared went on a real fight and see who would prevail till the end. Even then, there was no way to judge the strengths and weaknesses of the two fairly. That was because different players had different development priorities and game items. At the same time, they were also greatly affected by the environment and teammates. An all-around player like Zhang Heng, who was capable of taking care of everything, was probably rarer than a unicorn. However, it did not stop the player from comparing them enthusiastically. It was human desire to compare with each other. No matter what game it was, the introduction of the leaderboard into the game had always been something huge. Zhang Heng then quickly looked at the hotter posts in the forum, and few of them were dedicated to him. However, since he had always been alone, he left very little information to the other players. Hence, the other players could only make speculations about him. Unlike Pegasus, with a lot of his information released to the public, they soon stopped talking about Zhang Heng. And Zhang Heng thought this was a good idea. He could play his second game a day before the deadline, helping him to keep his profile as low as possible. After that, he could go ahead to complete his ordinary round of game in July. Once that was done, he could set off to fly to Iceland to look for more information about himself. In that huge wasteland, there was something waiting for him. Especially after escaping from the underwater palace on Yonaguni Island, Zhang Heng noticed that his body started to change again. Not only did he have the ability to breathe underwater, but he also became more and more fond of water. At the same time, he could control the water flow to a certain extent, different from the pair of shadow wings that he had on him. Zhang Heng could feel that the abilities he mastered this time seemed to belong to him. When he manipulated the ocean currents on the bottom of the sea, it was as natural as eating and drinking. Chapter 924. Catching up after returning to shore, Zhang Heng did some tests on his new abilities. The test included how long he could breathe underwater, his ability to move underwater, his limitation, the limits of manipulating water flow, and so on. Still, Zhang Heng could not find a clear answer to those questions. After taking off his breathing equipment in that underwater palace, he stayed there for at least 7 to 8 hours, and he did not feel any discomfort. Upon returning, Zhang Heng found a swimming pool and tried to stay in it for 24 hours. He found out that his newfound ability did not only apply to the sea. He could also breathe unrestrictedly under the dead water in the swimming pool. Therefore, Zhang Heng now knew that there were no restrictions to his underwater breathing ability. In other words, he could no longer drown. Other than that, Zhang Heng also found out that the resistance in the water was way smaller than before, probably 1/5 of the initial resistance he experienced. He was now a lot more flexible underwater. However, it could not be compared with how he moved on land. What he could do had already gone beyond the limits of a human being. After returning to the world where time flowed normally, Zhang Heng went to the market to buy a few fishes and let them loose in the swimming pool. After they swam for less than 5 minutes, they were caught by him again. If Zhang Heng had this ability when he entered the novice dungeon, he wouldn't have to work so hard to look for food. If he was hungry, he could just jump right into the sea and grab whatever marine creatures he desired. The entire sea would become his personal seafood stall that was open 24 hours a day. However, when it came to manipulating currents, his most powerful skill was controlling ocean currents. He did try to shape the current into a certain shape, such as a water arrow. Unfortunately, the attempt failed. The most he could do was to make the ocean current extremely thin. It would not cause any damage, and at most, give the target a tingling sensation. Zhang Heng gave up after several attempts. He figured that a dagger coupled with his body's flexibility should suffice in defeating all kinds of underwater opponents easily. Zhang Heng had also figured out how to stir his coffee without a spoon, how to use the least amount of water while bathing. Despite all of that, however, he still found it difficult to be happy. It was because he did not know if he was even considered human. As the game progressed, he became more and more unfamiliar with himself. Such an unfamiliarity did not limit his external strength growth, but he also noticed some internal changes. Zhang Heng instinctively sensed that something was not right about it. On the other hand, the bartender lady had finished her night shift at the game checkpoint and was taking a break at the maid cafe. She ignored the manager's whinny gaze. In one of his hands was a mobile phone playing a soap opera, and her other was messing with something. She grabbed a pepper bottle on the side and sprinkled some of it into her passion fruit drink, before adding a spoonful of oil and vinegar after she stirred the drink. The waitress on the side then fetched this freshly made hellish drink to a fat customer at a table. The latter was taken aback after seeing the drink he ordered. After holding back for some time, he finally asked, "What's wrong?" I remember the drink I ordered the last time wasn't this color. I'm sorry, master. Let me ask the bartender. The maid looked very considerate. She returned to the customer in less than half a minute. And she repeated what the negligent bartender lady told her to the customer. It was some kind of nonsense that the waitress did not believe in. Our bartender said that this is a special secret drink. Not everyone can earn the right to have it. Only our regular customers have the opportunity to have a taste. As for the second part of what the bartender lady said, about her poking a straw into the customer's skull and forcing him to drink his own brain juice if he kept interrupting her drama, it was excluded by the waitress out of her kindness. Is that so? The fat customer showed a hint of joy on his face when he heard what the maid said. He then eagerly picked up the drink in front of him. Before the waitress could warm him, he was choked by the layer of pepper that was floating above the drink. He sneezed, and when he had a taste of the oily vinegar, his whole face turned green. Just when he wanted to question the maid angrily, his eyes suddenly lit up. That was because he saw a cute lady who he thought could only be seen in the anime stepping into the maid coffee shop. The appearance of the girl looked like a classic, beautiful anime female character. She was 1.5 meters tall. She had silver hair, a pair of cute eyes that looked like she just woke up, and an anti-gravity bang on her head. It swayed from left to right as she walked. And the fat customer almost shouted, "I'm going to die," out loud. When the girl smiled at him, he felt as if something hit his heart hard. He had to gulp down several mouthfuls of the special secret drink to make his heart start working again. A maid then greeted her and asked enthusiastically, "What can I do for you, master?" "No. I'm here to look for someone." The beautiful Japanese girl pointed at the bartender lady watching soap operas behind the bar. "Oh, make yourself at home." The maid seemed to feel regret for not being able to serve such a cute girl, but she still put on a smile. After that, the beautiful Japanese girl walked towards the bartender and greeted her. "Hi, long time no see." The bartender lady did not look up. Instead, she said lazily, "Before I finish watching this episode of The Great Master, you better get away from me." However, the beautiful Japanese lady sat down on the tall stool in front of the bar as if she had not heard what the bartender lady said. She then commented, "You're still as bad-tempered as ever. Have you parted ways with the good-tempered side of yours?" The bartender's eyelids twitched. A ferocious gaze flashed across her eyes, and she finally lifted up her head and looked at the girl in front of her. "Are you looking for a fight?" "No. I'm just a messenger." The Japanese beauty shook her head and continued, "If possible, I prefer not to resort to violence. That's because you can't beat me. The bartender lady sneered. Are you running errands for your master again? Your master is probably not as powerful as you are now, right? There are only a handful of people remember its name now. Good communication starts from showing politeness. The Japanese beauty blinked. No matter how weak it is now, it is still the entity that created us, including your master. To me, it is my father. Chapter 925. Not buying you a drink. If Chun Huadong were now in the maid cafe, he would have instantly recognized the beautiful Japanese girl that attracted everyone's attention. That girl was none other than Nanako Makaji, and at that moment, she was still learning Mandarin from Chun Huadong. However, she did not sound like someone had just started learning Mandarin. Her pronunciation bettered Uncle Zhang's, who had been living in the alley next door for 70 years. It's your father, not mine. The bartender finally put down the phone and looked at Nanako Makaji. I've lived here longer than any one of you. But you are one of us now, Nanako Makaji smiled. Thank you for the birth of literature, movies, animations, and games. It spread faster than any known religion in this world. All those obscure stories carved on the stone slabs can never be compared with the modern entertainment culture. All those popular videos on YouTube and Station B have tens of millions of views. We needed at least tens of thousands of preachers to spend several years to achieve such an achievement back in old times. Let's take you as an example. You are just a tiny, insignificant part of the original divine system. You are supposed to play the stepping stone for all the heroes that would achieve great things. However, with Marvel comics and movies gaining more and more fame, your name has become something that everyone has heard of. Yes, that's right. Thanks to pop culture, my identity has undergone changes too. The bartender lady's tone turned cold. Become one of you. Something like this happens from time to time, Nanako Makaji nodded. In fact, all myths and legend undergo all sorts of changes when passed down from generation to generation. Sometimes they change to adapt to local customs, and at times, change due to fights between different religious sects. The winner will get the right to reinvent the stories. They do it for entertainment sometimes, or just to mess with others. As long as they are given enough time, you will realize stark differences between a new legend and its original tale. As long as you are willing to spend some time and effort to do some digging, people will realize how messy our backgrounds can be. So, why does the messenger of the 3 pillars of God look so ridiculous now? The bartender sneered. And you no longer rely on deception to lure mankind into despair to gain joy. I can see that you've transformed yourself into this stupid, cute-looking girl. You are quite suitable for the maid cafe. Would you like me an opportunity to make some extra money? Or should I just introduce a couple of sugar daddies to you? Nanako Makaji was not angry when she heard what was said about her. Instead, she just blinked. Thank you. But I don't think I want to compete for business with Kama. Then what are you doing here? Nanako Makaji sighed. I don't know the reason for your hostility. I'm just doing my job. I'm a messenger. Once the old god wakes up, I need to start running around and do some propaganda work in advance. Besides, the most powerful existence in our divine system is about to be awakened. Half of all popular horror culture today is related to him. His existence has inspired tens of thousands of creators. We can see his presence in games, movies, and novels. Although World of Warcraft is getting less popular, there's still Bloodborne, Hearthstone, and Dota. DC and Marvel have referenced him in their comics and movies, and their best-selling merchandise is related to him. And the most important thing is that the entire divine system is named after him. In other words, we all work for him. What's your point? The bartender lady's expression remained unchanged. He is very powerful, and he knows where our power comes from. One is our existing description, and the other is our popularity. Unfortunately, he excels in both of them. And according to popular culture, his power is still increasing. In just a few decades, the power that he possesses has overpowered most of the ancient gods. When the Jewish gods decided they wouldn't participate in this game, no ancient god-was gods were more powerful than him. Although the new gods seem unstoppable in terms of popularity, they also have weaknesses. Without exception, almost all of them are not good at fighting. To this point, I believe you understand why so many people don't want him to be awakened. Otherwise, why do you think I'm sticking with him? A fierce gaze flashed across the bartender lady's eyes. Do you really think that I'm working this hard so I can earn more money to buy a Fourth Ring Road house? Why do I torture myself squeezing into the overcrowded subway every day? I am not worried about you. You are his follower, so it is impossible for you to harm him. I am talking about someone else. Who are you talking about then? Kronos. I know you've made some agreements with him in private, but you know that he cannot be trusted, right? Asked Nanako Makaji. He has a good relationship with all the other ancient gods. During the previous few games, he had sided with the ancient gods. He fought for their interests. I don't think we should let him intervene in our affairs, especially in such a major event. Interestingly, Kronos also warned me to not fully trust you because you are only loyal to Azathoth. He also said that you are Azathoth's most loyal lackey. You have always wanted to help Azathoth to regain the throne, haven't you? The bartender lady continued lightly. Compared to you, at least Kronos got him back. Don't be silly, little snake. Nanako Makaji shook her head. Does Kronos look like someone who likes to help others? He must have his own agenda. The old man who seems harmless to humans and animals has always been the most ambitious god among the ancient gods. I don't know what Kronos has in mind. On the other hand, I can see the petty moves that you made. Earlier, at the bookstore, why did you place that book in front of him? The bartender lady squinted her eyes while holding an empty glass. It seemed as though she would throw the glass on Nanako Makaji's face if she gave the wrong answer. Nanako Makaji put on an innocent look and shrugged. Just like you, I miss our old friend, and I want to see him sooner. You'd better not do something so dangerous anymore, the bartender lady warned her. He will return when the time is right. All we have to do is to wait patiently, and you better stay away from him. Sounds like reasonable advice to me. Nanako Makaji nodded, and a cute smile appeared on her face. I'm done talking business. It's time to talk about personal affairs. Shouldn't you buy an old friend a drink after meeting her? Forget about it, the bartender lady replied casually. Everything you drink here will be deducted from my salary. Besides, I know your true form. So, you should stop acting cute in front of me. Chapter 926. Bodyguard Zhang Heng booked the flight ticket to Greenland and hotel in advance. He even hired a local translator online. The official language of Greenland was Greenlandic. Having a sixth of their population being Danish descendants, a good number of them conversed in Danish. Unfortunately, although Zhang Heng had mastered 8 languages, these 2 languages were not on his list. Thus, to ease his traveling experience in Greenland, he would need at least one translator to help him converse with the locals. Zhang Heng selected several resumes from travel websites. After that, he used the Gaussian distribution method to pick a girl named Songjia. Zhang Heng looked at her resume and found out that she a girl with mixed ancestry, with a Chinese grandfather and an Eskimo grandmother. Hence, she was a quarter of Chinese descent. In other words, she had 3 ancestries in her: Chinese, Danish, and Eskimo. Still studying for graduate school, she had a spotless resume and was currently working as a translator to earn extra cash to buy a second-hand car. So Zhang Heng gave her a call and told her about the services he needed, and they discussed her rates as well. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Heng spent a few days purchasing some materials that he might need in Greenland. When he looked at the time, he realized that only a little more than 1 day was left before the end of the proxy war. And the ladder match had also entered a fierce stage. Pegasus, who was at the top of the leaderboard before, had now dropped to 9th place. The player who ranked first was the Arc of Light's leader, Ryu Weiqing, with a score of as high as 2,892 points. At the same time, the players that ranked second and third were the Arc of Light's members as well. And it caused an uproar on the forum. Among the 3 major guilds, Silver Wings was the oldest. Having the largest number of combatants as well, their members equaled the sum of the other 2 major guilds. However, the other 2 major guilds were not to be underestimated too. The Arc of Light was the last to be established and had the shortest history among them. Other than the war they fought against Shin Cici's union, the Arc of Light had always remained low-key. The Arc of Light's leader possessed a high-level execution ability. In the real world, Ryu Weiqing was an executive of a big company. Having designed an extremely effective hierarchy system, everyone under him had a set of clear responsibilities. The players that joined Arc of Light worked more like employees rather than guild members, unlike the laid-back players from some random guilds. By joining such a well-organized guild, they had to sacrifice some of their freedom. However, the Light or Arcs offered the best welfare among the three guilds, and that had attracted many ambitious players with good potential in recent years. Hence, there were no players who dared underestimate them. The player base hadn't expected Arc of Light to have secretly grown so fast in strength. Arc of Light's players had now clinched the top 3 places on the leaderboard, with the player ranked 4th being from another guild. Ever since the Dreamland of Death killed the Silver Wings leader, the guild's overall strength was greatly affected. They had only 2 members who got into the top 10 on the leaderboard, and both of them were ranked 9th and 10th. This was why Pegasus decided to finish 3 games as early as possible. He knew that he might not compete with the players from the other 2 major guilds. Hence, he wanted to gain everyone's attention by occupying the top position of the leaderboard during the early phase of the game. By doing that, he would be able to boost Silver Wing's reputation. However, when the other competitors started to compete in the game, his position at the top of the leaderboard lasted only a short while. As for Zhang Hong, he also fell out of the top 50 on the leaderboard. Now ranked 89th, the player base no longer talked about him. Since Zhang Heng's score did not change, some of the players suspected that he had died in his final quest. At the same time, Zhang Heng carried his new blade with him and entered the lounge on the 2nd floor of the bar. He greeted the bartender lady behind the bar and sat on his usual deck. The time was now 23:55. The familiar dizziness hit him, and Zhang Heng began his second proxy war quest. Verifying player's identity. Verification completed. The identity of the agent is confirmed. Player number 07958 is welcome to join the proxy war. This is your second game of this proxy war. A quest is being randomly selected for you. Draw completed. Your current quest is Bodyguard. Task objective: earn as many points as possible. You will get 10 points for each shellac record you collect. Mode: single. Time flow rate: 240. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 10 days in this game. After 30 days, the player will be forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Zhang Heng was also a little confused by the introduction of the game's background that sounded more like an advertisement. After listening to the introduction, he managed to acquire some information. Firstly, the new Shanghai 0297 seemed to be a newly established city. The second was that the city was invested and constructed by a corporate group, and it was hard to imagine that a company was rich enough to come up with such a large amount of investment. Thirdly, it looked like the city belonged to a certain federation. There were still many countries using the federal system. Countries like the United States of America, Russia, Germany, Belgium, and all used federal systems. It was difficult to imagine that among them, the newly constructed city would be named Shanghai 0297. Before getting more information, Zhang Heng could not make further inferences for the time being. Other than the game's background, the way he could earn points in this dungeon also seemed very confusing. The combat mission that he had during his previous round of the game was now changed to a quest that required him to collect specific items to earn points. It looked like the difficulty of the game had reduced a lot. However, Zhang Heng did not think that it would be as simple as he thought. The difficulty of the proxy war dungeon had been discussed a lot of times on the forum. From the players' feedback that played in the proxy war quest, it was undoubtedly more difficult than the ordinary quest. That was because all these dungeons were designed for agents with supernatural powers. Moreover, most of the agents played in teams, and they had reliable teammates. It was rare that the players chose to play the game alone like Zhang Heng did. It meant that the difficulty that Zhang Heng faced was undoubtedly the highest among all the other players. Even if he had extra 24 hours every day, he had to stay vigilant at all times. Judging by the name of this quest, it seemed Zhang Heng was supposed to protect someone. However, the system mentioned nothing about it. Something was not right. This was where Zhang Heng had to pay extra attention. As the countdown ended, Zhang Heng opened his eyes again. He found himself standing in a place with a graceful environment. In front of him was a white building that looked like Tokyo Dome. Instead of being a stadium, however, it was an apartment building. Every household had a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows. Plants of all manner dotted their balconies, and under the dome was a large green lawn. Chapter 927. Looking at the emails randomly, the faucet on the lawn sprinkled water in a circle. Zhang Heng looked up at the sky and found that today's weather was good. There was plenty of sunshine and wind. Occasionally, a few white clouds would drift by him. However, Zhang Heng noticed those white clouds. Movement looked a little dull. When Zhang Heng checked his body, he realized that he was carrying all the game items with him, including his pestilence bone bow and his new blade, shrouded sheath. His current appearance made him look like one of those bad people. If he walked on the street with such an appearance, the authorities would probably bring him back to the bureau for questioning. However, Zhang Heng realized that the residents of this community did not show much surprise when they passed him, as if it was normal for someone to show up in such a state. Zhang Heng also noticed one more peculiar thing. He saw that everyone was wearing a bracelet, including himself. If he was right about it, this bracelet should be his terminal. The weight of the bracelet was very light, probably only less than 50 grams or so, and it was made of titanium. This personal terminal could project images mid-air. Its technology was too advanced. Zhang Heng saw a young couple navigating to a restaurant with their bracelets, and a woman looking like a housewife also went shopping with it. So Zhang Heng followed them and used his fingerprints to unlock and summon his terminal projection. In a way, this titanium bracelet worked just like a mobile phone, a piece of equipment with a unified operating system with various functional modules. The first thing that Zhang Heng checked was his mailbox. Since his emails were arranged by date, the first email was usually the most important one. From G7Z Security Company Time, March 15, 2077. Attention, Zhang Heng, G7Z Security, Employee E Group 3-07958. Subject, Work Notification, read, Hello Zhang Heng, Employee E3-07958. The company hereby asks you to room 3094, Unit 12, Yachting Apartment, Area D, 3rd floor, before 1400 hours on March 15, 2077, to work as a bodyguard. Your target person is Su Qian, photos. You are required to protect her for 2 weeks. The mission ends at 1400 hours on March 29, 2077. During this period, please ensure the safety of the target. You can discuss the specific details with the target. If you have any questions, you can also contact the company. I wish you great success in completing the task. Sure enough, when one did not know what to do, it was always the right move to read the emails. The title for this round of the game was Bodyguard, hence, the contents of this email had to be related to Bodyguard as well. The email gave Zhang Heng a set of clear instructions and revealed his current identity. Now an employee of the G7Z Security Company, he received a notice to protect a person named Su Qian for the next 2 weeks. After that, Zhang Heng looked at the time displayed on his wristband. He still had half an hour left before 1400 hours. When he looked at the warning sign on the lawn, he realized that he was now at Yachting Apartments. That said, Zhang Heng did not rush upstairs to meet Su Qian. Instead, he spent some time searching online for some information before finally managing to figure out the background of this quest. The year was 2077, but this world did not share the same timeline from where he came from. The background of this quest was similar to the American drama. Chapter 928. Meet up. Zhang Heng walked to the gate of the dome-shaped building and looked at the security door. Just when he was thinking about contacting Su Qian, his bracelet automatically connected to the door's system seconds later. Welcome, visitor Zhang Heng. Ms. Su Qian, room 3094, Unit 12, has granted you temporary access to the Yachting Apartment's security door for 2 weeks. If you have any questions, please contact the apartment management. After the friendly female voice talked to him, both sides of the apartment's doors were opened. Zhang Heng's bracelet flashed twice, and an email icon popped up. If he was right, then the apartment management system must have just sent him a mail. This was not Zhang Heng's first time entering a dungeon with a futuristic background. In the whistleblower quest, he entered a future ruled by toes. However, the future in the whistleblower dungeon was only 12 years apart from the real world. The bodyguard's dungeon, in comparison, was clearly more technologically advanced. As he walked into the apartment, the surveillance camera on the ceiling was the first thing he looked at. After that, he started to look around. Just like the outer environment, the apartment's interior had a very decent design too. Red Persian carpets covered the circular corridor, and the center of the building was a vast space with huge glass walls around it. The floor above him was a large flower bed. And the floor above the large flower bed was the resident's private balcony. The place was well lit, and its residents could enjoy a good amount of privacy. Just as he raised his head, squinting to identify the plants growing on the second-floor balcony opposite him, the elevator door beside him suddenly opened, and a woman with heavy makeup and fishnets emerged from the elevator. She looked at Zhang Heng, stopped moving, and raised her eyebrows. "What is your communication ID? Are you Su Qian?" "No. But as long as you give me 1,000 credits, I can be anyone for you." The woman licked her lips. "Oh, I am not a resident here. And I'm here to work just like you." Zhang Heng replied politely. "That's a shame. I was about to give you a 20% discount," the woman said. She then took out something that looked like an electronic cigarette from her pocket, took a puff, and started walking towards the door. And Zhang Heng walked into the elevator that the woman walked out from earlier. The elevator wasn't that spacious and could only fit 3 to 4 people at the most. "Please state the room you want to go to." When Zhang Heng walked into the elevator, he heard the familiar female voice again. "Unit 12, 3094. Since you are taking the elevator for the first time, do you want to set this room as your default room number?" "Okay." 5 seconds later, the elevator door was closed, and the elevator car, which looked like a glass marble, accelerated upward. Right after the elevator that Zhang Heng was in started moving, another elevator moved to his earlier position, ready for the next rider. This design saved the passengers a lot of time, and there was no need to wait for another passenger to get out on a certain floor. In total, 64 similar elevator doors were on the entire first floor. Such massive numbers of elevators could easily meet the demands of the morning and evening peak hours. Zhang Heng had no clue as to how many of them this apartment actually had. About 20 seconds later, the elevator stopped on the 30th floor. However, its doors didn't open, but it began moving laterally instead, sending Zhang Heng directly to room 3094. Access permission obtained. The cordial female voice could be heard again. "Welcome home." As soon as he got out of the elevator, Zhang Heng was already standing in front of room 3094. It was a small apartment unit with 2 small bedrooms and 1 living room, designed for singles or small families. As of now, Zhang Heng should be standing in the living room. The place wasn't looking too good, though. It looked like someone had ransacked the unit, and things were strewn all over the place. The drawers and shoe cabinets were ajar, with clothes and socks messily tossed around the coffee table and sofa. Zhang Heng also noticed lipstick and skincare products on the floor. The whole place looked more like a crime scene. Since Su Qian had just hired a bodyguard from the G7Z security company, Zhang Heng didn't dare take the incident lightly. Immediately, he took out his pestilence bone bow and placed the Paris arrow on the bowstring. A few seconds later, Zhang Heng heard a rustling sound coming out of the bedroom. He quietly walked over to the bedroom. Just as he was 2 steps away, the system seemed to detect his arrival, and the door automatically opened for him. A girl in extremely skimpy clothing was squatting on the ground, looking through the cabinet. She had heard the door opening, and she was taken aback when she saw Zhang Heng. However, it wasn't him entering the room that shocked her, but the weapon that Zhang Heng held in his hand. Bows and arrows. "Why are you so primitive? Aren't they equipped with technological stuff? Microbombs? GPS? Or super metal? Neither. They are just ordinary bow and arrow," Zhang Heng said. After seeing the girl frowning, he added, "The arrows are applied with a biochemical agent." "Oh, Now that's quite rare. Sorry. Zhang Heng returned to the place where the girl could not see him. I didn't mean it. I thought someone broke into your house and robbed you. By the way, I know who you are. You are the bodyguard sent by the G7Z security company to protect me. I received the message saying that you have arrived and you've walked past the door. You should sit outside for a while. Zhang Heng heard her voice coming from the bedroom, and she did not sound embarrassed about the whole thing. Zhang Heng looked around the sofa. However, the sofa was piled with things, and he did not have any place to sit. About 15 minutes later, the girl had changed and walked out of the bedroom. After seeing how she dressed herself up, Zhang Heng was rendered speechless. The clothes that she wore right now were no different from what she had on her. If he had to compare the two sets of clothes, Zhang Heng had to admit that the clothes that she wore right now were more extreme. Still as skimpy as she was, her hair was now dyed gold, and she wore a black collar around her neck. A cat's tail also sprouted from behind her. The tail had to be a high-tech device of some sort, being able to swing and tilt according to her movements. It looked real. Zhang Heng also couldn't help but notice her well-crafted facial features. Undeniably, she was a gorgeous lady. The girl did not seem to realize anything wrong with her current outfit. She then reached out her hand to Zhang Heng and said, Su Qian, online streamer. Zhang Heng, your security detail for the next 2 weeks. Zhang Heng shook hands with Su Qian. Can you tell me why you wanted to hire a bodyguard? Of course, but you have to wait a while, Su Qian said. I just took an urgent order. I searched all over my place, and I couldn't find my cat ears. They should be here. Ah, forget it. It's too late. Zhang Heng, right? I need to work first. Let's talk in 45 minutes? Okay. Su Qian hurriedly walked to another room where she worked. Zhang Heng saw the camera, some audio equipment, musical instruments, live streaming equipment, and a virtual background wall. Just when Su Qian entered her workroom, she seemed to think of something and clapped her hands. A housework robot that looked like BB-8 from Star Wars rolled out of the bedroom and began to clean up Su Qian's messy living room and bedroom. Clean the sofa first, then make a pot of tea. Chapter 929. Level. The housework robot quickly cleaned up the sofa, and Zhang Heng finally had a place to sit down. While Su Qian was working, Zhang Heng took the time out to check his character panel. Name, Zhang Heng. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player number, 07958. Number of games completed, 9. Current game points, 217. Possessions, Shrouded Sheath, B. Infinite Building Blocks, B. Plague Bone Bow, B. Death Vision, C. Heart of Christ, D. Filter Lens, D. Paris Arrow, D. Lucky Rabbit Feet, E. Oath Ring, F. Marble Soda, F. Skills, Swordsmanship LV4, Sailing LV3, Shooting LV3, Assassin LV3, Language Proficiency LV2. 8 languages are good enough for daily communication. Lego Assembly LV2. Archery LV2, Field Survival LV2, Driving LV2, Modification and Maintenance LV2, Aerospace LV2, Hacking LV2, Criminal Investigation LV2, Makeup LV2, Cowboy LV2, Piano LV1, Skiing LV1, Rock Climbing LV1, Herbology LV1. Evaluation. The player inherits the power of shadows, is proficient in 8 languages, and possesses incredible swordsmanship. As an opponent, you don't want him to lay his hands on any bladed weapon during the battle. At the same time, he is also a Lego master, sharpshooter, an assassin lurking in the shadows, a highly skilled cowboy, an investigator with excellent criminal investigation skills and camouflage abilities. He has a slightly higher chance of encountering enemies than the ordinary person. He is a messenger of pestilence with a fierce blade and excellent sailing experience. Proficient at using bows and arrows, he can drive cars, airplanes, spacecraft, and other vehicles. Other than that, he can adapt well to the wilderness. The player possesses multiple skill sets, a combat expert, and abides by his promises, a rarity among players. After all the effort Zhang Heng put into the ancient Roman's quest, he finally increased his previous 0 game points to 217. and the game items that he carried with him this time were different from before. He replaced the white horse crown and hunter's blessing with shrouded sheath and heart of Christ. With these two items, he was not better at combating coupled with his LV3 assassin skill. However, when Zhang Heng read his evaluation, he found out that for some reason, the system did not mention his ability to breathe underwater and manipulate ocean currents upon acquiring them there after his trip to Yonaguni Island. On the contrary, the shadow wings that he obtained not too long ago was mentioned in the first sentence of the evaluation. Fortunately, everything was normal on his character panel so far. Zhang Heng had been sitting on the sofa for more than 45 minutes, and he had lost count of the cup of tea he drank. The studio's door, however, remained locked. It was not until after an hour later that Su Qian walked out of the room with an exhausted look on her face. After she came out, she lifted the teapot and gulped down the remaining tea before sitting down beside Zhang Heng. Why don't you go back to the bedroom and change? No, I'll start streaming again in an hour. I'll change after that, Su Qian said, stretching her body. By the way, what did we talk about just now? I was asking why you hired a bodyguard. Oh, it's no big deal, actually, Su Qian replied. I just felt as though that some time ago, someone was following me. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Managed to catch a glimpse of his face? No. I'm not even sure if I'm really being followed. Su Qian hesitated. It's just a hunch. I have this feeling when someone is watching me. Oh yes. There was this once when I came home. I discovered that someone moved my cup. I am left-handed, so the handle of my mug has always been facing the left. On that day, I realized that the ear of my mug was facing my right. Well, did you find anything else unusual besides this? Zhang Heng continued to ask. No. Su Qian leaned against the sofa after shifting her body. She did look like a cat now. The alarm didn't go off. There were no visitors recorded for Unit 3094 at the security door downstairs. I even went to look for the apartment management to check the elevator's security camera footage. Well, I found nothing unusual. So, maybe I was just hallucinating. To be honest, I've been a little nervous recently. Because of what? Work matters, Su Qian sighed. The income of this job is not bad, but the competition is too fierce, especially for mid-level streamers like me. Most of the time, the company would invest most of its resources in those super famous streamers. There is never a shortage of young and beautiful girls waiting to climb the ranks. My viewers have been declining in numbers for 4 consecutive months. The number of VIP customers willing to spend money on a personal chat with me is reducing too. I recently got 1 VIP subscriber, though. So, I spent a long time chatting with him. Su Qian shook her head. Sorry, I shouldn't be complaining about these things to you. In short, I know that pressure is likely to be the reason for my paranoia. I have been unable to sleep for consecutive nights. When I went on a walk earlier, I saw your company's advertisement. So, I contacted your people to hire someone as my bodyguard for 2 weeks. It doesn't sound like a big thing. Why didn't you look for your friends to help you first? Zhang Heng asked. Friends? Su Qian looked at Zhang Heng when she heard his suggestion. What's the matter? It's nothing. I haven't heard of this word for quite a while now, Su Qian lamented. The people in this industry spend most of their time on the internet. In real life, they don't have much time and energy to make friends. I have lots of colleagues, but all they do is backstab. There are only so many resources, and others will get less if you take a huge chunk of it. So, it's not easy to maintain a superficial friendship with others. Even if someone were willing to help me, I wouldn't dare to accept the favor too. If I do accept the help, news of a streamer going haywire would appear on the internet next morning. This line you're in seems like a tough one. It's never easy. However, if it weren't for this job, I wouldn't be living on the 3rd floor and renting an apartment like this. Su Qian's words indicated that she was proud of herself. Of course, her curvaceous body was one reason she was so good at her job. While Su Qian was streaming, Zhang Heng did not stay idle. He continued to collect more information about this world on the internet, especially information related to this city. Zhang Heng now knew there were a total of 5 levels on the new Shanghai 0297. There was no class division in this city. However, due to the huge gap in housing prices, The 5 levels of New Shanghai 0297 divided the citizens into 5 categories. The poorest citizens would live at the lowest level and the billionaires on the top floor. The higher the level, the better the infrastructure, living environment, education quality, and public security. The third level that Su Qian lived in was mainly occupied by university professors, part of the city's higher-income public officials, and middle-level members of large companies. Basically, all of them were social elites. This situation would undoubtedly cause dissatisfaction among the people that lived at the bottom level. But fortunately, it was not that hard to go up a level, and there was a considerable fluidity between the classes. Hence, no major incidents happened. Su Qian asked the housework robot to add some hot water to the teapot. When I first came to New Shanghai 0297, I lived on the 5th level. At that time, I was a nobody. I worked as a waitress in a small restaurant. My daily job was dealing with a couple of idiots. After that, a company scout found me. He thought I was rather charming and good at dealing with people. Hence, we signed a contract, and I got introduced to this streaming job. After that, I put in a lot of effort to get to where I am today, step by step. Chapter 930, The Life I Want. It looks like you are doing pretty well now. Thanks to the income she got from this work, Su Qian now owned more than 100 lipsticks, not to mention her myriad skincare products, clothes, handbags, and shoes. Although Zhang Heng was unfamiliar with those brands, all he needed to do was to search them up on the internet, and he would find out the approximate prices of those items. There was no doubt that these were luxury goods. The price of a small lipstick was equivalent to a month's living expenses for those who lived at the bottom level. It seemed that no matter which timeline he was in, women were always fond of this kind of thing. Since we are talking about your friend, can you briefly introduce the relationship of other people in your life to me? Your parents, relatives, spouse, and competitors at work. Zhang Heng continued to ask. Okay. Su Qian nodded. You should know that New Shanghai 0297 was completed only 30 years ago. This is an extremely new city. Compared with the overpopulated Earth, this place is full of opportunities. So, I, like the other youths who came to earn more money, came over here with my sister after saving enough money for the tickets. So, you have a sister here? Yes, a distant cousin. We studied in the same school when we were young. We shared a good friendship. However, ever since the company recruited me, I became more and more famous. After moving out of the bottom level, we almost stopped contacting each other. Does the difference in class between you both make her feel inferior? Well, personally, I think it's more than just jealousy. Su Qian shrugged. At that time, the scout was looking at other girls too, including my distant cousin. However, only one of us would be recruited. You can imagine what happened after that. I defeated other competitors, got this job, and moved up from the bottom level. Unfortunately, other people weren't as lucky as me, my cousin included. They had to stay on at the bottom level of this city. While talking, Su Qian took off her contact lenses and fake eyelashes. And her hair gradually returned to its previous color, black. The problem is that there may be some differences between the views of two people on this matter. In my opinion, most of the time, opportunities will not deliver to your doorstep. It always comes with competition. You need to fight hard for it. The position I am in today is what I strive for. I pay and get rewarded. This is how society works, but my cousin obviously doesn't think so. She thinks that if I'm not there, then she would be the winner. Everything I have today, my clothes, my apartment, my lipstick, and perfume, these apparently also belong to her. She feels I am a thief who stole her life from her. Therefore, we had a big quarrel the night before I moved out of the bottom level of this city. After that, we stayed out of each other's life. Do you think she might be the one following you then? Zhang Heng asked. Her? Impossible. Su Qian shook her head. She doesn't know where I live, and even if she did, she lacks the courage to do so. She is just a pathetic woman who complains about everything. In the beginning, when we worked as waitresses at the small restaurant, she didn't even dare speak out after the boss took advantage of her. Understood. As for spouses, getting married means retiring in our line of business. Once the news spreads, the streamers will lose many fans, especially those streamers that play innocent. Streamers like that could possibly lose all their fans in one night. Su Qian hesitated at this point and finally said, "But I am in a relationship with someone. Please keep this a secret." He has a small factory that specializes in researching sensors or something. I'm not familiar with these things. Anyway, all those high-tech gadgets look the same to me before they leave the factory, Su Qian said. The most important thing is that he lives on the 4th level in this city. We met through my stream. At that time, he rewarded me with a lot of money. It really was a lot of money. Although I'm quite famous in this line, no one has rewarded me with the kind of money he did. And after that, he subscribed to my VIP membership. We talked for the whole night, and we said lots of stupid things. Unlike others, I don't feel tired talking to him. That's how we met. Since then, he bought a couple more chat services. We talked more and more. Then one day, he asked to meet up with me. I agreed to it. He drove here to pick me up. We went to an extremely fancy and expensive French restaurant on the 4th level. And then we went to watch a symphony performance. I didn't understand what those guys were doing on the stage. No one sang. It was just a group of people playing musical instruments nonstop. But I guess it was a perfect date. It was probably the kind of date that all girls dream of. Su Qian picked up the filled teapot and poured the tea into her cup. She then continued, "He is quite decent. Although he is 10 years older than me, a little out of shape, and he likes to brag, at least he has a good temper, and he is funny too. Living at the 4th level." I know what you were thinking. This woman got into a relationship with him because of his money. I never judge the life choices of others, Zhang Heng said calmly. It doesn't matter. Su Qian drank a sip of tea. It's about money anyway. The main reason I choose to be with him is because of his money. Although my work allows me to earn a lot of money, I can only work until a certain age. I have to make a plan for my future, especially now that the number of viewers in my stream has been declining. I don't want to go back to work at the small restaurant at the bottom level. I want to marry him. Although I can't make money through streaming anymore, I can at least move to the 4th level and become a rich wife. I have been to his residence. He has a small independent villa right by the lake. It's got a great view, and it's very different from the 1st to the 3rd level. At the 4th level, there are 4 seasons. Su Qian closed her eyes. Now, imagine that in summer, we can get on a boat at the lake and stop in the middle of the lake when we are tired. I can rest on his lap. At night, we can barbecue a meal by the lake. Sounds good. Yes, this is the life I want. Su Qian opened her eyes with a smile on her face. I'll tell you another secret. In fact, he has already proposed to me, but I haven't said yes to him yet. That's how a man works. If they get what they want too easily, they will not cherish it. I told him that I want to think about it first. It just so happens that he has to attend a business meeting on Earth. All my problems will be solved if I move in with him, and I wouldn't need to hire a bodyguard to protect me. Chapter 9, 31 Streets. Congratulations. Zhang Heng complimented. Thank you. Su Qian accepted Zhang Heng's blessing, took 2 more sips of tea, and put down the teacup. As for my competitors, there are a lot of them, and I can give you all their names. All streamers who are almost as popular as me are to be considered competitors of mine. And as for those small-time streamers waiting to get to where I am today, there are countless of them. However, our competition isn't too fierce. My only fierce competitors are those who adopt the same streaming style and as popular as me. I can give you their names. Su Qian tapped her bracelet and quickly selected a few business cards from the address book and sent them to Zhang Heng. I considered this possibility before. If one of them decided to stalk me, I figured they would have hired someone to do it. The person could be a private investigator. I bet they are trying to dig up dark stories about my past. Once found, they would post these on the internet to make my popularity drop. Sometimes, those in this line will do whatever it takes to get the upper hand. Zhang Heng clicked on the email and looked at it, making no comments. Is there anything else you want to ask? That's it for the time being. I will investigate the list you gave me first, Zhang Heng said. Su Qian widened her eyes. She seemed a little surprised. In addition to guarding my personal safety, the bodyguards of G7Z are also responsible for investigating my stalker? When Zhang Heng was asking the questions previously, some doubts emerged in Su Qian's heart. This was her first time meeting a bodyguard that tried to collect such detailed information about her. Instead of looking like a bodyguard, Zhang Heng looked more like a private detective. Initially, she thought that he needed all that information to develop a protection plan for her. She did not expect Zhang Heng to take the lead and investigate this matter. Zhang Heng's expression remained unchanged. "Oh, haven't the people in the company told you about my working style? I prefer to take the initiative to attack instead of sitting back and wait for the enemies to arrive. I didn't ask too many questions. All they did was give me a price list and the cost of each service." Anyway, Su Qian seemed to think of something, but she did not continue. She added after a pause, "Anyway, I have completed the payment. It's up to you. You can investigate it if you want, but you can only go out when I'm streaming. And you have to come back at night. When I go out, you have to stay by my side to ensure my safety." "No problem," Zhang Heng said. Other than wanting to help Su Qian solve her problem, he also wanted to take this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the shellac records. Although he had 240 days of extra game time, this quest didn't seem to contain any threats at the moment. Su Qian was satisfied with Zhang Heng's answer. "Very well. I'll have to ask you to live with me for the coming 2 weeks. The master bedroom is my room, and the second bedroom is for work. I'm afraid you will need to sleep on the sofa. However, my sofa is a high-end product, more comfortable than the beds on the first and second floors. The sofa can be reassembled, completely flattened, and it can be controlled via your bracelet." Okay. Zhang Heng did not care much about where he lived. He had slept in a constantly moving hammock on a ship in the little hut that he built. He wasn't here for a vacation, after all. All he needed was a place that could shelter him from the wind and rain. Su Qian stood up from the sofa and stretched her waist. "I have already ordered some bedding products for you. The express delivery will arrive in a while. You can buy your necessities and a change of clothes for yourself. I will start my streaming later. According to our agreement, you can go out during that time, but you'll have to be back before midnight. That will be all." Su Qian stretched out her hand after she was done talking. "I hope we can get along for the next 2 weeks. I will find out who is stalking you." Zhang Heng and Su Qian shook hands. That would be the best. The truth was that Su Qian didn't believe that Zhang Heng could deliver his promise. "There is still some time left before my next stream. I'm going to take a short nap. Do as you wish." Su Qian walked into the master bedroom, and the door displayed the word, "Locked." A quarter of an hour later, a drone carrying a package flew toward the window, and Zhang Heng instantly received an item confirmation on his phone. After Zhang Heng clicked confirm, the upper part of the floor-to-ceiling window opened up, allowing the drone to fly in. The drone dropped the package by the wall in the living room, played some music, and flew out the window. About 20 minutes later, Su Qian walked out of the bedroom, yawning. She then looked at the parcel in the corner. "The parcel is here? You can head out now. Well, if you need anything, just call me." Zhang Heng picked up the shrouded sheath and pestilence bone bow at his feet and said goodbye to Su Qian. On his first day out, Zhang Heng did not immediately start an investigation. He wanted to get himself familiar with the city first. He walked out of the apartment and came to the street outside. Su Qian's unit was inside the dome, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were not facing the street. So this was Zhang Heng's first time seeing the outside world. The entire third level's design was technological-oriented. With tall buildings at every corner, both the sidewalk and the main roads were very spacious. Unlike the futuristic city in the Blade Runner movie, Zhang Heng saw no flying cars. The cars on the road still ran on 4 wheels. However, gasoline used to power vehicles had now been replaced by a new energy source. The air, on the other hand, was reserved for the suspension railway, which was also the main public transport on the third level of this city. It led to every corner of town. Other than that, billboards that could be found in Blade Runner were used here. Its projection technology allowed the billboards to show different advertisements to different people continuously. From the automatic shaving razor to the chocolate cake, the advertisements tempted the consumers to purchase them. Generally speaking, the weather on the third level of this city was mainly sunny. When Zhang Heng looked at the people that walked on the street, everyone looked quite confident. Striding along with their chests up, they looked like they were in a mighty rush. They appeared very optimistic about the future that was coming at them. The plants that were planted on both sides of the road were done very well. Coupled with the extremely realistic sky mimicry, residents here did not feel depressed at all. Dusk was coming soon. Hence, the sky's brightness was dimmed accordingly. Zhang Heng stood at the crossroads, thinking about where to eat later. He had been fiddling with his wristband for a while, and he had figured out all of its functions. The good news was that although science and technology in this quest were far more advanced than the real world, it wouldn't be too difficult for Zhang Heng to get the hang of it. It was only the year 2077, after all, and it meant that the criminal investigation methods that Zhang Heng had mastered so far could still come in handy. Chapter 932. Help. When Zhang Heng stood in front of the elevator, he heard the woman in fishnet stockings talking about credit points. The credit point was the official currency of the Human Federation. Almost all goods and services were bought and sold with credit points. Zhang Heng then saw his current credit point balance from the bracelet. 962 points. It was not a lot, clearly not enough to pay for the service offered by the woman in fishnets, and it wasn't enough for Su Qian to buy a new bag either. However, it was more than enough for Zhang Heng's food and necessities. Take his beef ramen as an example. A bowl of that would cost around 25 credit points, which meant his 962 credit points were enough to complete this 2-week mission as long as he did not spend them on anything unnecessary. Zhang Heng did not know whether his salary was paid on a monthly basis or if he would get paid for each task he completed. Right next to the noodle shop where he had his dinner was a shop selling all kinds of audio equipment. Thus, once he finished his meal, he took a walk there. Shellac record? Never heard of it. The owner of the audio equipment store was a man with long hair, and he looked quite artistic. When he heard Zhang Heng's question, he shook his head. Although I don't know what you are looking for, I can tell you that all physical records were discontinued in 2039. Only digital audio is available now. You can download them from the internet, and they sound better too. But there are indeed some people who like to collect antiques. I will give you an address where you can try your luck. Thank you. After receiving the address, Zhang Heng navigated to his destination with the navigation function on his bracelet. It was a grocery stall called House of Old Things. It wasn't far from the audio equipment store, but the location was slightly remote, and it was in the middle of two communities. The grocery store was not facing the road, while an unpopular pastry shop lay next to it. Although the sky had not turned dark, the House of Old Things had already put up a closed sign on their window. Just like its name, the shop had a very retro exterior. It still had the classic wooden glass door from the end of the 20th century. Here, Zhang Heng found a rare sense of familiarity in this technologically advanced city. Unfortunately, he came at the wrong time. Seeing that the owner had gotten off work early, Zhang Heng could only come again at another time. However, just when he turned around to leave, the wooden glass door of the House of Old Things suddenly opened. A young man of around 16 years old ran out of the shop. He had a guitar on his back and an old stereo under his arm, shouting at his friend while he ran. Hurry up, hurry up. That old man might wake up any time now. His friend was about the same age as him, and he held an electric oven and 2 routers with antennas. However, he looked a little sad. Wang Gan, do you really think that we can sell these for money? We still haven't found buyers for the stuff we stole last time. We can ask the museum. If they don't want to buy them, we can sell them back to the old man. Isn't this a shit place that buys and sells old things? Said the young man. Before the young man at the back could respond to his companion, Wang Gan stopped running suddenly. Caught off guard, he almost ran into Wang Gan in front of him. What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to get away from this place as fast as possible? The teenager behind complained. However, when he raised his head and looked past his companion, he immediately became nervous when he saw Zhang Heng. The three stood there and looked at each other for about 4 or 5 seconds. After that, the young man named Wang Gan asked, "Who are you?" "Bodyguard." Zhang Heng replied. "What?" The 2 teenagers were shocked when they heard Zhang Heng mentioning his job. "We are just picking up some random garbage." Is it really necessary for the old man to hire a bodyguard to deal with us? You seem to have misunderstood, Zhang Heng said. I am not the bodyguard of this shop's owner. Wang Gan breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. You scare me to death. But it is not right to steal the property of others. Besides, I'm pretty sure that security cameras recorded what you just did. Once the shop owner calls the police, you'll be spending your time behind bars. It doesn't matter. There are no security systems installed in the old man's shop. And he is a weirdo. He doesn't trust the police, the young man behind Wang Gan said quickly. After he said that, he quickly realized that he seemed to have said too much. Wang Gan glared at him before turning to Zhang Heng. Since the matter has nothing to do with you, you should get out of our way. Or what? Zhang Heng asked rhetorically. Or? Wang Gan gritted his teeth, put down the speaker under his arm, and pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Zhang Heng did not respond to Wang Gan's threats. All he did was look at the shrouded sheath on his waist. And the two teenagers landed their gaze on Zhang Heng's shrouded sheath as well. Immediately, their face turned pale. They were not professional robbers in the first place. They had only stolen all those old things because they were too bored and looked for some fun. Besides, earning some extra cash would earn them bragging rights in school. Since they didn't expect to sell those old things anyway, they shouldn't be able to afford any decent weapons as well. When they compared their weapons with Zhang Heng's blade, any person could see that their blade was shorter. Upon seeing this, the two looked at each other and obediently put down the knife. Zhang Heng stepped aside too. Off you go. And don't come back again. If I see you again next time, I won't be letting you off the hook so easily. After scaring away the two teenagers, Zhang Heng bent over to pick up the pile of things they dropped on the ground. Right after that, the door to the house of old things opened again, and an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s emerged with a shotgun in hand. Hands up. You damn thief, he shouted. Actually, the thieves were just driven away by me. Since this is not their first time robbing you, you should know them quite well. Zhang Heng explained. I was planning to send these things back to your store. You can't lie to me, the boy with a bow. I know you robbed those robbers. With cheeks flushed red, the old man gasped. You followed the two little bastards to my shop and waited to ambush them. They stole my treasures, and you robbed them. It makes sense. When the old man was speaking, Zhang Heng smelled alcohol in the air. Hence, Zhang Heng stopped talking, put down the router and speakers in his hand, and made his move. The old man saw a quick flash in front of him, and when he reacted, Zhang Heng was already holding his shotgun. Seeing Zhang Heng pointing his own gun at him, he suddenly sobered up and nodded. Well, I believe you are here to help. Chapter 933. Shellac Record. Zhang Heng remained unbothered by the old man's reaction. When he opened the shotgun's barrel, he found out that there were no bullets in it. So, he returned the shotgun to the old man. After that, he picked up the things he placed on the ground earlier and followed the old man into his shop. Where do I put these? Well, you place them anywhere you like. I'll clean it up later. The old man's attitude seemed to have improved a lot after Zhang Heng pointed at him with his shotgun. So, Zhang Heng put the pile of old things on the table and started to look around. The House of Old Objects was a concentration camp of paraphernalia from the past century. The goods here were ancient, with old routers, old teapots, stamps, commemorative coins, and even a cooker hood. Among all those old things, the items that filled up the shop were books. There were all kinds of books and old newspapers, and each one was carefully preserved. At first glance, the shop actually looked like a library. In the end, Zhang Heng's attention landed on a car model. How much for the car model? The old man looked in the direction that Zhang Heng pointed and said, Oh, this is a building block toy from the past. It was produced by the first toy company that produced building blocks. The people were once crazy about it. At that time, the building blocks were nothing more than building blocks. Later, some other companies started to produce smarter toys. And that building block company started to follow suit. Unfortunately, it eventually shut its doors due to poor management. It wasn't easy for me to acquire this treasure. It is undeniably a commemorative piece of toy. I have to sell it at 800 credits. That's far too expensive. Zhang Heng walked toward the car model while bargaining. He found the familiar Lego logo on the building block. After picking it and giving it a careful look, he felt instantly relieved. Initially, he thought the timeline change would have caused the Lego company to cease to exist. If that was true, the infinite building block that he brought with him would be rendered useless. With this Lego car model, he would be able to use his infinite building block to deal with some of the complicated situations. Good things never come cheap, the old man said. He then frowned. Did you come to my shop just to buy Lego blocks? No. I also want to inquire about the whereabouts of shellac records. Zhang Heng said. The owner of an audio equipment store told me that I could come to you to try my luck. You have come to the right place, the old man said. There are very few who know about the shellac records. It is an audio medium that was born at the beginning of the last century. After the shellac ate the leaves, they would secrete purple resin. Combine the purple resin with clay, cotton fiber, and other mixtures, and you will get a shellac record. It dominated the market until the end of World War II. Later, Japan invaded the birthplace of its main raw material, and vinyl records were invented. The shellac record was then replaced by the vinyl record. Not long after that, vinyl records were replaced by CDs. And now, most audio is in digital format. It is said that there are still some small factories producing CDs and vinyl records to satisfy a small part of the demand. As for shellac records, no one produces them anymore, which makes them very rare. To be honest, the shellac record is not very suitable for storing audio. A single shellac record can only store a few minutes of audio. And the sound is not well preserved too. Why are you interested in shellac records anyway? Well, we have to find new hobbies for ourselves from time to time, answered Zhang Heng. So, do you have shellac records here? Huh. The old man snorted, but he didn't answer Zhang Heng's question immediately, folding his arms and staring at him. You have to bargain with the building blocks price with me. I don't think you can afford the shellac records. How would I know if you are not going to grab the records and run away like those two little bastards? Because I need a lot of them. I'd like our business to be long-term, and robbing you will do me no good, Zhang Heng said. You seem to have many ways to collect these old things. I want to buy every single shellac record in this city. It's impossible. Do you know how much they will cost you? Besides, you can't buy all the shellac records with only money. The old man scoffed and shook his head as if he just heard a joke. It doesn't matter. I have time. We can take it slow. Oh, if I were you, I wouldn't be so sure. But for the sake of you helping me retrieve the stolen goods, I can indeed sell you a few shellac records. The old man did not blink. He then told Zhang Heng its price. 3,000. 3,000 credits for one shellac record. 100. Zhang Heng did not blink as well. Are you here to mess with me? The old man growled angrily. You started it first, Zhang Heng said. You're the one who said not many know about shellac records these days. And there are even fewer collectors. If I'm not mistaken, you have a difficult time selling your shellac records. It'll do you better to sell them to me at a lower price. You know nothing about shellac records. You don't even know their value. I might as well take them to the grave and listen to them myself. Do you really want me to wait for your death and dig your grave? Zhang Heng asked. The old man was so enraged that he started to laugh. However, something else seemed to cross his mind, and the anger on his face faded a little. You are right. Other than you, no one else will be interested in buying shellac records. I can sell them to you at a low price, or I can even give them to you for free. But, Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. But you have to provide me with something I need in exchange. What do you need? Although your outfits are a little exaggerated and over the top, I have to admit that you look like you can fight well. I want you to be my bodyguard and accompany me to meet someone. He lives at the bottom level of this city. That place is not that safe, especially if I go alone. I'm afraid that won't be possible because I've just taken a job as a bodyguard for someone else. You will need to wait 2 weeks before I can protect you, Zhang Heng said. No, I don't need you to protect me all the time. I just need you to accompany me to meet someone. Can you spare some time for me? It will only take 4 to 5 hours. If that's the case, I can do that for you. Su Qian would stream every day, especially in the evening, which usually lasted until midnight. According to the previous agreement between the two, Zhang Heng only needed to get back to her before midnight. Wait here. After Zhang Heng replied to him, the old man turned around and walked to the side of a bookshelf. He pulled out an iron box from the side, opened it, took out a paper bag, and handed it to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng knew the contents of the paper bag without even opening it. The system had just informed him that he had found a shellac record and had earned 10 game points. Chapter 934, Shopping at Midnight. Su Qian finished her routine stream. Upon wishing her fans good dreams, she quit the streaming platform and yawned. She did not get up in a hurry, going instead to check the credits she made today. Since her live stream viewers had been declining recently, the gifts that she received had also reduced. Hence, her income didn't look too good. As compared to in her prime time, her income had been reduced by at least half. However, Su Qian saw the 2 sweet text messages her boyfriend sent her a few hours ago. He told her to rest early, and he also told her that there would be surprises for her tomorrow. Her mood improved a lot, and she began to feel that it wasn't too bad of an idea to quit her job and get married to her boyfriend. So she walked out of her studio and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of beer. When she turned around, she saw Zhang Heng playing with his building blocks on the sofa. "You are back. How did it go? Did you find anything?" she asked while opening the bottle. "Well, I just ruled out 2 people on the list that you gave me." "But," Su Qian waved her hand and interrupted Zhang Heng. "I don't care why you ruled them out. You just need to do your job well and show me the results." After she took 2 sips of beer, her irritability seemed to tone down a little. So, she took the initiative to apologize. "Sorry. I talked a lot on my stream just now. I am really not in the mood to talk anymore." "Understandable." Zhang Heng nodded. After that, the two stopped talking. Su Qian turned on the projection and watched the hottest series on the internet. However, she did not watch it for too long. After she drank all the beer in the can, she got up and went to the bathroom. After another half an hour, the washroom's door was unlocked. Su Qian walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her, and her hair had just been blown dry. "I'm going to bed first. Don't sleep too late. I'm going out to buy some clothes tomorrow morning." "Okay, see you in the morning." "See you in the morning." Su Qian turned around and walked into her room. After Su Qian left, Zhang Heng tried the sofa mentioned by Su Qian earlier. It was indeed more comfortable than a normal bed. Although Zhang Heng had no requirements for his living environment, he would not complain if he could sleep comfortably. He placed his blade at his side, and soon he fell asleep on the pillow. Early the next morning, Su Qian ordered 2 takeout breakfasts, which were delivered by the drones. Zhang Heng had also noticed that although there was a small kitchen in Su Qian's apartment, it seemed like she had never used it before. In fact, by 2077, there were very few people who still insisted on cooking their food. That was because all the restaurants used drones to deliver food to their customers. The drones were incredibly convenient, and the restaurants had to abide by strict sanitation and health standards. Other than that, the price of the food was reasonable and affordable. The vast majority of people would opt to take out 3 meals a day, so they would have more time to do other things. With its absolute necessity diminished, cooking became more like a hobby. Most of the stock of vegetables and meat would be supplied to the restaurants. Of course, people could still buy them from the supermarkets. They came at way higher prices now. Besides, most people did not have a kitchen in their homes. The apartment unit that Su Qian rented had a kitchen because the original owner was a cooking enthusiast. Su Qian now used it as a utility room. Zhang Heng wanted to pay for breakfast, but Su Qian refused his money. "Although the agreement didn't mention anything about living with me or providing you meals, I have to eat every day anyway. So I don't mind paying for your meal since it doesn't cost much." Su Qian shared half of her meal with Zhang Heng as she spoke. Although there were various technological methods to help with weight loss, maintaining a balanced diet was still the better method to keep in shape. Fans nowadays were not stupid. The moment they found out that their streamers used the help of some kind of technological method to slim down, the streamers would start losing many fans. In the end, Zhang Heng did not insist on paying for his meals. He did not have many credits to begin with. It was always a good thing to be able to save more credits. The Lego building blocks that he had with him were rented from the old man. Yes, he was renting it, not buying. Although the old man was willing to let him exchange service for shellac records, he still insisted on Zhang Heng paying 800 credits for the Lego bricks. And he was not willing to lower the price. So, Zhang Heng suggested to the old man about renting it temporarily. However, it was different from the shellac records. He would only get to use the Lego bricks in this quest. He could not bring it with him after the quest was over. So, in the end, Zhang Heng obtained the right to lease this set of Lego bricks at the price of 10 credits per month. Both parties were very satisfied with the deal. In addition, Zhang Heng paid half a year's rent to the old man, costing him a total of 60 credits to get the Lego bricks that he wanted. After breakfast, Su Qian called a taxi and went to the largest department store on the third level with Zhang Heng. Across the roads, Zhang Heng could see the dynamic advertisements on the outer wall of the mall. A wide variety of products were being advertised, including clothes, cosmetics, various technological gadgets, and a newly released game. Su Qian saw a young girl promoting sports earphones in the advertisements, and she was envied of her. That's Chiu Wei, the top streamer of the company I work for. She is 2 years younger than me, and she worked in this industry for only a year and a half. However, her annual income has reached 8 figures. So many companies want her to endorse their products. I have to say that she is the company's well-deserved cash cow. Now, she lives on the 4th level of this city. When she celebrated her birthday this year, the company invited about 100 streamers to join her birthday party. I was there, and I received a limited edition lipstick when I walked in. It costs about 6,000 to 7,000 credits. There were drinks, male escorts, and other forms of entertainment. It was said that the cost of the birthday party exceeded 1 million credits. Yeah, Zhang Heng sat in the co-pilot seat and responded to Su Qian. However, he was focusing on paying attention to his surroundings. He did not forget his bodyguard's duties. The department store area was the most prosperous place on the 3rd level. Stores lined the entire street, while throngs of people entered and left the place. It was indeed very lively. As a former assassin, Zhang Heng knew that this was also the place where something bad was most likely to happen. No matter who the perpetrator was, they could easily make themselves disappear into the crowd. This time, Zhang Heng did not bring his pestilence-bone bow and shrouded sheath with him. The reason why he dressed like a normal person was that he wanted to draw the stalker out. Su Qian was not concerned about whether she could find the person who stalked her. She just wanted to sleep peacefully at night. Then, when her boyfriend returned to her, she would not need to worry about her safety anymore. And perhaps, she could even take advantage of this matter and move to the 4th level, living the life of the rich wife in advance. On the other hand, Zhang Heng placed a lot of importance on his first job. If he could catch the stalker, he would be able to solve Su Qian's troubles once and for all. After all, the title of this quest was bodyguard. Of course, Zhang Heng could do his job minimally to complete the task, but his instinct told him that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. From the information he gathered so far, Su Qian was indeed a very ordinary streamer. She was good-looking, and she had a small reputation. However, she could be materialistic at times, and she had a bad temper too. The good thing was she would admit her mistakes. All she could ever think of was to marry a wealthy man and live a better life. And she did not interact with too many people in real life. It was difficult to imagine that someone like her would get involved in something serious. Chapter 935. Stalker. Once Su Qian got down from the car, she headed directly to the luxury stores on the mall's 1st floor. Not long after that, she spent roughly 10,000 credits on the clothes. Although this was the city's 3rd level, very few people made purchases in these luxury shops. Hence, there were way fewer people in this kind of store. Zhang Heng could see that Su Qian was a regular here. The store assistant lady greeted her enthusiastically as soon as she walked in. She proceeded to recommend her the new arrivals in the store. Su Qian then picked a few of them and went to the fitting room at the back for a try. Zhang Heng, like the other men in the store, found a corner and stood there. One of the men beside him was playing with his bracelet, and the other eyed the gorgeous ladies that passed the store while his girlfriend was away. However, The latter's eyes were quickly attracted by the figure that had just walked out of the fitting room. Su Qian had just changed into a new set of clothes, which looked like Scarlett Johansson's outfit in the movie Ghost in the Shell. It was simple in design, yet looked technologically advanced. Besides, the outfit also highlighted Su Qian's curvaceous figure. Coupled with her sweet appearance, the force of the powerful juxtaposition immediately attracted the stares of a large group of men. Thus, the store assistant couldn't help but compliment her. Unfortunately for him, Su Qian did not answer his question. Instead, she looked at Zhang Heng. And Zhang Heng knew that he had to carry out his bodyguard's duty. Hence, he walked over, stood in front of the two, and said kindly to the boys, "Hello, what can I do for you?" The boy then glanced at Zhang Heng's figure and appearance, and chose to give up on talking to Su Qian. After the boy's bold advances, Su Qian wanted to stay in this store no longer. She returned to the changing room to change back her clothes and asked the assistant to pack the new clothes quickly. After that, she put on her sunglasses, paid for the clothes, and left in a hurry. Right after she walked out of the store, Su Qian said to Zhang Heng, "You did a good job just now." Zhang Heng knew what Su Qian meant. It was inevitable that she would encounter such a thing whenever she headed out. Since she was a public figure and was supposed to behave like a sweet girl in front of everyone, she could never resort to any violent means to deal with such trouble. If the incident were to be recorded and posted on the internet, she would lose many followers indefinitely. If the person made a big deal out of it, and if it wasn't handled well, it could trigger a series of serious consequences. This was why Su Qian was remarkably satisfied with Zhang Heng's gentle and polite approach. Later, she headed to several other stores, eventually spending a total of 60,000 to 70,000 credits before she finally decided to call it a day. It was almost noon now. To express her gratitude, she invited Zhang Heng for some Huaiyang cuisine. As the two rode the escalator, Zhang Heng suddenly whispered into Su Qian's ear, "It seems someone is following us." Su Qian instantly became nervous. "Then what should we do?" "It's okay. Pretend you don't know anything and just keep walking. I will take care of the rest," Zhang Heng said as he reached his hands into his backpack. Since he wanted to draw the stalker out, he did not bring his pestilence bow and bow and shrouded sheath with him. However, that did not mean he would let down his guard, especially when he did not know the opponent's strength. The infinite building block and the pile of Lego parts that he carried in his backpack were used to deal with a situation like this. Besides, Zhang Heng had been observing the stalker for some time now. The stalker thought that he was extremely cautious. With the crowds in the mall and the distance between the two parties, the stalker assumed that Zhang Heng would not be able to spot him. He did not know that Zhang Heng's observational ability had become extremely good after completing the deduction reasoning quest. Other than that, he was now the master of stealth. It would be an epic failure if he did not manage to detect that someone was following them. On the contrary, after Zhang Heng observed the stalker for a while, he found that the stalker had amateurish abilities. Apart from the good job covering his face, he didn't make any extraordinary moves. Thus, Zhang Heng did not bother to make any more wild assumptions. He decided to confront the stalker directly. Su Qian, on the other side, did what Zhang Heng told her to do. She tried her best to control her walking, neither too fast nor slow. She pretended that she did not notice anything and continued to walk normally. On the other hand, Zhang Heng put his hand into his backpack, pretending to be looking for something. At the same time, he quickly assembled a stun gun with the Lego blocks. After that, he inserted the infinite building block into the stun gun to materialize it. Based on Zhang Heng's initial observation, the stalker looked extremely weak. Technically speaking, he could easily bring him down with his bare hands. However, he remembered that this was a proxy war dungeon, and being cautious was always advantageous. At this time, they arrived at a corridor on their right. It connected the second floor of this mall with the second floor of another smaller mall opposite them. It allowed patrons to head to the other mall without going downstairs and crossing the road. Su Qian pretended that she wanted to go to the other shopping mall. So, she turned and walked towards the corridor. And Zhang Heng made sure that he stayed by her side. Soon, the two disappeared behind the corner store. Once they saw that they were in a blind spot, they stopped moving forward, and they leaned their backs against the wall. Zhang Heng believed that with the stalker's vigilance and anti-reconnaissance capabilities, he would never have thought that someone would ambush him here. And when he walked to the point where he could see Zhang Heng and Su Qian, the distance between them would be around 3 to 4 meters at most. By that time, it would be impossible for him to run away from Zhang Heng. Su Qian was a little nervous because they were still in public and many people were walking around them. She didn't look afraid of what would happen next, but she saw Zhang Heng frowning the next second. Before she could say anything, Zhang Heng had already gone after the stalker. After calculating the time, Zhang Heng figured that the stalker should be approaching them really soon. He waited for another 2 seconds, but he still could not spot the stalker. So, he immediately realized that the situation might have changed. When he rushed out of the store, he saw the target running away from him in the crowd, and the distance between the two was starting to grow. Zhang Heng then took out the stun gun. Compared to a pistol, however, the stun gun had a closer ranger. In other words, Zhang Heng would not be able to shoot him from where he stood. Su Qian was still by his side, too, and he could not leave her alone. After Zhang Heng chased him over a short distance, he stopped and watched the stalker disappear into the crowd. What's the matter? Su Qian looked confused. He managed to get away, Zhang Heng said as he put away the stun gun. Didn't you say that he wouldn't spot us? Su Qian asked. That was what I thought as well, Zhang Heng said. Then why did he run? Zhang Heng did not answer her question. He looked up at the surveillance camera above his head. We will find out. Chapter 936. Livestream. After realizing that the stalker was real, Su Qian's originally relaxed emotions tensed up again. That afternoon, she received a surprise from her boyfriend. He bought her a sports car that cost 600,000 credits. The dealership sent the car to her apartment, and the sales representative handed her the keys and flowers. Compared with those gifts, however, Su Qian actually hoped that her boyfriend was by her side. However, the latter was still busy having business meetings on Earth at the moment, and he would only be back by next week at the earliest. Initially, Su Qian hired a bodyguard to help her sleep better at night, but she was now grateful that she hired one for protection. After the two returned from the mall, Zhang Heng did not go out again. Su Qian had already started her stream in her studio room, and according to the agreement, Zhang Heng was allowed to leave the apartment. However, he chose to stay in the living room to make her feel safe. In the meantime, Zhang Heng did some investigation. He was lucky that G7Z Security Company was the largest security company in New Shanghai 0297. It had a wide range of business. In addition to providing high-end services such as private bodyguards, it also provided general security for public places such as shopping malls and theaters. The two had gone there in the morning, where the G7Z Security Company did the security work of that large shopping mall. Without having to sneak into the monitoring room, Zhang Heng could acquire the surveillance footage by filling up an internal application form. After filling out an application form online and an hour's wait, the surveillance footage was sent to his personal terminal. Zhang Heng then connected his bracelet to the projection equipment in the living room to play those videos. It was easy to find the stalker in the crowd. Paying extra attention to the stalker's behavior, he saw that he did not have verbal or physical contact with other people in the mall. The surveillance footage now showed Zhang Heng and Su Qian hiding behind the corner shop. At this time, the stalker lowered his head to click on something on his bracelet. However, he used an external monitor connected to his bracelet and the crowd as his cover. Hence, Zhang Heng could not see what he was doing on the external monitor. Soon after that, he kept away the external screen and started to run as fast as he could. After a few seconds, Zhang Heng realized something wrong, and he jumped out from behind the store before pursuing the stalker. However, Zhang Heng was worried about Su Qian, so he stopped going after him, and the stalker eventually managed to escape. A hacker? After Zhang Heng watched the video, he touched his chin. This would explain why there were no visitor records when the stalker invaded and why the alarm did not go off as well. Su Qian followed Zhang Heng's advice. She said nothing about her brush with the stalker during her live stream. However, This incident could arouse the protective desire and compassion of her male fans, and if they sympathized with her, she might just be able to coax out some gifts from her fans. Since she was thinking of quitting soon and had just received the small gift that cost 600,000 credits from her boyfriend in the afternoon, Su Qian did not care much about the money. After she got off from her stream, she walked out of the room. To her surprise, she found out that Zhang Heng had also just exited her live stream. "Were you just watching my live stream?" Su Qian asked with raised eyebrows. "Well, I didn't expect that you could dance," Zhang Heng said. There is a dance studio next to the place where I lived when I was young. My mother knew the teacher there, and I learned dancing there for a while. However, it requires too much hard work, and I couldn't last that long. So when I become a streamer, I have to pick up dancing again. It's useless to look only pretty these days. You have to be talented too." After the live stream, Su Qian was not as irritable as before. It was probably because of what happened in the morning. Seeing Zhang Heng gave her a sense of security. Opening the refrigerator door, she took out 2 cans of beer this time and tossed one to Zhang Heng. "You dance very well," Zhang Heng complimented after he took the beer. "Thank you. I know that you are just nice. However, I am far from being a professional dancer, and the people who watch my live stream weren't admiring my dancing skills. They are only paying attention to my body," Su Qian said. "At least, this shows that you are in good shape," Zhang Heng said calmly. "I accept the compliment." Su Qian sat down on the sofa next to Zhang Heng, took a long sigh of relief, and opened the beer in her hand. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to watch my live stream." "Why do you say that?" "Who usually watches your stream then?" Zhang Heng asked rhetorically and opened his beer. "All kinds of people, but most of them are lonely people who can't get any satisfaction from the real world." "You don't look like that kind of person," Su Qian said. "I heard there was once a country worried about its rapid population growth. About 50 or 60 years ago, the federal population entered a negative growth stage, and everyone seemed to prefer to live alone. Well, in primitive societies, our ancestors all lived in large tribes, hunting, foraging, and raising children together. If the individual leaves the tribe, it would be impossible for the person to survive. When overproduction happened and living conditions improved, they started to leave the tribe and form their families. Then we have come to an era of unprecedented convenience. All of your basic needs can be fulfilled through the telephone and the internet. We no longer have the need to connect to society. And so, we have more time to pursue personal freedom and self-actualization. During this process, the position of the family in society is also being challenged. In fact, this trend got more and more popular in the world we live in, especially in the neighboring countries, where the fertility rate kept getting lower. Many single men and women preferred to be alone because they didn't want to tolerate another person. Without children, they would have a better quality of life. This phenomenon has gotten worse in 2077. This is why becoming a streamer seems so popular in this era. There are different types of streamers, from gaming, telling jokes, chatting to talent showcasing. Some of the streamers would even act cute to gain more views. They are there to meet all the reasonable and unreasonable requirements of their fans. Well, it makes sense. I still have to find myself a long-term job to feed myself. Su Qian sighed, especially when I am young and beautiful. You can grab a man on the road and ask him what kind of woman he likes. They will tell you all kinds of answers like virtuous, gentle, and blah, blah, blah. All those are nonsense. There is only one truth. Men are very dedicated animals. From 8 to 80 years old, they all like young and beautiful girls. If your goal is to look for someone to marry, no matter how much you improve yourself, as you grow older, you will not have the advantage when you are young. I will not make such a mistake. I marry myself to someone while I am still valuable. Su Qian then finished the beer in the can. Chapter 937, Second job. After that, the two chatted for a little longer before Zhang Heng asked Su Qian if he could join the fan chatroom. She gladly agreed, even letting Zhang Heng become an administrator. It was midnight, and Su Qian finally felt the exhaustion hit her. She ended the free-of-charge chat with Zhang Heng, got up, took a bath, and went to sleep. On the second day, Zhang Heng stayed with Su Qian for the whole day without going anywhere. What surprised her was that Zhang Heng actually fulfilled his duty as an administrator, warning those who broke the chatroom's rules. He also resolved the conflicts between her fans. He seemed to be having fun with it. This time, it was Su Qian's turn to feel embarrassed to ask Zhang Heng about the investigation's progress. She even started to consider if she should pay Zhang Heng an extra salary. On the third night, when Su Qian was live streaming, Zhang Heng finally went out alone. She had also added another physical lock to the studio room's door. Before leaving, Zhang Heng reminded Su Qian again. Considering that the stalker might be a hacker, there was a possibility that he was now using another's ID. Thus, Zhang Heng told Su Qian that even if she received a message from him, it was best to ignore it since he would only return to her apartment right after she ended her stream. Once Zhang Heng left the apartment, he called for a rental car and headed to the House of Old Things. Old Man Gung contacted him yesterday and asked him to pay for the shellac record, and he also promised to give him another after completing the task. So Zhang Heng had to put the stalker case aside now and accompany Old Man Gung to the bottom level of this city. "Leave your blade and bow with me first," Old Man Gung said. "We are doing business, not fighting. Didn't you say you wanted me to be your bodyguard?" Zhang Heng frowned. "Yes, but that's just in case. We should show our peaceful side first. Don't worry. I will place your blade and bow in my secret basement. All the goodies are hidden there. I will never lose it." Left with no other option, Zhang Heng passed his shrouded sheath and pestilence bone bow to Old Man Gung. Old Man Gung then took a good look at Zhang Heng, and he was happy with him. "Let's go. Don't you have to come back here before midnight? By the way, are you a female high school student? Why do you have to go home on time every day? Forget it. I have no interest in your other jobs. If everything goes well, I will be able to get my job done very soon," Old Man Gung said. The two then took a shuttle in the center of the city. From here, one could take a shuttle back and forth between the different levels of this city. And this was also the only way for one to travel around. However, the people who lived in the city's lowest level had to register themselves if they wanted to ascend to a higher level. Usually, the application could be approved quickly if the person had no criminal record. However, they were only allowed to travel to a maximum of 2 levels above them. So, if they wanted to go to a higher level than that, they would need someone at that level to invite them. However, if the person's workplace and residence were on different levels, they could apply for a long-term pass at their workplace. All they needed to do was to renew them every 6 months, after all. By doing that, they were allowed to travel freely among different levels, avoiding the trouble of making an application every time. Other than that, moving homes was also very simple. Each level had an asset threshold. If one passed the threshold, the person could move to a higher floor, live there, and enjoy the benefits that came with it. Alternatively, the individual could provide corresponding validation to prove that they would have a substantial and constant cash flow. Upon reaching the required amount, even if the person's assets did not meet the moving requirement, they could still proceed with the move. This was how Su Qian moved to a higher level. She lived there for almost 2 years before applying to move to the 3rd level. After the application was approved, she took the central shuttle to the 2nd level. It was almost time to get off work now, and the central shuttle was crowded with people who had just finished work and were waiting to go home. Fortunately, the shuttle had quite an impressive capacity. There were 4 tracks in total. During peak hours, the shuttle would depart every 3 minutes on average, and it could accommodate up to 10,000 people at a time. The people were lining up in their respective waiting rooms, waiting for the group of people in front of them to get into the shuttle. Once the group in front of them left, they would need to enter the corresponding waiting room immediately, find a seat, fasten their seat belts, and wait for the next shuttle to arrive. Each waiting room had about 50 seats, all of which were passengers that wanted to go to the same level of the city. And all those waiting rooms were small units that could be detached and connected again. When the shuttle arrived at the corresponding spot, there would be a total of 200 waiting rooms assembled during extreme cases in just 7 minutes. And these waiting rooms that were meant for people that just got off the train would be transferred to the arrival hall. After that, The waiting room modules would assemble at a different position according to the number of levels reached. Although many people were waiting to go home, everything seemed to be in order. Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung waited less than a quarter of an hour before boarding a shuttle. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the destination of their trip. It was the first level of New Shanghai 0297. Unlike the modern and technologically advanced third floor, the first floor appeared far more dilapidated. Whether it was the buildings or the streets, it was said that this level was the first to be built in the entire space station city. It was also the place where the construction workers lived before. After that, it became the place to earn more money for the young people and the low-income earners who had just moved to New Shanghai 0297. This level had the largest population in 0297 in New Shanghai. However, the municipal council appeared to have invested little in this level, including the sky above them. All they got was the simple day and night, and they did not get to look at the stars at night. Zhang Heng raised his head and looked at the sky. All he could see was the moon. The facilities here could never be compared with what others had on the third level of this city, let alone the change of temperature and the 4 seasons. To put it in simple terms, public facilities here were simply adequate to meet the most basic survival needs of the residents. If one wanted a better life, the person had to move to another level. At the same time, public security on the first level was the worst in the entire New Shanghai 0297. This was also the reason why Old Man Gung took Zhang Heng with him. After he got off the central shuttle, he looked a little nervous. He was holding a very old-school briefcase and constantly looked around. Zhang Heng, beside him, had to remind him, "If you do this, you are showing that you are holding something valuable. Basically, you are asking to be robbed." "Then what should I do?" Old Man Gung asked. "Just act normal, like an ordinary person," Zhang Heng said. "Where is the person you are looking for?" "I don't know." Old Man Gung accepted Zhang Heng's suggestion, put down the briefcase as he tried to prevent attracting unnecessary attention. "What do you mean?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "He only asked me to come to the first level, and he will come to me when the time comes," Old Man Gung replied. Finally, Zhang Heng had the opportunity to avenge himself. "What are you? Are you a female high school student waiting for your boyfriend to take you to the nightclub?" This time it was Old Man Gung's turn to take a hit. Chapter 938. Lowest level. The two did not stand by the roadside for too long. Soon enough, they were being targeted. A few villain-looking men surrounded them. However, after considering the number of people here and the guards that were not too far away, they decided not to do it immediately. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung to go to a more remote place to rob them. Old Man Gung became nervous again when he noticed the robbers. He then asked Zhang Heng in a low voice, "What should we do? Can you handle so many of them at the same time?" "I can deal with them easily, but I don't need to take action," Zhang Heng said while looking at a woman in a cheongsam across the road. The latter did not seem to be someone who lived on this level. Her facial features weren't outstanding, but she did look slightly prettier than most of her counterparts. In other words, her looks would not attract too much attention on this floor. However, she did have a very unique and strong temperament. Su Qian had a good temperament because she had practiced dancing before. However, when Zhang Heng compared her with Su Qian, he felt that the latter overshadowed her. Even the top streamer of Su Qian's company, Qiu Wei, who had tens of millions of fans and was featured in an advertisement, still had a temperament slightly inferior to that of the lady he had just seen. It was undeniable that Qiu Wei was prettier and younger. However, when the two stood side by side, Qiu Wei looked more like an ugly duckling. A bizarre feeling struck Zhang Heng. It was as if an angel was trapped in her mortal body. It was truly a shame. If she had Qiu Wei's facial features and worked as a streamer, she could have easily become an internet sensation, gaining hundreds of millions of rabid fans. But, other than her look and temperament, Zhang Heng also paid attention to her left arm. For some reason, her left arm was missing. Instead, it was replaced by a prosthetic limb, and there was no artificial skin attached to it. The white titanium shell was visible to everyone. It looked thin and slender, but Zhang Heng did not dare to underestimate it. The information that Zhang Heng collected earlier about this era before was related to mechanical prostheses. That was why he paid special attention to it. As early as 2019, when he was currently living, the research and development of mechanical prosthetics had always been a hot topic, and many related products were being invented. Not only could these products greatly improve their quality of life, but they would enable the disabled to do things that the ordinary could never dream of. Not to mention the rapid technological development of the dungeon that he entered this time. Some extremists took the initiative to replace some of their body parts with the corresponding mechanical parts to pursue greater strength and speed. Of course, this was strictly prohibited by laws and regulations. Zhang Heng did not know what kind of abilities the Chongsam woman's mechanical prosthesis gave her, but judging from the saber hanging on her waist, the mechanical hand was more than just holding chopsticks and arranging flowers. While waiting for the signal light to turn green, the Chongsam woman crossed the road and walked in front of Zhang Heng and Old Man Geng. Going straight to the point, she said, "Follow me." She then turned and walked towards another intersection. With her appearance, the men who thought of robbing them quickly retreated into the crowd. "It seems the person that you're looking for at this level is not as simple as we thought," Zhang Heng said to Old Man Geng. New Shanghai 0297 was invested and constructed by the Shengtang Morgan Group. These people were a group of profit-oriented bastards. They clearly have the ability and technology to manage the city well, but they deliberately treat all 5 levels differently. They adopted a semi-laissez-faire attitude toward the first level, with their main reason being reducing expenditure. The other reason was to stimulate more people here to work hard and generate more wealth. However, no matter what land it is, there will always be a ruler. And this place is no exception. Shengtang Morgan has already given up on this place. Naturally, there will be more powerful people to fill in the gap they left. "We are actually going to meet the ruler of this place," Old Man Geng explained. Zhang Heng frowned when he heard this. He then stopped walking. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the person you wanted to meet is the ruler of this place? Are you for real? For 2 shellac records, you made me come to this extremely dangerous place? We won't be in any danger. You are just my contingency plan." Old Man Geng wiped the sweat on his forehead to defend himself. He felt a little nervous at the thought of going to meet such a powerful man. "I'm not here this time for a transaction. My role is to bring 2 parties together to discuss their potential transaction. I am just the intermediary. In other words, killing you will be no big deal to them," Zhang Heng said lightly. "They won't do that." Old Man Geng then looked at the Chongsam girl who stopped moving and glared at them from a distance. He felt anxious. "Boy, can't we go back and talk about this? We haven't even met the person we were supposed to meet, and here we are fighting among ourselves. They must think we two are nothing more but clowns. Besides, you did promise to be my bodyguard. So fulfill your promise." Zhang Heng was unmoved when he heard what Old Man Geng said. "That's because you concealed important information. You only paid me to deal with the goons. Now, you want to defeat the boss for you? What do you want? Either we renegotiate a reasonable price, or we part ways and go on our own," Zhang Heng said. "How much do you want?" Finally, Old Man Geng helplessly relented. "If you weren't lying this time, I want 10 shellac records." However, Zhang Heng did not take advantage of him. Instead, he offered him a more reasonable price after reassessing the risk. Upon hearing that, however, Old Man Geng was reluctant to take the offer. He then asked, "How about I give you 3 more shellac records?" Zhang Heng didn't bother to respond. "All right, let's do it. 10 shellac records it is then." Old Man Geng finally succumbed to Zhang Heng. Other than the fact that he couldn't find anyone to become his bodyguard at the moment, he also felt that the price that Zhang Heng was asking for was reasonable. Even if he hired other people in advance, the price would be the same. The Chongsam girl on the other side was listening quietly to their bargain, and she did not speak a word while they were arguing. Instead, she only talked to them after the 2 finalized the transaction. "You 2 don't have to worry about anything. You are guests, after all. Mr. G will not hurt his guests." I know. Old Man Geng nodded hurriedly. Mr. G's accountability has always been renowned. I only hired a bodyguard to protect me on the way back and forth. The Cheongsam girl did not reveal the obvious lie that Old Man Gung just told. Instead, she asked, "Do you have anything else you might want to deal with? If not, let's continue our journey. We don't want to keep Mr. G waiting. Of course. Please lead the way." Seeing the Cheongsam woman turning around again, Old Man Gung grabbed the briefcase and followed her. Chapter 939. Movie. The three of them did not walk too far before they came to a movie theater. Since today wasn't a holiday, there were not many people in front of the cinema. The ticket inspector outside nodded respectfully at the Cheongsam girl, and the latter also nodded in return. However, she did not stop in front of the gate. Instead, she continued walking on before turning into an alley on the side of the cinema. There was an iron ladder facing a security door on the second floor of the theater. The Cheongsam girl walked at the front, arrived in front of the safe door, opened the door, and two men stood behind it, looking like bodyguards. Zhang Heng had a very decent physique. Ever since he started his first game, he had maintained the habit of staying fit. The strength of his arms, waist, and abdomen had significantly increased. To maintain flexibility, though, he also had to control his muscle growth. He did not want to grow too big like the two ripped bodyguards in front of him. All they did was stand there and intimidate whoever came through the entrance. Old Man Gung felt the same too. When he compared Zhang Heng and the two bodyguards, he thought it wasn't worth paying Zhang Heng with the 10 shellac records. On the contrary, however, Zhang Heng wasn't affected by them. The two brawny bodyguards searched Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung when they arrived in front of them. They were taken aback when they saw the pile of Lego bricks in Zhang Heng's backpack. Old Man Gung wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He did not expect Zhang Heng to like those bricks so much that he would carry them while at work. Was he planning to play with his Lego whenever he was bored? Fortunately, the bodyguards did not make fun of their building blocks, not when they were there, at least. "Please stretch out your hand," the Cheongsam woman said after scanning their belongings. Zhang Heng then stretched out his left hand. The Cheongsam girl, however, looked at him and shook her head. The other hand, the one with the bracelet. Zhang Heng then showed her his right hand again. The Cheongsam girl then put on another smaller black bracelet on his right wrist, explaining, "Don't worry, this is just a signal blocker. It will block all signals that originate from you. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles, please don't take it off until you leave this place." After that, she did the same to Old Man Gung. Once that was done, the Cheongsam girl signaled them again. Now, Zhang Heng quickly realized that Old Man Gung's task might not be as simple as he put it to be. According to the latter's statement, Mr. G was the ruler of the first level. He was supposed to be the uncrowned king, at least in his territory. Hence, he did not need to worry about his safety. In other words, the purpose of the search that was conducted on them earlier was not to ensure Mr. G's safety. From Zhang Heng's perspective, they were actually worried that Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung would leak the news. After putting on the bracelet, Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung walked through the entrance. Zhang Heng noticed that the poorly wired was turned on when he walked past the door. It went out after a while. He looked back at the two burly bodyguards and the Cheongsam girl behind him and found that they seemed oblivious to it. The bodyguards were still guarding the entrance, and the Cheongsam girl walked up from behind to lead the way. The three of them walked for about 20 meters before the Cheongsam girl told Old Man Gung, "Mr. G is waiting for you in VIP Hall 6. Just go straight to the end." Old Man Gung nodded and glanced at Zhang Heng. "We will make sure to treat your bodyguard well. You can meet up with him again after the meeting is over." "Thank you," Old Man Gung replied. Although he did not want to separate from Zhang Heng, he realized that it was not a good idea to let an outsider listen to what he would be discussing. Anyhow, if they wanted to harm him, they first had to take Zhang Heng into their consideration if he were here. So although Old Man Gung did not know what Zhang Heng was capable of, he, at the very least, gave him a sense of security. He noticed how calm Zhang Heng was at all times. Even after he was told who he was about to meet, he did not see any fear shown on Zhang Heng's face. Old Man Gung was less nervous when he saw that. After the two separated, Old Man Gung continued walking forward, while Zhang Heng took a turn under the Chong Sam girl's lead. Soon, he arrived at a screening room. No movies, however, were being shown currently. He and the Chong Sam woman were the only ones in the empty hall. "What do you want to drink?" "Water will be good," Zhang Heng said. "What movie do you want to watch?" The Chong Sam woman asked again. "Oh, that'll be unnecessary. You'd better choose something to watch because I'm afraid they might take a long time to verify all the information," insisted the Chong Sam woman. "Okay. Do you have any recommendations?" This time, the Chong Sam girl did not speak anymore. Instead, she walked out of the screening hall. 5 minutes later, the screening hall became completely dark, and the projector was turned on. A film titled Symbolic Exchange and Death began to play. In this era, where holographic projection was widely used, this movie was still 2D. Its excessively dull-looking content showed a bald old man with a pair of glasses and white temple hair sitting in front of a wooden table, smoking and talking into the camera. His speech was very random, saying whatever he wanted to say without a solid topic. His ramblings revolved around society, its organizational structure, its modus operandi, production and reproduction, consumption, and some other things. Later, the Chong Sam girl returned to the screening room with a jug of water and 2 cups. She sat down beside Zhang Heng and poured him a glass. Neither of them talked. Zhang Heng did not know why the Chong Sam girl's attitude towards him changed slightly after he passed through the door and went to the second floor. He faintly felt a sense of intimacy from her. As compared to the main character, Old Man Gung, she behaved very formally towards him. After that, Zhang Heng turned to look at the Chong Sam girl next to her. The latter was watching the movie at the moment. She seemed to notice Zhang Heng was looking at her. She then frowned and warned him, "Watch the movie." Although it was an imperative tone, it sounded more like a teacher scolding naughty students. However, her speech did not carry any threat or hostility. So Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and focused on the movie again. The two watched the lengthy and boring movie that lasted 3 hours until someone walked in and informed them that the meeting was over. Chapter 940. Gift. The Chong Sam lady got up and sent Zhang Heng out of the screening room, all the way to the corridor. At the very end, the VIP 6 room's door was opened. However, Old Man Gung was not the one who came out first. The first person that Zhang Heng saw was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. He wasn't particularly tall, standing at only 1.7 meters. This made him half a head shorter than Zhang Heng. Although he was short, he was not the kind of person that one should mess with. Whether it was the long scar on his face or the 2 missing fingers on his right hand, they all told what he had gone through. This was also the era where mechanical prosthetics were extremely well developed. He, however, still chose to keep his physical flaws. If he was an ordinary person, he might not have enough money to buy himself a mechanical prosthesis. Zhang Heng had already figured out the man's identity. He was the uncrowned king of this place, and he obviously had no financial troubles. When Zhang Heng laid eyes on him, the uncrowned king was also stared back. However, when he saw the Chong Sam girl and Zhang Heng coming out of the screening room together, he seemed a little surprised. He soon thought of something, before proactively stretching out his hand. Smiling, he said, "Ah, you are the bodyguard. I am the owner here. Everyone calls me Mr. G." Zhang Heng then shook hands with Mr. G. At the same time, Old Man Gung walked out from behind. He no longer felt the tension he had earlier. He then muttered, "I've spent a lot of unnecessary money this time. If I know you and your man are so polite, I wouldn't have spent the money to hire a bodyguard." Mr. G said in a non-committal tone, "Danger will never come to you when you are well prepared. As for the purpose of hiring a bodyguard, they do more than simply assist in the event of a threat. Their existence alone can eliminate a lot of dangers. It is apparent that the bodyguard you hired is a very capable person. And I dare to guarantee that no matter how much money you spend on him, it is never a failed investment." Him? Old Man Gung continued sullenly. He might be capable of dealing with the 2 stupid students on the 3rd level. If it weren't for your people showing up on time, we might have been robbed by one of those gangsters in front of the station. Oh, It seems that I haven't introduced her to you. Mr. G stretched out a hand, and the Cheongsam lady immediately placed her genuine hand onto Mr. G's palm. The person who brought you here is F, my fiancée. She doesn't like to introduce herself, so let me do the honor of introducing her to you guys. Mr. G and Miss F, I guess we two freaks are a good match. Mr. G teased. Are you engaged? Congratulations. Both of you are a match made in heaven, Old Man Gung said. However, he did not agree with him. Although Mr. G was short, he had never felt the need to grow taller to pursue the women he liked. As the ruler of the first level, he could have women of all manners surrounding him. Although Miss F was outstanding in temperament, she still lacked in the appearance department. Since ancient times, heroes were supposed to be paired up with beauties. Mr. G was no doubt a hero, but Miss F was no beauty. However, the two parties seemed to be quite satisfied with their significant other, hence Old Man Gung would never stick his nose into their business. He glanced at Zhang Heng and said, "Let's go. Aren't you still in a hurry to go home? Then I will ask F to take you to the station," Mr. G said. "No need. Although I am old, I think I still remember the route to the shuttle station. We can go back there by ourselves. You and your wife needn't worry about us." Old Man Gung walked to the security gate as he spoke. Zhang Heng was about to follow him when he heard the Cheongsam woman say, "Hold on. I have a gift for you." Immediately, Old Man Gung stopped walking, and he looked flattered. "You don't have to be so polite. I'm just a middleman responsible for making connections. I'm not talking about you." Miss F looked at Zhang Heng and repeated, "I have a gift for you." Zhang Heng looked at Mr. G, who shrugged. "You better accept her gift. No one here can refuse her, me included." Zhang Heng nodded, not because of Mr. G's half-threat half-joke remark, but the faint kindness he felt from Miss F when he was in the screening room. Miss F then turned around and walked to another room. She came out of the room after a while and put the thing in Zhang Heng's hand. "Here you go." Mr. G raised his eyebrows. "Oh, golden hamster. This little thing is cute. It's easy to raise, like a pet, and it doesn't take up much space. Just feed it on time." Old Man Gung was a little confused, oblivious as to what Miss F's gift meant. After all, Mr. G was the uncrowned king of this place. He had all kinds of rare weapons and mechanical prostheses. Even if he were reluctant to give those things away, he could have gifted them credits where it suited their identities more. But a hamster? Zhang Heng looked far from a person who liked to raise small animals. This surprised Zhang Heng quite a bit as well. However, he still took the hamster cage from Miss F. "Thank you." After that, Miss F stopped talking and stood beside Mr. G quietly. And Zhang Heng also carried the newly acquired hamster and caught up with Old Man Gung. The security guards at the security gate took off the signal-blocking bracelets they were wearing and returned them to Mr. G. After that, Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung walked down the stairs. When they arrived outside the theater, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked like he was in a good mood. Hence, he did not dwell on the fact that he needed to pay Zhang Heng 10 shellac records later. He even suggested to look for somewhere nearby to have a drink. However, he later dismissed the idea, deciding to return to the third level as soon as possible. Zhang Heng certainly would not object to such an idea. So, the two of them followed along and walked towards the central shuttle. It was past peak office hours, and there were very few people left on the street. The two of them crossed a quiet road. While Old Man Gung was complaining that the moon on the first level was designed perfunctory, Zhang Heng suddenly stopped moving forward and reached out his hand to stop Old Man Gung. "What?" Old Man Gung looked a little lost. Zhang Heng then asked again, "What are the consequences of killing someone on the first level?" "Consequences? What do you mean? Who are you going to kill?" He then saw two teenagers skateboarding towards them before he could finish his sentence. When they saw Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung, they came down from their skateboards, reached into their pockets, took out guns, and approached them. "Are they here for me?" Old Man Gung's hair stood up when he saw them. "If not, do you think they are here to rob me?" Zhang Heng said casually. Chapter 941, Biker Gang and Human Shield. The two skateboarders soon arrived in front of Old Man Gung and Zhang Heng. And their target was Old Man Gung. One of them raised his gun and pointed it at Old Man Gung. "Don't move. Come with us," he warned. A chill ran up from Old Man Gung's feet to his spine, and he raised his hands unconsciously. Before he could speak, he heard a gunshot. For a moment, Old Man Gung thought someone had shot him. But the next moment, he saw the skater boy who pointed the gun at him falling to the ground with surprise written across his face. And Zhang Heng didn't just stop there, killing the other skater boy with the pistol he had just assembled with Lego. Stunned in paralyzing shock, Old Man Gung stammered. Were they sent by Mr. G? Did you hide anything from him? Or have you lied to him before? Zhang Heng asked. No. We've all said what we wanted to say. I told him the truth, and I did not lie. They don't look like they were sent by him. He could have just sent someone to ask you to go back to him, and he knew that you would not disobey. Yeah. Old Man Gung nodded repeatedly. Wait, where did your gun come from? He reacted after a while. It's a secret. No comment, replied Zhang Heng, bending over and picking up the gun on the ground. Old Man Gung saw the two pools of blood, and his heart rate began to rise again. He saw Zhang Heng still standing there after checking his gun. This is not the time to do that. Let's run quickly. He could not help but urge. Zhang Heng, however, only shook his head. You can't run away. Do you really think that those motorbikes in front and behind us are just bystanders? Chapter 942, Memory Encoder. How could this happen? Old Man Gung laid down behind the counter, panic written across his face. Although he wasn't the target of the bikers, he was so frightened that his legs became soft since he stood right beside them, the spikes and blades coming way too close for comfort when the fight was going on. Then, in the midst of it all, some blood splattered across his face. Old Man Gung could not imagine how Zhang Heng could withstand wave after wave of attack. The thugs too couldn't believe that Zhang Heng managed to gain the upper hand with so many fighting against him. And he even killed quite a number of them as well. Unfortunately, it did not make their situation better for the duo. For now, the attack had temporarily stopped, but at the same time, the roar of motorcycle engines became louder and louder. It meant that more and more were enemies coming at them. What ill did you help him with? Zhang Heng frowned. He had emptied the pistol's clips that he picked up from the ground earlier. After throwing that gun aside, he had only the gun made of Lego bricks. It still had many bullets in it, but they were obviously not enough to deal with so many enemies. The hamster given by F was now running around frantically in its cage, looking very anxious. Old Man Gung still hesitated after hearing what Zhang Heng told him. He seemed to be really reluctant to mention anything related to the meeting just now. Hence, Zhang Heng did not force him, saying instead, I don't want to get myself into this big trouble. And I'm not the least interested in your transactions. But if you want to return to the third level alive, you'd better tell me everything. Let me know, at least, if they can't capture you in the end, will they kill you? Of course, you can also choose to say nothing and risk your life. Upon hearing that, Old Man Gung's expression changed. He finally chose to save himself instead of keeping secrets. I don't know where those people came from, he blurted in a jiffy. The trade between the two parties revolved around a memory encoder. A memory encoder? Is it similar to a device that can create a new memory in a person's mind? It's more than that. The memory encoder can delete and rewrite memories. If the human brain is a computer, then the memory encoder is equivalent to programming software. It is usually used with human cloning technology, where it can provide a constant flow of cheap labor for various companies. To make it sound simpler, they first produce the clones they need through gene cloning. These clones are like a commodity. Once the hardware gets completed, the memory encoder will begin to program the clones, assisting in setting their personalities, skills, experiences, and so on. In short, the clones produced in the end are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, and they require way fewer resources to train. This is because they could grow them in a petri dish until they are 18 or 20 years old. All they need to do in the end is to write a set of memories of their lives into their brains before they turn 20, and they can start working immediately without any form of training. There was a hint of suspicion in Old Man Gung's eyes when he talked about cloning technology. The first batch of clones have been experimentally put to use as early as 20 years ago. About 6 years ago, A lot of companies began to use clones. Of course, it didn't go well at the beginning, valiantly opposed by the labor union. But now it's a major industry, and everyone knows it. I just came, Zhang Heng said. In short, the technology related to human cloning has always been the Federation's top-secret technology. The memory encoder is no exception. There is only one memory encoder in the entire New Shanghai 2097, Old Man Gung said. And the ones who own it plan to sell it? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Of course not. No one can touch the memory encoder. It is placed on the 27th floor of Shengtang Morgan's headquarters. It is extremely well guarded, with almost flawless security over there. And the memory encoder is equipped with a self-destruction program triggered in the case of an emergency. Hence, no one will think of stealing it. The one that they traded is an experimental prototype memory encoder from the Earth. It is a very old model, and it has some flaws. It is, however, still usable. The prototype was supposed to be destroyed, but the seller managed to figure out a way to get his hands on it. Old Man Gung said, "And you acted as the middleman of this transaction? I know that the business at the House of Old Things is not very good, but don't you think that the role you played put you in too much danger?" "Of course I know. I am not blind. I saw the mob outside the building just now." Old Man Gung sounded a little annoyed. "Otherwise, why would I hire a bodyguard?" "Seriously, you should have hired an armored division rather than a bodyguard," Zhang Heng replied. "Now that I have a better understanding of the situation, the good news is that they too should be curious about the identity of the seller when they attempt to capture you. They won't kill you unless it's their last resort. The bad news is that you just committed a crime, and we can't ask the police for help." "Well, what should we do then?" "Let's wait. Wait. There are a lot of enemies outside the shop." Old Man Gung almost stomped his feet. They had hidden in there for a short while, and many new motorcycles were now parked outside the shop. It was hard to imagine how many more enemies would come later. "It's useless for us to make a breakthrough now. There are only two of us. And you are not invincible." They realize now that they are allowed to hurt as long as they are still alive. In other words, they will not hesitate to shoot at us if we go out now. The best thing we can do right now is to wait for our allies to save us. Who are our allies? Whoever wants to buy that memory encoder through you is our ally. After all, this is Mr. G's territory. I bet he should have been informed that we are being ambushed at this moment. Let's just hold on for a little longer. The cavalry will be here soon. And I bet our enemies know about it too. If I'm right, they will launch a second wave of attacks soon," Zhang Heng said as he handed the hamster cage to Old Man Gung. "Help me take care of my new roommate." "Huh?" Old Man Gung held the hamster cage with a dull expression. The next moment, the bikers launched another round of attacks at them. They were still worried about killing Old Man Gung by mistake. So they put away their guns and switched to melee weapons. This was the exact outcome that Zhang Heng had been hoping for. While the first enemy stepped on the counter of the grocery store and hurriedly jumped down, Zhang Heng quickly pulled the trigger, sending him to his maker. He then caught the knife that fell from the enemy's hand. "Oh, they really shouldn't give me the weapon I want most." Chapter 943, God of Murder with a blade in his hand, Zhang Heng's killing mode was officially activated. He felt that he had returned to the night of the bloody battle at Bakumatsu Kyoto. An endless wave of enemies poured in from all directions like a raging tsunami. In terms of swordsmanship, this group of bikers could never be compared with the samurais he fought last time. Once they started to make a move, Zhang Heng could see that their movements were full of vulnerabilities. There was also no teamwork among them, where they solely relied on numbers alone. However, they held other advantages as well, especially the weapons they owned. Although they couldn't use their guns, they had all kinds of melee weapons. Some of them were also equipped with mechanical prostheses. In the beginning, Zhang Heng suffered a small loss. Although he saw someone charging at him with raised fists, he chose to ignore it for now. He had to first handle the enemy, holding a stun baton on the other side. Right after Zhang Heng slashed him with his blade, he quickly turned around to deal with the enemy that wanted to punch him. However, the enemy didn't seem affected when the blade landed on his fist. All that could be seen were the sparks flying from the contact. Zhang Heng also almost dropped the blade due to the powerful recoil. Although he failed to hurt his opponent with his blade, it did change the trajectory of the fist. In the end, the enemy's fist went past Zhang Heng and landed on the grocery store's wall. The wall cracked due to the force delivered by the fist, dust flying into the air and raining down onto them. Fury flashed across the man's eyes, and he attempted to punch Zhang Heng, getting up immediately to attack the second time. The moment he lifted his fist, however, Zhang Heng was well prepared to strike him first. This time, he wouldn't be giving him any opportunities to attack. Before his fist could come in contact with Zhang Heng had already sliced off his head without any hesitation. The head then rolled towards Old Man Gung's side, leaving the latter and the hamster in his hands completely terrified. Before his fear could even subside, Old Man Gung felt his collar getting pulled up by someone, and he was about to be dragged away from the counter. Fortunately, Zhang Heng, on the other side, had been paying attention to the Old Man Gung. While he was fighting with the two new opponents that charged at him, he had quickly drawn his gun and killed the man who tried to take advantage of the chaotic situation. As the latter's body slammed on the counter, Old Man Gung quickly ran back behind it. On the other hand, Zhang Heng drew an arc with his blade in the air, bypassed the enemy that made a defensive posture in front of him, and stabbed his chest with his blade. The bikers stopped attacking after they saw what Zhang Heng did to their allies. None of them expected Zhang Heng to have such good marksmanship and also fearsome swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the bikers were sent to meet their maker. At the same time, the bikers knew that there was not much time left for them. So, they just took in a deep breath, bit the bullet, and continued to charge at Zhang Heng. Judging by how they were behaving, it seemed they were planning to sacrifice themselves to capture Old Man Gung. As a result, the pressure bearing down on Zhang Heng's shoulders amplified instantaneously. So far, he had no problem fighting against them. The biggest problem he had was that he needed to take care of Old Man Gung on the other side. After he emptied the Lego gun's clip, he could no longer save him from a distance. As a result, he had put away the Lego gun, grabbed another blade, and switched to double blade mode. In the end, he barely managed to protect Old Man Gung. Even for him, it was not easy to maintain such an intense close-range melee fight, especially when the enemy in front of him did not care about casualties. Fortunately, Mr. G's men were here just in time. Only less than 8 minutes had passed since the battle started. The ruler of the first level had organized and assembled nearly 100 subordinates to help them. It exceeded the expectations of the bikers, and they were covered in despair. The first to rush to the battlefield was Miss F. As Mr. G's fiancée, she did not act like a queen who knew nothing about combat, but rather like a military general. When she drew the saber with her mechanical arm and jumped at the enemies, she looked like a ferocious tiger descending from a mountain. Her attack speed was faster than Zhang Heng's. She fought so well thanks to her mechanical arm and the special alloy sword, not to mention Zhang Heng's shrouded sheath was not with him right now. Still, it was undeniable that her performance was amazing. And Miss F's presence had completely destroyed the bikers' morale. Initially, they were relying on the time difference. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until Old Man Gung met Mr. G before they made their move. At that time, Old Man Gung had already handed over the information in the briefcase and closed the deal between the two parties. Usually, the level of their vigilance was the lowest at a time like this. Everyone was caught off guard by their sudden attack. Unfortunately, they did not expect that Zhang Heng was there to protect Old Man Gung. As a result, they failed to kidnap Old Man Gung. And the cavalry was here to rescue them. If they wanted to survive, they had to flee now. Miss F put away her alloy sword, and she did not even bother to look at enemies that fled from her. She walked towards Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung and asked, "Are you okay? It's our fault for letting such a thing happen on our territory. We were negligent, and I apologize on behalf of Mr. G." Zhang Heng threw the blade aside, shook his head, and said, "It's okay. Anyway, neither of us got harmed." Old Man Gung did not think that he was doing fine. He was surrounded by dead bodies, and there was blood on his face. Fortunately, the blood did not belong to him. Though he was not physically injured, it did not mean that he was not mentally scarred. Later, the expression on his face became more and more in sync with the hamster in his arms. His brain could still process the information around him logically. He now knew that the two people in front of him were the gods of killing. When the two talked, he kept quiet for the first time. At the same time, he prayed that the god would forget the impolite words he had said. Miss F nodded. The attackers come from a medium-sized gang that has recently gotten out of our control. Most of the members are runaways, and there is something wrong with their brains. Clearly, they cannot be the mastermind. Someone bribed them and promised them that he would help them move to a higher floor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to fight us in the open. Rest assured, I guarantee that none of them will escape. After that, she paused for a while, and she looked at the corpses around her. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes. However, she did not ask any questions about it. Instead, she said, I'll get 2 sets of new clothes for 2 of you. You can choose to stay here or return to the level you came from. Chapter 944. Trumi. Old Man Gung hesitated and decided to return to the 3rd level, his main reason being better public security. At least they wouldn't be encountering street fights on the 3rd level. Of course, the more important thing was that he had to give the seller feedback after he discussed the transaction with Mr. G. And Zhang Heng had to return to Su Qian's apartment as well. So, Miss F sent 4 men with a clear background to escort Old Man Gung back to the 3rd level. At the House of Old Things, Old Man Gung paid Zhang Heng 15 shellac records in one lump sum. This was the reward for his protection. Coupled with the records that served as the deposit, Zhang Heng received 6 extra shellac records. These were a token of gratitude from Old Man Gung for protecting him from the violent mobs. These are all the shellac records I've collected. That's all I have. Old Man Gung handed over the records to Zhang Heng. His tone was more polite than before. After all, he did witness Zhang Heng single-handedly killing the mob. I will give you those building blocks as well. You don't have to pay rent anymore. Zhang Heng did not reject all those gifts. After he took those records, he heard a system notification reminding him that he had earned another 150 points. Do you have any other ways to collect more shellac records? Zhang Heng asked afterward. I can find a way to raise money to buy them, or, as in this case, provide my services as a form of payment. Why are you so enthusiastic about shellac records? Old Man Gung eyeballed at Zhang Heng curiously. There are now extremely few left in this city. It's not that easy to collect all of them. Usually, they are collected by rich individuals from the 4th and 5th levels. I do want to help you. If this transaction goes smoothly, I guess I will leave New Shanghai 0297. Why do you want to leave this place? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Old Man Gung, however, seemed hesitant to tell Zhang Heng the reason. Forget it. I have no interest in exploring your personal affairs. Just tell me who I should be looking for to collect more shellac records after you leave. Old Man Gung thought for a while before replying. This is my trade secret. If I decide to leave here, I will send you his name and contact information the day before I depart. Zhang Heng returned to the Yacheng community at about 11 at night. Su Qian wasn't done with her live stream yet. Zhang Heng placed the golden hamster that Miss F gave him on the table. After that, he took a bath, cleaned up the bloodstains on the skin, and walked out of the bathroom with his newly bought bathrobe. He then got himself a glass of water, sat on the sofa, turned on the projector, and entered Su Qian's livestream room like what he'd done for the past few days. At the same time, he clicked into the fan chat room. In her streaming studio, Su Qian had just finished dancing, and her cheeks were flushed. Now, she was chatting with her fans about a game that had just been released. As far as Zhang Heng knew, Su Qian had no interest in playing games. However, after looking at most viewers' backgrounds, he realized that they were mostly made out of avid gamers. So about half a month ago, Su Qian started to talk about the trendy games to prevent her fans from declining. And for this reason, she had deliberately learned a bunch of gaming jargon from the internet. Her strategy was proven to be very effective after a while. When a cute girl like her began using gaming jargon while chatting, she'd become irresistibly attractive to the gamer. As a result, for the first time ever, Su Qian managed to stop the decline of her fans. In fact, Her livestream viewers had even started increasing slightly. After realizing how effective the method was, Su Qian officially decided to adopt this strategy. Every night, she would chat about games on her stream. However, after a while, more began to realize that she was merely a fraud and deliberately learned all that gaming jargon. Hence, her viewers started to criticize her, and the number of her viewers began declining again. But compared to the rate of her previous viewer drop, the decline had indeed slowed down by a little. Thus, Su Qian ignored all those haters in her livestream room. She also talked about this when she was chatting with Zhang Heng last night. In her own words, people were contradictory creatures. The audience who came to her livestream room always mentioned that they wanted to see the true her. But that was actually not true. Su Qian gave an example, saying that she did not understand how things worked in this line when she first signed the contract. She was just a rookie back then, and whenever she went live, she would just make use of the natural lighting and put on her usual makeup. She even wore a dirty sweater and wrapped herself tightly in it. Usually, her topics revolved around a female. Since she was a rookie, she was always full of confidence. At that time, she studied all those famous streamers and thought that they were hypocrites. At first glance, she saw that they were not acting like themselves. She felt that they were not as sincere as her. She also believed that the fans would prefer to watch a streamer willing to show her true side. As a result, reality hit her hard. The number of people that watched her live stream was pathetic. And some of the streamers who started at the same time as her had already recruited throngs of fans by relying on the innocent personality they had crafted for themselves. Some even gave themselves a coquettish personality. So Su Qian decided to put away her naive thoughts and used her first month's salary to buy a set of expensive cosmetics, gifting them to a veteran streamer on the verge of retirement. The veteran streamer saw that she had bought a meal and costly cosmetics. Hence, in return, she related her experiences and routines accumulated over the years working as a streamer to Su Qian. Since she was about to retire, she had no intention of taking those trade secrets to her grave. And Su Qian did benefit a lot from her. Su Qian then relied on these experiences and routines that she learned and gradually established her own personality, dressing style, and chatting skills. Finally, she was slowly climbing towards the peak of her career. All the people you see on the internet are not real, Su Qian said. Do you really think that I like wearing cattails and pose in front of the camera in all kinds of stupid postures? And why would I want to force myself to talk about those games that I don't care about? Sometimes, I feel that there is no difference between me and a product on the store shelf. We are created by market demand and data. The packages are beautifully packaged and come in different types of packaging to cater to different needs. Sometimes, when you lay your eyes on a product, you somehow think it is very special. Still, it is just a product designed in a way to attract customers with special needs. And once a specific product becomes popular, countless products will follow suit, appearing in the market like mushrooms after the rain. I still remember the first sentence the veteran streamer said to me that night. No one cares what kind of person you are. When people enter your live stream room, they already have a purpose in them, even if they don't realize it sometimes. Either they are lonely, feel the need to satisfy their primitive impulse, or want to fantasize about a pure and innocent person. Find those desires, give them what they want, and then you can get what you want. Chapter 945. Let me ask another question. While Zhang Heng watched the live stream, the golden hamster on the table finally regained its stamina after a long rest, and it started to run on the wheel. It looked like it wanted to go out for a stroll. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it ran, it could never leave the cage. After a while, it got tired from running. So, it laid down in the cage again and began to play dead. Zhang Heng looked at it, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. The studio's door opened at 12:15, and Su Qian walked out. Seeing that Zhang Heng was still watching the live stream, she could not help but ask, "Do you have any updates about the stalker?" "Well, I have a couple of suspects right now." "That fast?" Su Qian was bewildered. Although she asked Zhang Heng about the investigation's progress, she wasn't expecting any results. She only wanted to remind Zhang Heng. He was, after all, paying a great deal of attention to her stream and managing her fans. This caused her to be a little flattered. Still, Su Qian was paying the security company to ensure her safety. Yeah, Zhang Heng nodded. I took a look at the mall's surveillance footage. The stalker is good at hacking. He hacked the mall's cameras and escaped before we could catch him. However, it looks like he hasn't done anything like this before, and could also be his first time risking arrest. He must be extremely nervous right now since he isn't sure if he made a mistake. So, he will try to find out how much information we have about him. Do you think he will watch my live stream later or join my fan group? No wonder you made me stay silent about me being stalked on the live stream. Are you trying to draw the stalker out? And you have been on my live stream and fan group for a rather extensive amount of time recently. You were trying to look for the suspect, right? Su Qian realized that she had probably misunderstood Zhang Heng's actions before this. She treated him as one of her ordinary viewers who watched her live stream every day. In order to make up for her mistake, she took the initiative to offer some help. Is there anything I can help you with? Of course. Zhang Heng circled a few IDs in the fan chat room. Do you recognize these people? Su Qian squinted when she looked at the names. 3 of them had joined the group after the day she was being followed in the mall. 2 of the members she completely did not recognize, but as for the other member, Su Qian remembered that he sent her a lot of gifts before. However, she still knew nothing about his background. But when she saw the last name, she was taken aback. Him? Does he have any problems? The ID with the handle eGoat, circled by Zhang Heng last, was the creator of this fan chat room. Su Qian was quite familiar with eGoat because he was with her the longest among all the other fans. He had been watching her live stream since the first day she started streaming. She had only a handful of fans at that time, hence she could remember all their names. However, eGoat usually spoke little in the chat room. Hence, Su Qian thought that he should be a very timid person. He would often watch her stream in silence and send her gifts from time to time. eGoat once ranked as the top viewer that sent her the most gifts. But as Su Qian became more and more popular, he fell from the top spot since there were more wealthy individuals who joined her fan group. Despite that, he had no complaints at all. He still offered to help Su Qian with some background work, including establishing a fan chat room and helping her with her publicity. eGoat had done so much for her, which was why she had a good impression of him. She could not figure out why Zhang Heng would include him in his list. I heard a fan majoring in computer science mention that eGoats is a computer network expert. There was this once, he helped your fan solve a question his teacher failed to in one night. Zhang Heng said, but you can't be treating everyone with excellent computer networking skills as stalkers, right? Su Qian reasoned. And I know eGoat. He seems to be a network engineer of a company, and he is a very good person. You are right. But you can't explain why he didn't come to the chat room in the past 2 days. Hold on. You are confusing me. I remember that you told me that the stalker would come to my chat room very often. And now the reason why you suspect eGoat was because he didn't come to my chat room for the past 2 days? There are 2 possibilities. If a newcomer joins the chat room, he would most likely stay all day long. But for eGoat, the first to join the chat room when it was first established, guilt might cause him to stop talking in the chat room. Instead, he would appear offline and pay attention to everyone's messages, Zhang Heng explained patiently. But Su Qian still found it unacceptable. Well, let's go and ask him tomorrow, Zhang Heng suggested. The computer science major in the chat room said that he knows eGoat's address. After eGoat helped him solve the problem, he invited him for dinner, and he also ordered 2 bottles of beer. However, he did not expect eGoat to have an extremely low tolerance to alcohol. He got drunk after drinking half a bottle of beer. After that, he kept calling your name. Left with no other option, the computer science major had to send him home. And that's how he acquired his address. I don't think it's a good idea. Su Qian still seemed a little hesitant. eGoat had been with her for a long time, after all. He witnessed her rise and fall. It was why Su Qian no longer treated him as an ordinary fan. Instead, she considered him as a good friend who she had never met before. Now, they were about to meet for the first time for all the wrong reasons. Zhang Heng suspected that eGoat was the one that had been stalking Su Qian. Zhang Heng seemed to know what she was thinking. So, he added, we can choose not to talk about the stalking matter. Anyway, you are going to quit the streaming line soon. Why don't you take this opportunity and say goodbye to him? Su Qian was finally moved by Zhang Heng. After that, Zhang Heng asked the fan to make an appointment with Egoat. However, he did not mention that Su Qian would tag along with him. After finishing the work at hand, Zhang Heng looked at Su Qian again. He was thinking of the right way to phrase the question he was about to ask. How much do you know about human cloning? What? Su Qian did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly ask such a question. Zhang Heng's expression still remained very calm. Let me rephrase my question. Am I a clone? Chapter 946. I am a human clone. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Proxy War Dungeon's difficulty had been one of the hottest topics in discussion among the players. Although the agents on top of the leaderboard didn't share their experience in the Proxy War Dungeon, the players who scored too low and failed to enter the next round of the game were more than willing to share theirs. According to their descriptions, the Proxy War Dungeon's content could be bizarre at times. The one thing that the players agreed on, however, was that it was a lot more difficult than an ordinary dungeon. The alien quest Zhang Heng completed was one of the most challenging quests he had encountered. As for his current quest, Zhang Heng had not encountered any complications until tonight. The person he was supposed to protect, Su Qian, was just an ordinary girl. She lived at the 3rd level of the city with good security, and although she had encountered some minor problems before, they did not seem a major issue. As of now, Zhang Heng had acquired a good deal of information about the man who stalked Su Qian. His investigation was steadily progressing. If this went on, he could complete this 2-week bodyguard mission easily. It also meant that he'd still have half of the game time left upon completing this task. He never expected that this quest with the title, Bodyguard, would have nothing to do with this bodyguard mission. Until tonight, he still did not know where the threats could come from. It wasn't until Old Man Gung told him about the memory encoder and human cloning that Zhang Heng vaguely noticed something wasn't right. Previously, he had searched up information relating to New Shanghai 0297, but found nothing about human cloning. According to Old Man Gung, the residents of New Shanghai 0297 were supposed to be aware of the existence of human clones. Being a player put Zhang Heng at a disadvantage. It made sense that he was completely oblivious that he was a clone. However, when he thought about Miss F's attitude towards him when they first met and the hamster who could never get out of the cage, Zhang Heng finally realized his identity in this quest. Although Su Qian did not answer him, Zhang Heng had gotten the answer he wanted from her facial expressions. Interesting. Did someone mess with my mobile network? When I searched the internet, I can't seem to find any information related to human cloning. Su Qian was horrified. She then took 2 steps back. I don't know. Someone told me that the memories clones were generated by the memory encoder. That means all the contacts in my address book and the emails in the mailbox are fake. This also explains why my relatives are not here in this city. They were supposed to communicate with me once a month. In other words, my memory would very likely be reset at least once a month. No wonder you wore so casually when we first met. As far as I know you, you occasionally dress skimpily during your live stream, but you are actually quite conservative and private, especially considering that you are about to get engaged. Zhang Heng finally found the loophole in this quest. If he failed to realize his identity as a clone during the 2 weeks of protecting Su Qian, then the next thing that awaited him was probably a memory reset. He might even forget that he had been playing for 14 days. As for the worst-case scenario, others might discover that he was an outsider when they rewrote his memory. We shouldn't talk about this kind of thing. Su Qian had backed up to the wall. She looked a little overwhelmed, with both hands behind her back. Why? Is it because some laws and regulations prohibit you from talking about human cloning in front of a clone? Zhang Heng paused, then continued. Are you trying to contact a security company? Report my anomaly? I strongly advise against it. Su Qian's intention was exposed by Zhang Heng, and she could not help but panic even more. Considering the difference in strength between the two and the time needed by the personnel from the security company to come here, she finally stopped what she was doing. Waving both of her hands in front of her, she asked in fear, What do you want? Nothing. I just want to have a chat with you. Zhang Heng stretched out his hand and signaled her to sit down. Su Qian hesitated for a moment when she saw it, and finally sat down on the sofa aside. She used to sit here and chat with Zhang Heng about her problems. Back then, the circumstance was different. She knew that Zhang Heng's memory would be rewritten later. So, she did not have to worry about anything. In other words, she could say anything to him without holding back. But now, the situation had become very complicated for her. Su Qian subconsciously tightened her neckline. "Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you," Zhang Heng said. "We have been staying together for so many days. I know what kind of person you are, and I am deeply sympathetic to your discovery," Su Qian said. "But you should know. You can't escape them. I think you should take the initiative to make a confession at your company." "Really? How did they deal with the clones who discovered their identity? Rewrite their memories? Or destroy them outright?" Zhang Heng asked rhetorically. "I'm sorry. I can't tell you anything. Once they capture you and check your memory, they will find out that we had this conversation," Su Qian replied. "You are right. There are indeed laws and regulations that prohibit me from telling you anything related to human cloning." Upon hearing that, Zhang Heng did not make any comment. Instead, he continued to ask, "What is the difference between clones and ordinary people?" Su Qian wanted to stop talking about it, but for some reason, she felt that Zhang Heng's temperament seemed to have changed. Earlier, his presence seemed oblivious to her, and now she could feel the pressure from him. So after going silent for about half a minute, Su Qian said, "As far as I know, the body of a cloned human is no different from an ordinary human. The only difference is that there is a special fluorescent mark on the back of the clone's neck. That is your serial code, and it can be seen under ultraviolet light. In addition, there is a tracking device in your body." Su Qian's words also explained why Miss F's attitude towards him changed in the screening room. If Zhang Heng was right about it, the light above him was an ultraviolet light when he stepped into the building through the door. It was also at that time that Miss F discovered he was a clone. Zhang Heng was more concerned about another issue now. Tracking device? Where is it? You're underneath the cerebral cortex. This was bad news for Zhang Heng. It meant he couldn't remove the tracking device by himself. And the hospital in New Shanghai 0297 would not provide such a surgery on a clone. Chapter 947. I'm afraid you might need to get a new boyfriend. Zhang Heng was not too worried about the fluorescent marking on him. All he needed to do was to use a scarf or his shirt's collar to cover it. Usually, no one would notice it. In contrast, the tracking device in his body was more troublesome to deal with. As long as the tracker was in his body, he would eventually be captured by others no matter where he hid. By then, he would need to face a steady stream of enemies. However, Zhang Heng did not panic. This was the fourth day working as a bodyguard to protect Su Qian. As long as she did not report his abnormality to the security company, he still had about 10 days to solve this problem. So the first thing he needed to do right now was to reach a consensus with Su Qian. "If you don't report my abnormality to my company, what kind of punishment will you get?" Zhang Heng asked. "I don't know. I just want to get on with my life peacefully, accept my boyfriend's proposal, and move to the 4th level. I don't want to get involved in any trouble, please," Su Qian begged. "Well, sometimes a relationship has to go through some twists and turns to be complete," Zhang Heng reminded. "You'd better answer this question truthfully, because we are now thinking of ways to lessen your troubles. It's useless. Once you are caught, they will look at your memories, and then they will know about the conversation that has taken place tonight," Su Qian said. "No matter how perfect you plan the whole thing, the end result will always be the same. If that's the case, I'd better try my best not to capture by them." Zhang Heng said, "Has there been a similar situation like this where a clone went of control?" "There have been several cases like this, but they managed to keep the situation under control within 24 hours. Su Qian hesitated and explained. "In the early days, it was said that they did not hide the identity from the human clones. Instead, they instilled in them the belief that they should serve humans unconditionally. Other than that, they also programmed them in a way that were highly compliant to the human to ensure it'd be safe to use the clones." But, Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. But no matter how much the clones believed that they were born to serve humans when they left the factory, and how gentle and honest their characters were designed, many began to gradually resist their employers after long-term usage. After all, they have the same DNA as humans. I guess resistance is one of their instincts. Due to the security issues, these clones can't be put into large-scale commercial use. Other than that, ordinary people are also afraid of clones. Some extremists had even started recruiting to hunt and kill all clones. So the scientists had to keep looking for other ways to salvage this situation. Is that why they decided to give those clones a fake identity? Zhang Heng asked. Yes. Scientists have found out that the clones' behavior would be the most stable in this situation. They have to make sure that the clones did not know that they were clones. Other than the users and the companies behind them, no one else would realize that they are clones. Naturally, there would be no conflict. And at the same time, the companies have shortened their single-use duration. Rewrite their memories once a month? It doesn't have to be once a month. It only applies to those who can fight well like you. Once someone like you realizes that they are a clone, it may cause great harm to society. Hence, the memories of a clone like you would be rewritten once a month, Su Qian replied with a trembling voice. Well, how many clones are there in New Shanghai 0297 now? Zhang Heng continued to ask. I don't know. I really don't know. The number of clones has always been a company secret. Su Qian became more and more anxious. I have told you too much. I can't go on. Once they find out that I had this conversation with you, my citizen ID will be included in the control list. The federal government will start to monitor me all the time, and all the companies will refuse to provide me any form of information. As for the damage you will cause after you lose control, I have to bear at least 1/3 of the responsibility. My boyfriend does illegal business sometimes. He absolutely wouldn't want his significant other to be on the watch list all the time. I will lose him because of this. So please. Oh, that's too bad, Zhang Heng said. Yes. You know my current situation. This marriage is very important to me. Su Qian nodded. No. You misunderstood what I meant. Zhang Heng said. What I mean is if someone captures me and reads my memory, you might have to change your boyfriend. What do you mean? Su Qian could not understand what Zhang Heng had just told her. I killed about 30 people at the lowest level just now, Zhang Heng said indifferently. According to you, you have to bear at least 1/3 of the responsibility for the losses I caused after I lose control. But you don't have to worry too much about it for the time being. Since you lived at the first level before, you must have heard of Mr. G's name. His men will help me deal with the aftermath. To make that happen, I have to make sure that no one can capture me and read my memory. What? You just killed more than 30 people. A chill rushed up Su Qian's spine, and she started to shiver as if she was drenched in a basin of ice water. This is impossible. Are you trying to scare me and prevent me from reporting your anomaly? Zhang Heng did not reply to Su Qian. Instead, he emailed Miss F in front of her, asking to send him some photos of the aftermath. It sounded like a weird request, but Miss F did not ask any questions. Half a minute later, Zhang Heng received 10 photos of the dead bodies. Other than that, there was also a short video. The person that recorded this video clip stood at a good distance. Hence, the video quality wasn't that good. But one could see that the person in the middle was Zhang Heng with 2 blades. He killed a Mohawk guy while being attacked by 3 or 4 people. From the video clip, Zhang Heng slit the Mohawk guy's throat. The victim attempted to use his hand to stop the blood from gushing out. Unfortunately, his blood still poured out from the gap between his fingers. Su Qian watched half of the clip, and she started to cover her mouth. Immediately, Zhang Heng passed the trash can to her with his feet. Su Qian then vomited in the trash can. At the same time, she started to cry, not knowing whether she felt sorry for the people who died in the videos and photos, or was she crying for her precarious marriage. Su Qian cried for about 10 minutes, before gradually stopping her sobbing. She wiped her tears and said to Zhang Heng, I have never done anything bad to you, nor have I treated you harshly because you are a clone. Why do you treat me like this? I didn't expect to involve you in this matter, Zhang Heng said. The good news is, The matter hasn't been discovered so far, which is why I said we need to talk about it. Chapter 948, Tang. What do you want me to do? Su Qian asked. It's very simple. Just pretend that nothing happened. Forget about tonight. I can even help you continue to find the stalker. All I need is 9 days. After 9 days, you can contact G7Z. Report what happened to me. Tell them that I found out that I am a clone, and I killed more than 30 people at the lowest level of this city. You can tell them whatever you want. Just make sure that they don't suspect you. After that, you can continue to be with your rich boyfriend, get engaged, and even marry him. After that, you can move to the 4th level and live your life as a rich wife. This is impossible. As long as you are captured, they will know that I am lying. Didn't you listen to what I said? You can't hide it from them. Su Qian desperately pleaded. Yes, but only if I am caught. Zhang Heng said calmly. No rogue human clone can escape the authorities. I told you that almost all defective clones are captured within 24 hours. Not everyone. I know that a clone is still alive, and no one could capture him so far, Zhang Heng said. How's that possible? Su Qian looked at Zhang Heng in disbelief. The longest a defective clone lasted before being captured was 3 days. The only exception is a female clone named Tang. Tang. Of course, this isn't her real name. It's just her online handle that she uses on the internet. She and I belong to the same entertainment company, and she could be considered a senior of mine. Even when I was at my peak, I couldn't catch up with her. After that incident, the company deleted all the information related to her. However, I still managed to find her photos on the internet. It was said that when the company created her, they looked the 100 most beautiful actresses in the entire federation. They then selected the most beautiful parts of each of them, singled out the corresponding genes for those parts, and merged them together. Finally, Tang was born. Some say she was the epitome of perfection. Every inch of her skin and expression is flawless. With only one look, even the man with the hardest heart will fall for her. On the first day of her live stream, her viewer numbers set a historical record, and the number of her fans increased every single day. Until now, no one can surpass her. What happened to her afterward? Zhang Heng asked. Some powerful people from the 5th level were involved in this matter. The official report says that she was invited to a manor on the 5th level to attend a private dinner one night. Suddenly, she lost control and killed the host of the banquet and 2 guests. Another guest was seriously injured. The latter also cut off one of her arms when he fought against her. However, there have been lots of rumors about this matter circling around the internet. Although Tang hasn't been a streamer for a long time, she still has formidable numbers of diehard fans who think the guests attending the banquet that night covered up the truth. Until now, no one knows what happened in that manor that night. What happened to Tang after that? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. She suffered from serious injuries that night, but she still managed to escape from the manor. And she didn't get caught by the bodyguards. Where did she escape to? She chose to burn herself alive and stream the whole thing online, Su Qian said. Although the authorities cut the stream shortly after she lit herself, the police managed to locate her with the tracker she had in her body. You see, the only way to escape all this is death. Thank you for your suggestion, but I am alive and well. And I plan to continue to stay alive. Zhang Heng grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the coffee table and fed it to the hamster in the cage. In short, this matter did not end with her death. A series of conflicts broke out after that. Her fans even attacked our entertainment company and the related departments. But at that time, I had not come to New Shanghai 0297. So I am not sure what actually happened. This matter has become taboo, one that cannot be mentioned within the company. All the information that people received came from the internet. Ever since that incident, our company has stopped hiring clone streamers. Su Qian looked at Zhang Heng after she was done talking. Do you now know why I told you that it's impossible for you to escape? I can understand what you were trying to express, but I am not Tang, Zhang Heng calmly responded. It's your choice. If you report the abnormality to G7Z now, there is no doubt that you will also face a big problem. You will need to take part of the responsibility for my murder spree, and our conversation tonight will be discovered too. According to what you told me, you will lose your boyfriend, cause him a lot of trouble, or what? Or you can take a leap of faith and do what I say. We have 10 days left in our service contract. After 9 days, you can contact the security company. As long as you follow what I teach you, you will be able to blame everything on me. They will believe that I learned about my identity through other channels, but not from you. After that, I make my escape. As a law-abiding citizen, you immediately report it to my company. So as long as I'm not caught, you won't have any trouble. And if you're lucky, you can even get married. Su Qian looked like she was deep in thought after hearing this. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. So he continued to talk slowly. I know you don't think I can escape, but with the second option, at least you'll have high hopes of going to the 4th level, right? If they know I worked with you to help you escape, there will be more troubles waiting for me. Su Qian smiled bitterly. Benefits are always accompanied by risks. I believe no one knows that better than you. You said that what you are best at is to seize the opportunities at the right time. This is how you could climb from the lowest level to the 3rd level. And now, there is no doubt that a good opportunity has presented itself in front of you. Zhang Heng said. Su Qian closed her eyes, seemingly thinking through Zhang Heng's proposal. After a while, she opened her eyes again. You are lying to me, right? Although you keep saying that I have a choice, I, in fact, don't have any. Who is the person that sent you those photos and video? A clone should have no friends or relatives. Chapter 949. Suspect. After realizing that she had no options left, Su Qian was no longer as scared as she was in the beginning. Such was the nature of human beings. When there was only one option left, they would stop thinking too much about it. However, Su Qian still didn't sleep well that night. Her eyes looked a little red and swollen the next morning. It was obvious that she had been crying in her room all night long. However, after she put on some makeup, she looked normal again. Su Qian ordered 2 takeaway breakfasts as usual, and they were delivered by drone. However, she only took 2 bites, and she put down her chopsticks. She then looked at Zhang Heng sitting opposite her. She looked like wanted to ask him what he planned to do next. Yesterday, I contacted Ego with the help of a fan from the group. We will be meeting Ego at 2 in the afternoon. After breakfast, I'll do a background check on him. After that, we will go over and meet him together, Zhang Heng said. Wiping his mouth after finishing his food, he said, if we want to keep this secret from my company, we will have to behave like we always have. As I said, I will continue investigating the stalker for you. It's crucial that we do this together. Once this is done, no one will suspect you after you report my anomaly 9 days later. Su Qian didn't believe that Zhang Heng could escape the authorities, but she was impressed by his composure, especially after he realized he was a clone. There was almost no emotional fluctuation on him. If an ordinary person encountered such an incident, there was a high chance the person would experience a complete mental breakdown. Coupled with the existence of the memory encoder, the person would start to doubt their own memories or even deny their existence. Zhang Heng, however, didn't encounter any of these problems. Being a clone was his identity in this dungeon, and he had no idea who the relatives and friends in his contract list were too. He didn't need to take public transport this time when he went out, driving the sports car Su Qian's boyfriend gave her instead. And he did not return to Su Qian's apartment until 1 p.m. to pick her up. After that, the two headed to the apartment where Ego lived. Like Su Qian, Ego also lived on the 3rd level and worked as a network engineer. However, the area he lived in wasn't nearly as luxurious as Su Qian's area, not to mention it was a little further away from the city center. The fans in the group had contacted Ego in advance as per Zhang Heng's request. He chose to meet him at a small restaurant below his house. This was also the place Ego had his meals after he got off work. The familiar environment should help him be a little less vigilant. Ego headed down 10 minutes early and walked into the small restaurant. According to the information that Zhang Heng collected, Ego was 29 years old this year. Formerly known as Li Chong, he had been living on the 3rd level for 5 years. In the beginning, he had a roommate who was supposed to be his classmate. After the latter got himself a girlfriend, he moved out to live with her. Since then, Ego had been living alone. During this period, He hadn't made any friends of the opposite sex. Although his appearance and income were decent, and some of the young girls in his company had shown interest in him, Egoat had always treated them coldly. Soon, all the ladies in his company began to realize that Egoat was a weird person. After that, no one bothered him. Thus, Egoat continued to live his peaceful life alone. There were even rumors saying that Egoat was a person with no emotions. However, Zhang Heng knew that people who rarely expressed themselves had the tendency to acquire an unhealthy obsession over something or someone they loved. Egoat had been paying attention to Su Qian since the first day she started live streaming. He witnessed Su Qian grow from an unpopular streamer to one with a considerable fan base. And Egoat had never missed Su Qian's stream before. Hence, it was logical if anyone thought that he was madly in love with her. The more Zhang Heng investigated, the more suspicious Egoat became to him. He and Su Qian were in the car now, monitoring Egoat in the restaurant through the miniature camera hidden in the flower pot. The latter had just found a seat at a corner, and the waiter apparently knew him and was excited to serve him. He said hello, but Egoat responded coldly. He glared at the waiter before turning his attention somewhere else. While Zhang Heng kept his eye on Egoat, he also paid attention to other customers in the small restaurant. He appeared to be eliminating all potential threats. Then, suddenly, Egoat turned around and landed his attention on Su Qian's sports car. Although the glass surrounding the car had been specially treated, and no one was supposed to be able to look inside, Su Qian could not help but feel anxious. "He doesn't know, right?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "Know that we are here to ambush him. If he knows, he would have never headed to the restaurant." Having said that, Zhang Heng did not wait any longer. His preliminary investigations proved Egoat had the motives to stalk Su Qian. And from the follow-up observations, Egoat's figure also matched the stalker he met in the mall a few days ago. Hence, Zhang Heng had to do something about it. He sent another message to the fan who helped him, asking the latter to tell Egoat to order some food first. The fan helping Zhang Heng didn't suspect anything and immediately sent Egoat an email. He happened to cooperate so well with Zhang Heng because he told him that Su Qian was very grateful to Egoat, her #1 fan who had stayed with her all these years. Apparently, she wanted to express her gratitude by giving Egoat a surprise. The situation caused that fan to be immensely jealous. When Egoat received the email and started to order his food, Zhang Heng and Su Qian had already got out of the car and were walking towards the small restaurant. Compared with Zhang Heng's calmness, Su Qian was deep in thought. She even thought about who she should call for help if Egoat beat Zhang Heng in a fight or if the two were evenly matched. But it turned out that she overthought the whole thing. Egoat was just a network engineer, after all, not a professionally trained combatant. Although he was vigilant, he was no match for Zhang Heng. Before he raised his head, Zhang Heng had already sat beside him with a small knife pointed at his waist. When Egoat realized what was happening, he raised his head. Seeing Su Qian on the opposite side, his expression changed drastically. His reflex told him that he should get up and flee. However, Zhang Heng placed his hand on his shoulder, realizing that his body could not move. He then heard Zhang Heng's voice. "Hi, Egoat. I think we need to introduce ourselves properly." Chapter 950, Lies and Truth. Egoat's breathing became more and more rapid. Zhang Heng then noticed that his condition wasn't triggered by the knife on his waist, but because of Su Qian on the opposite side. He seemed to be unable to look at Su Qian. His cheeks turned red after a glance at her, and he hurriedly looked away. Su Qian's expression was complicated. After a while, she said, "Do you know who I am?" Egoat hesitated but finally nodded. "I thank you very much for your support for me over the years. To be honest, I thought about meeting you a long time ago, but I didn't expect to meet you in this situation." Su Qian lifted her hair while talking. Egoat did not reply. "You should know why I came to you. Don't worry. You can tell me the truth. I promise you that I will not call the police. And I will not ask my, bodyguards to avenge me." Egoat then looked at Zhang Heng beside him. And Zhang Heng had already lifted his hands from his shoulder, and the knife pointing at him was gone as well. With the distance between the two, it was impossible for Egoat to run away. Previously, Zhang Heng was using the knife to remind him not to make any stupid moves. Seeing that Egoat did not react irrationally, Zhang Heng put the knife away. After that, he waved at the waiter and ordered a pot of scented tea. The three of them did not talk to each other while waiting for tea. Until the waiter brought the pot of scented tea over, poured a cup for each of them, and stepped aside. Egoat said in a low voice, "What kind of truth do you want to know? For days ago, was it you who followed me in the mall?" Su Qian looked into the eyes of Egoat. The latter opened his mouth to answer, but was stopped by Zhang Heng before he could speak. "Wait, let us do a small ritual before you answer the question." "What kind of ritual?" Egoat frowned. At the next moment, Zhang Heng cut Egoat's thumb with a knife. And Egoat wanted to retract his hand subconsciously, but Zhang Heng grabbed it first. After that, Zhang Heng picked up an empty cup next to him and drew some blood from Egoat's wound. When Zhang Heng got what he needed, he proceeded to cut one of his fingers, squeezed a few drops of blood into the cup, and mixed them. Once that was done, he took out a piece of parchment paper that he brought from Old Man Gung that morning and wrote, "I swear that I would never lie." "What is this? Indian witchcraft?" Egoat asked coldly. "Something like that." Zhang Heng did not care what he said. He then took out the oath rings, gave one to Egoat, and put one on himself so that he would know whether Egoat was lying. After Zhang Heng was done with the ritual, Su Qian silently handed each of them a band-aid. "Now, you can answer her question," Zhang Heng said. Egoat went silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was the one who followed you in the mall." After speaking, he deliberately looked at Zhang Heng again, but Zhang Heng made no response. He signaled him to continue talking. "Why are you following me?" Su Qian then asked. "Because I have a psychological problem. I am a stalker." Egoat lowered his head. To which Zhang Heng quickly said, "You are lying." "I'm not." Egoat defended himself. "This is another lie." Zhang Heng took a sip of the tea in front of him and said slowly, "You can tell me the truth. I told you that no matter what the truth is, I won't hold you accountable." Su Qian pleaded sincerely from across the table. She hesitated and reached out and held Egoat's hand. The latter's body trembled. Even Zhang Heng, who was sitting next door, could feel Egoat's heartbeat speeding up, and his breathing had become even faster. However, Su Qian did not rush him. After another 2 minutes, Egoat finally raised his head. The expression on his face looked a little distorted, as if he was laughing and crying at the same time. "You said you want the truth? But I don't think you want to hear it." Su Qian seemed to think of something. She then wanted to let go of Egoat's hand, but the next moment, Egoat took the initiative to grab hers. And the latter's palm became hotter. What he was about to say would give Su Qian a huge shock. "I follow you because I like you." "This is the truth," Zhang Heng said while drinking the tea. "But you might want to consider letting go of her hand first. Ms. Su Qian is my employer. If you hold her like this, I will have to take action." Egoat finally let go of her hand, and he seemed to have exhausted all his strength to tell her the truth. He then leaned his body on the back of the chair. The look on Su Qian's face was a little awkward. She retracted her hand and said casually, But, I have a boyfriend." Once again, Egoat gave no response. "And we are about to get engaged. He lives on the 4th level. Other than that, he also owns a small factory and a beautiful little villa by the lake. We have agreed that we will go boating on the lake after we get married. I've always thought of you as my friend and brother. I have always wanted to tell you this for a while now." Su Qian added later. Egoat still did not say a word. He looked like he had lost his soul. "Sorry," Su Qian blurted last. "Do you have anything else to ask?" Zhang Heng then asked. "No, no more." Although she found the person stalking her, Su Qian did not feel as relieved as she thought she would. On the other hand, Egoat's sudden confession made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. While this problem was solved, she still needed to deal with Zhang Heng's problem. That was what gave Su Qian a headache. She even started to regret that she had hired a bodyguard. "You are finished, but I still have a few technical questions I want to ask him." Zhang Heng did not intend to evaluate the relationship between the two. He put down the teacup and said to Egoat, "You are a network engineer. Can you tell me how you hacked into Su Qian's apartment? Zhang Heng asked this question because he wanted to prepare himself for his escape in the future. He had an LV2 hacking skill, but the technology in this dungeon was more advanced. And technology for network security had improved as well. Zhang Heng wanted to compare his hacking with Egoat's. However, Egoat shook his head when he heard Zhang Heng's question. I only followed her once in the mall. I have never hacked into her apartment. What surprised Zhang Heng was not Egoat's answer, but Oath Ring's reaction. It was not hot, which could only mean that Egoat was telling the truth.